This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in Stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
Today, Brazil is fighting to stay alive. The Stage 2 playoffs are approaching, and there are only a couple spots left. Hola, amigos. Welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in sunny Los Angeles, California. Hey, that's right, baby. I'm Golden Boy. You got Athena. That's Dryad over there as well. We're going to yap about some video games today, and we're really glad you decided to join us on this amazing Sunday afternoon. This is a good
California.
Day. In California.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite places in the world.
There you go. Well, really? That's okay. We'll move from that. Now, of course, folks, it's Sunday, and you know what that means. It's time for the Pulsar Flick of the Week, and this one goes to Shy for what can only be described as a truly soul-crushing clutch. I mean, look at this right here. 2 bullets in a dream.
Ew.
Unbelievable stuff. Athena, this was a moment where we're like, surely he doesn't pull it off, and he definitely did.
Yeah, he did, and this game in general was just so back and forth, and them coming to a win on this map with this clutch. I think I blame Shy for winning this map. It's all on him.
The team was saying that after that moment, it was just kind of saved them. They came back together. And I also have to say a little bit of aura farming when he's just standing up in the same way that King did back at Lock-In.
True.
When he wins that 1v1 clutch against him.
That was so fun.
But that 1v1, I feel like that was everything.
Yeah, that was Shy and King's battle there. That was their tournament matchup. It was a really, really fun to watch, without a doubt. But of course, you know, look, those heroics, great from Shy. But the thing was, it was not enough to get that dub against Leviathan yesterday because team, Whew, what a day we were treated to, Dryad. We kicked things off, and we were really looking forward to seeing what was going to happen with EG and their development. But really, this game right here, the Crew Leviathan game, was something else.
It was incredible. I mean, every time that we talk about El Clásico for Latin America, it's a big deal. But I feel like this delivered even more than what I was expecting. A lot of back and forths, a lot of clutches. You never really knew which one of the rookies was going to shine the most with Sato and Dante, the double duelists for Crew. There was a lot, and I feel like it's such an amazing series.
Yeah, and I feel like you talked about aura farming. That game was insane for aura farming.
Yes.
Every single round, each team was standing up and looking at each other. It was so great. But we did follow up with that EG game. It looked a little bit rough for EG. We have the Sentinel wall kind of holding it down. But yeah, Sentinels, they're really solidifying their spot for #1.
Oh, they definitely are. 4-0 in the Alpha group. There you can see the 4 teams that have locked in their playoff spot. There's still some more spots left for grabs, though, which today we are going to decide. There is going to be at least one team, I think, what is it?
Potentially.
100 Thieves wins potentially.
Yeah.
It has ramifications for a bunch of other things, right?
Yes.
Pretty crazy.
100 Thieves makes it, and then Crew makes it, and then MIBR is out.
Oh, boy. We'll talk more about that in a little bit when we get to it. But for now, though, EGZA and Superman, 2 of the trickiest players in the game. Question is, how do they match up against one another's wits? Let's find out.
So you were born in Vietnam?
I was born in Vietnam, yeah.
Nice.
Nice, yeah, it was
I know
nice.
that one.
All right, my #1 is I was born in Vietnam.
Okay.
My second one is I am an only child.
Okay.
And my third one is I used to run track.
Actually, this is kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie.
You can question me on any of the questions or statements.
Yeah, but like I feel okay. Let me see. So you used to run track.
I used to run track.
What was your time?
For what?
I don't know. Mile.
A mile? I was a sprinter.
You're a sprinter.
Yeah, I was never a long distance.
Is that only?
Yeah.
Like, how would you?
So
how would you train?
I only did 100-meter dashes, 200-meter, 4x1, 4x2.
And what was your times on those?
Well, 100 meters was like 11 and a half.
Okay.
And then 200, I don't remember exactly, but it's double that.
So you were born in Vietnam?
I was born in Vietnam, yeah.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
I know that one.
Are you sure?
I think I know that one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm gonna say the lie is the only child part.
That's correct. I mean, cause you met my family.
Yeah.
My sister came out too.
Yeah, I was like, unless I missed something completely, like.
Good job.
Okay, so the first one is I actually grew up being like left-handed. The second one is I went to Hong Kong and Beijing when I was like 10 years old. And my third one is I was first introduced into all of esports by Nate Shot.
Nate Shot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what were you doing when you were in Beijing? What was it for?
It was visit my stepmom's family.
Okay, this Nate Shot part.
Yeah.
How did he get you into esports?
He used to be a content creator before.
And you were just inspired by his work?
Yeah.
Okay. What inspired you?
What inspired me?
What did Nate Shot do that inspired you?
Well, he used to be on a pro team, and that was like my first introduction to like pro esports.
Okay. You made all 3 seems very convincing, I can't lie.
Yeah.
Left hand. I've never seen you use your left hand before.
Well, I grew up using it like more, but then, when I started doing like mouse and stuff like that, I kind of like switched to right. So it kind of became like a more dominant hand. I started using it a lot more.
I'm gonna say the first one is Cap.
First one's Cap. He's right.
Honestly, because I know your stepmom, like you talked about your stepmom before to me, so I remember, so you visiting Beijing and stuff like that, definitely,
I should have threw like a little lie in there, like it was like I actually didn't visit Beijing or something.
But the first one, I just went with my gut because I've never seen you use your left hand, because I feel like if you grew up using your left hand, you probably be,
Yeah, but you
You
be
use
like
it sometimes.
ambidextrous though, you know?
You could be, but I just never seen you using your left hand before. Wow, we're on this team together, so.
Fair enough.
Were you able to spot the lie?
Thanks so much for watching.
Safe to say we learned quite a bit. Now today, 2 Brazilian squads are fighting for a chance to stay in the playoff race, and we got Furia. It's going to be taking on G2, and then it's going to be Loud going up against 100 Thieves. But what we decided to do is something a little bit different. We want to bring a familiar face onto the show, a person you guys might recognize. Hey, I know this guy. It's Sadak. You remember Sadak, the guy who abandoned us for Carmine Corp over in EMEA. Unbelievable. Sadak, my friend, it's good to see you, man. How's everything going out there? How's the EMEA treating you? Are they treating you right? And who do I have to fight?
Fight everyone that won against us, so you can basically fight everyone.
You got it, Papa. I got you covered.
Every single team.
Well, are you having fun out there? How's it?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's going good. It's been super fun. People here are super receptive. And yeah, public transport. That's insane here also.
That's right, baby. Public transport all day, every day.
I want to ask a little bit about your old team in Loud. How are you feeling about Luxio? Because he's been insane. Have you gotten the chance to see what he's been doing?
Yeah, of course. I've been following him since he joined Loud, basically. And to be honest, he is doing he's making the difference so hard. Like ever since he came into this team, like things are turning around. Like, as you can see, like he's just straight up insane. It reminds me of a young prodigy called this back in the day, you know. But yes, I've been following him. He is really insane, and I think he has an amazing career in front of him.
Nice.
Well, speaking of Brazilian talent, have you been watching VCT? Because in Americas, it's been a little bit rough for the Brazilian squads. I was going to say brilliant, but that works
They are
too.
brilliant. They are brilliant.
Brilliant Brazilian.
Yeah, what do you think is kind of going wrong right now, and how do you think we move forward from this?
It's been rough. I'm gonna be honest. It's been rough.
My bad,
I'm
homie.
following all the teams, and I've been like crying and then crying again and then crying just a little bit more, you know, every time I watch. And laughing a little bit, of course. There's some funny moments here and there. But yeah, no, it's been hard, to be honest. Like, no, MIBR was the promise, to be honest. But yeah, things stopped working for some reason, and now it seems they go back up again to start working, and then again they go back.
Yeah.
They go back down, you know? So it's kind of like this inconsistency we see on Brazilian teams. It's making me so sad, and my heart is crying a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult because you see the individuals and how good they are, but when it comes to these matches, especially with how competitive they can be, it gets harder. But speaking of those teams, I know you mentioned MIBR, but what do you think about 2G and Spike specifically as the rookie that team has?
Well, to be honest, that kid and Sato, they made my life miserable in Brazil back in the day. I mean, they've been grinding for so long. People think they just came out of nowhere, but they've been grinding the game non-stop for years and years and years. And everyone knew they were insane. So it was just basically a matter of time for them to get an opportunity and to start basically destroying everyone. Yeah, you can see that. It's so fast. These kids are so fast, man. I'm getting older.
It's a
Brother, right there with you, man. I don't even know how half these people keep up with them. It's unbelievable stuff. But you know, man, you've been with us for so long in the VCT, since the actual beginning as well. Do you have any favorite moments, things that you kind of hold on to, especially with your incredible journey that you've had in this game?
I mean, I'm fortunate enough that VALORANT gave me so many good moments. Champs, winning Champs 2022, winning 13-0 against EG, and then they winning Champs. It was cinema moment. MVPs on finals, VCT, it was insane. You actually gave me the MVP, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Golden Boy.
Yes, I did. I did.
Yes.
You're my boy. That's
so
why.
many. Yes, so many emotions. Look at that, the champions, man. What can I say? I love champions, man. Oh my.
Well, before we let you go, though, when you coming home, brother? When you coming home to be with us back in Americas?
I haven't interviewed you in so long.
I know we miss you, man.
I miss you guys. I miss you also. I'm not gonna lie. I miss you guys.
Hey, man, look, dude, it's awesome that we got a chance to catch up with you. Of course, we're always cheering you on, no matter where you are, and keep kicking all the asses, man. It's always great to see you, brother, all right? You have a good one.
Thank you, guys.
Always pleasure.
Thank you.
Of course, Sadak from Carmine Court there. Big thank you to him and a legend here in the VCT, just the VALORANT in general. Esports, honestly, I'll go as far as say esports in general.
That's my goat.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players, so it's always great to get an opportunity to catch up with him. Now, folks, let's go ahead and move on here because Furia may be in the bottom of the standings, but the look is on point, okay? The fit check is on point because those are the things that matter. And we got heat with a fit check. Sorry, Alex. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Fala pessoal, aqui é o Hit e esse aqui é o meu outfit do VCT Americas. Começando, eu tenho esses óculos de grau aqui da Burberry, tava precisando de um óculos de grau, então fui lá e comprei. Essa corrente eu ganhei da minha esposa faz uns 3 anos, uma corrente de ouro da Vivara, então corrente que eu sempre tô usando. Outfit da Fúria, né? Camisa da Fúria padrão, muito foda, muito braba, calça da Fúria e esse Nike normal, básico. Dia a dia, então é isso. Acho que esse é meu outfit.
I tell you what, you can't do that fit check thing with me because it'd be like, I got these pants from Goodwill, these socks from the Walmart down the street.
That's the vibe. That's the vibe.
Is that the vibe now?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, I didn't know. All right, here I am.
You're cool again.
Oh, yeah, come on, really? It's just depression over here, man. These two. Now, folks, it's been, look, let's cut to the chase here because I think it's safe to say that it has been a rough stage for Furia, right? 2 weeks ago, we saw this squad get 13-0'd by Sentinels. And then they faced up against 2G, and then they got hit with a hot 13-2. And Athena, it has not been going well for
We don't talk about 13-0 anymore. I don't know why you keep bringing that up, because that didn't happen, because Furia's back.
Okay.
They're so back. I'm telling you, this week they're back. But no, they did have a little bit of an unlucky time. You know, obviously they're struggling a little bit. They have a sub, they don't have their coach. It's just been a little bit rough. It seems like they haven't found how to kind of react to things as a team, how to have those good macro plays and just be able to swing each other at the end of the day.
It's really unfortunate because, as we were just talking to Sadak about, you see the individuals and you see the potential that they have. They had some great moments, but when it comes to closing out the maps, to really taking the advantage and pushing that macro to a different plane, it's just not really there.
Yeah, but I feel like we did see some signs of hope because they did win a map on Corrode.
Yeah.
And I feel like that was pretty fun to watch. I don't know about you guys, but it was really fun to Why are you looking at me like that?
She's got the face.
I had so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't want to beat around the bush up here. You know, you got to keep it $150, right? Like, this is always going to be a challenge here. Furia, coming into this year, we were hopeful that we were going to see some turnarounds, but they have been hit with a fair amount of issues throughout their time, right, Dan? So now here they are trying to find, just some success at the tail end of the season here. It's just getting a lot harder to do so.
It's hard to do so, but you need to look at the little things that they have. So Shaw, the coach, is finally here, and I feel like that's something great because he was, when they were playing for Galores, when he was the coach for Galores, he was constantly working with Durango. So now you have that duo back together, and it's just the little things that you can do. Again, they're trying to make it positive. You see them laughing, enjoying their time, and that's kind of what you're hoping for in that situation.
Yeah, and I feel like for me as well, when I was competing, imagining not having those tack pauses to talk to my coach and talk things out, especially as an IGL, feels kind of painful. So I think having that addition, having that second voice to your brain is going to be a really good fit for Furia.
Yeah, good note on that one. Now, we did mention that Coach Shaw is with the team now, which is huge. So let's go ahead and check in with him as Vansili had a chance to catch up with the coach earlier today.
Vansili standing by here with Coach Shaw of Furia and Aldi for translation. Coach, finally, welcome to the VCTs. I know for this stage, unfortunately, we had a lot of issues in terms of rosters to be able to compete fully, but at least you're here today as a coach. What's your expectation as you get to stand by and stand behind the team, and what are the results that you're expecting with the team?
Eu acho que agora que eu tô aqui, os meninos eles sentiam muita falta de uma liderança e agora que eu tô aqui, eu acredito que eu consegui botar eles numa mesma página para pelo menos esses últimos jogos a gente conseguir escrimar mais, jogar mais o jogo, conseguir conversar mais sobre o jogo e na hora que a gente for viver essa pressão maior, a gente conseguir segurar um pouco os ânimos, porque eu sinto que a gente se perde ao longo das séries. Então acredito que comigo dentro do jogo eu vou conseguir dar alguns direcionamentos para que a gente não se perca dentro da série.
Oh yeah, with me here now, at least the boys have a leadership, you know, present with them. So we've been working and trying to put everybody on the same page. So we, you know, at least moving on, we can be together as a team, and that's all.
Awesome, LD. Thank you so much for the translation. Coach Shaw, obrigado. Good luck today.
I like that he mentions the idea of playing together and being able to scrim together, do those things that he didn't get the chance to do with the team early on, especially because he's a great coach in Galores. He was coaching Sato, he was coaching Luxio, he was coaching Urangas. I said even RGL Meister that we saw year 1 in MIBR. So are these names that we're seeing right now and we see it towards the beginning of VCT Americas. So it's a coach that you need to keep your eyes on and can be a big difference maker actually.
Yeah, you know, I mean, one thing that I've always taken away from Valorant is that, as we've seen with Coach Potter, Coach Fraud, right, Coach Kaplan, Adam, right? Like a lot of great coaches can have impacts on the game, without a doubt. So hopefully see Coach Shaw do exactly that. He does have some tools to work with, right? He has some great players on this team. Even one of the subs coming in at Verso, right? He's still going to be subbing in for the team this week, but he's looking to bring this team to a win here. Again, a solid player who is exactly what this Furia team would need here at Team.
Yeah, I feel like he's consistently performing for them, and the way that he's playing Initiator has helped them set up a lot of these fights. Like, I feel like we're struggling to see a lot of the team play from Furia. A little bit lacking on that part, but then when he comes in, he brings in the information. They're fighting really well off of his utility, and he's straight up just fragging out. Like, he is doing such a good job in all these games.
He has some great moments, and I feel like we saw that since, you know, the beginning of the year when he was playing for Crew and what he's able to do right now. What I like too is that when the team is releasing the voice comms, you also hear Adverso helping a little bit with the communication, with the mid-rounding, and even early on, you know, when the round they're saving or whatever it's going on, they're planning on what they're going to do for the next one. So he's always thinking one step ahead, and I feel like that's what you need for this kind of situation where you're trying to find your way out.
And I think especially with the team right now, not right now, but like before, not having the coach and only having like themselves to rely on, having that team talk and being able to rely on each other is super important, especially last week.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we see the players on this lineup, fantastic. Deweys and Heat alone are like players that you build a roster around, right? So, you know, I think it's safe to say that they do have the tools. They just need to make it happen here. And clock, unfortunately, is running out for them in the stage. Forget playoffs. Now, Furia has to hope that they can catch G2 sleeping here today because the team is locked for champs, G2, and they've already qualified for playoffs. Unfortunately, Leaf has been out, but they've still been winning with our former colleague, still a colleague, I think, right? We can still call him a colleague.
I would say that.
Screw that guy. No, he's a player now. You know, he's one of them. No, honestly, it's been great to see Baby Bay back in the fray here, Athena. And on top of that, too, he has been contributing excellently to the team and has brought them a good amount of success.
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
I mean, first of all, his chamber plays have been really great, but just in general, he's been doing such a good job at slotting in for that Leaf position. Leaf, he's always known for being such a good fragger and making these round-winning plays for his team. And what is this fit? What is that?
We have a Baby Bay cam.
Oh, I know,
because someone thought that was a good idea.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't want to see what he gets up to. I don't want to see what he gets up to. No, but he's been a really good fit. He's been doing a lot of these good lurk plays. He's been making space for his team. He's been fragging quite a bit. So I think overall, just really, really good slot in for Leaf.
Yeah, he is amazing, and I feel like it goes back to what they were saying towards the beginning when they said that Baby Bay was going to be subbing in, is that it fits really well into the team. Even if Leaf comes back, it feels like he can just join and do exactly what Baby Bay has been doing. And I also like that, you know, during the LATAM interview, something that Baby Bay said is that they're trying to have him play the operator more. And I mean, that reminds us of the phase days, him with the Jet, holding the operator every single round. So they understand that is a win condition for them right now, and they're capitalizing from it.
That's not how you do it.
That's not how you do it?
No, it's like this.
I can't remember.
Because I'm from Call of Duty and I know, unfortunately.
Yes, anyway.
Well, yeah, but, you know, another thing, too, to bear in mind as we take a look at the strength of schedule real fast is just that, you know, even with a Leaf out and Baby Bay subbing in, they almost beat Sentinels.
Yeah.
And they could have given Sentinels their only L of the stage.
It was even such a close game, too. Like, I think the last map went into overtime. Like, this was such a close game. Even Sentinels, they were like, after that, we went back and we talked about, like, what we should fix. Because they weren't even convinced with that win.
Yeah.
But G2, they've played against, I want to say, like, coming up, these teams are projected for them to, they should beat these teams.
They should beat them.
But I think they got over the Sentinels hump, and I think that they've really built themselves as a roster right now, even with the sub.
I remember hearing, I forget who it was on Sentinel saying, if we lose the Baby Bay, I mean, you know, and you almost did. So I think that goes to show you just how good that G2 team is here. And it really is the sum of all the parts, as we know, with this squad. And actually, speaking of, one of those players, Trent, had an opportunity to catch up with Vansili earlier on today to get his thoughts on his development heading into the season.
Vansili standing by here with G2's Trent. Trent, I mean, you guys already qualified for playoffs. You already qualified for champs. So I want to talk about you. When I think about you from the guard, it's utility owning clutch. When I think about you in the Tejo meta, it's just you owning Tejo utility. But now it's Trent just using rifles and owning everybody. So how the hell did you become so good?
I think I really just dialed in on myself and like was really focused on my mechanics, and you know, the coaches help. They make sure like my plays make sense, and yeah, then my mechanics shine. So just focused on that.
I love how you're just pure aura. Good luck today, man.
Appreciate it.
Hey, man, Trent he's kind of cool.
I want those glasses.
I do. Those glasses, actually, I would put them over these because otherwise I won't be able to see. But that being said, though, if there's one thing we know about Trent, it's just the fact that this guy is adaptable, right? It doesn't matter what the situation is. It doesn't matter what the meta is. He is still popping off. He's still contributing. In Dryad, I think it's scary that you have a guy who is just this nimble in these pivotal situations. And G2 is littered with these players.
I love watching Trent play because he completely takes over so many rounds, and we constantly see it. We see it stage 1. We see it since the beginning when we were just talking about him on the Sova. Then he was going on his Viper arc last year. Now that he's back and playing a little bit of the Sova and a little bit of the Fade, it works out so well. He has such a crucial role with the way that they play it around Jogamo, and he's always, you know, it feels like he doesn't have any pressure to work with.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like he uses his util really well, and then following that, he just frags out immediately. Yeah. So again, the fluidity is really amazing. It's really hard to do that, being able to just switch roles, switch your playstyle too.
Yeah.
Because like you said, he was on the Viper, more of a lurk, more of a stability hold.
Yeah.
But then now he's playing that initiator, getting info, going in second or third for the team, and being in a lot of those clutch situations, like you guys said. So I think he's just playing really well.
And then it's the aura. You
Oh,
know,
true.
I mean, the guy is just vibing out there. You know, he's looking to go for number 3. Then he'll have to grow
That
a third
picture
arm,
is
and then he can
actually
hold.
crazy.
That actually is.
That actually goes so hard.
It's good fisheye lens.
If you turn it around, you can put it as a hat, no?
You probably could. Actually, yes, and now I want to try that. So, hey, someone get me a trophy. Or I guess I got to win one. Damn it. In any case, so earlier on, we had an opportunity to catch up with Jonah P about what turned his performance around in Stage 2 as well. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that one.
Recently, you know, last split and, you know, even kickoff, I've personally been struggling a bit. So I personally, you know, asked Anders, our third coach that we signed recently, who's like, you know, strategic analyst. I basically asked him to, you know, do personal one-on-ones, like have him watch my scrims and give me feedback. And we've been doing that for a couple weeks now, and so he's been really helping me. And you know, I asked him to do that, so I'm giving him extra work. You know, we scrim 5 to 6 times a day, so it's like 5 to 6 scrims of notes, and it's really paying off. I feel great right now. My decision makings, my timings, my form, everything feels great, and a lot of praise goes to him.
One thing is for certain, Jonah P and the boys in G2 are hitting, and they're making some good choices, good decisions. But you know what? Let's continue to make some good decisions, shall we? Because we want to know who's on top of VCT America. So let's run the numbers, because it's time for the 1s and 2s.
Whoa.
Now, here's how this works, okay? We're going to be looking at some stats, all right? Got some stats categories. And then these lovely analysts are going to have to guess which players are ranked 1 and ranked 2. And your only hint, yeah, you guys are the analysts, allegedly.
Okay.
Now, your only hint is that you're going to see who is number 3. Okay, so first up, and by the way, you guys at home, you guys can play along as well. Let's take a look at the kill leaderboard. Who do you think is occupying the 1 and 2 spots? In third, you have Zekken at 2,203 kills. That's going to be a wild year.
Well, number 1 is Aspas.
Yeah, we literally talked about this last week, no? Or 2, when did he get his?
I wasn't here last week. I didn't exist, so I wasn't here. So what was it?
Okay. I'm okay with Aspas.
And who's number 2?
Number 1, and then number 2.
What about like a tens? This is all time.
No.
Yeah.
This is all time.
No.
This is all
Put my
time.
boy Tens on there.
Would Demon 1 be up there?
Oh, but he hasn't played in a minute.
Yeah, but this is all time.
Oh, this is
I know this is maybe hot take. I'm gonna say Kesnet.
Kesnet could actually. I think he might be.
I'm down for that.
So we're doing Aspas and Kesnet.
Wait.
Okay.
I might be.
Aspas and Kesnet. Survey says.
Oh, it's true. It's true. I forgot.
Wow. And just saying, if you guys get more answers wrong, you're fired. All right. Next up. Let's take a look at the assists. All right, so we know that Bang has the most assists at 989. Who has more all-time assist leaderboard, by the way?
So hard.
What are you thinking?
Valen?
I'm thinking.
If Trent's got to be up there, right?
Maybe like an Ethan. No?
Maybe
like an Ethan.
2023, but I don't know if he kept it up, you know? With the assist.
Okay, well, who do we got?
So we're thinking.
Analysts analyzing.
I'm down for Valen. I just feel like he could be.
Oh yeah, Valen.
Trent as well.
Trent? Oh wait, yeah. Hold on.
Clock's ticking, team.
Our producer's rushing us.
Yeah, our producer just said 2 minutes. So, you know, look at the top of the screen.
Well, maybe you should have made it so hard.
Which of the G2 ones do you think?
I'm down for Trent.
I'm down for
mentioned
Trent.
Trent.
Okay, so Trent and Valen?
No. No. There's no way.
Give me a name. Give me a name.
You know why? Let's go for that because I can't.
All right, Trent and Valen. Survey says. Who is it? Mazzino! Wow, look at you.
Yeah, we're
fraud,
doing.
LATAM fraud over here. Oh, here holding it down for the region. Oh, I know everything about LATAM. And meanwhile, look at you.
Wait,
all right.
Okay, wait, we got a G2. Like, we were close.
Aces. All-time ace leaderboard. Oxy's at 6.
Okay, never mind.
All-time aces.
No, surely Mata's up there now.
Aspas.
He got like 3 the other day.
Aspas has to be up there.
Aspas.
Is Aspas 1 or 2?
Mata
got
has
like 3 the other, like literally in one day.
I think Mata has
like surely he doubled
5 this whole year.
He might be below
all time.
Oxy.
All time.
All time. So I'm going to say
Oxy only has 6 and Mata got...
Jogamo.
I don't know if he has that many.
I didn't realize you were an analyst.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Wow. Okay. Here I am, just a fleshy meat bag who throws a commercial break. Don't take my opinion.
Okay.
Second. Aspas second.
Aspas. Oh, Aspas second. Actually,
Okay,
is a pretty
yeah.
one. I can get on board with that. All right. And we got.
You guys are so smart.
We haven't got
Curious.
We've got nothing.
Mata got 8.
Oh my God!
Oh my
you
word.
were right. You were right.
Mata, you beast.
What is this? What is this?
Okay.
You're so right. I was like, he has 6.
You're the analyst. You're supposed to be analyzing. Okay, unbelievable. No, honestly, that is impressive
That's
as hell.
the only one I got right, by the way.
Yeah, that is. Well, folks, there you have it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We'll do this again sometime. But, folks, we got a great day in store for each and every one of you. G2 and Furia are ready to take the stage. Let's go ahead and close out Week 4 of VCT Americas in style, because the show starts right now.
Match against Furia. We've recently scrimmed them, and there was like a famous screenshot where they're up 14-5. So heading into this game, I'm expecting them to keep up that that scoreline. So they're looking scary to us right now.
Rattles off, Verso will fall. 2E's a little labored, but finally finds its mark. And Paula dashing forward, stunts connect. The spray does too.
I think they're always in the same page. They're taking decisions together. They know like how to switch the pace.
This was a 4v2 that is now on equal footing. Still a ton of work to do though. Can Nature pull this off on his own? A reposition from the defense, they both swing him.
About BBB, I used to watch him a lot in FaZe Clan. for me, he's a good player. He was a good operator.
We feel unstoppable right now, even with Baby Bay. He's helped us improve a lot, so going into Furia match, it should be a clean win. I won't say easy because, you know, like I said, they kind of handled us in practice a few times, so yeah, I'm looking forward to playing them.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Welcome to the stage, Furia!
Welcome to the stage, Shaw, as well. First time going to the VCT Americas stage as the coach. The team so far has been playing without a coach, no timeouts, not much support behind the scenes. But now, for the first time, things can be different for them, and we're hoping that converts into a little bit more success for the squad.
We saw them have those glimpses of successes last week, and I think we've seen them in general just be a little bit more happier, a little more aura on the team, making sure they can keep those vibes up and keeping that motivation up, because they really need it in this game.
Yeah, and a big piece of that is going to be placed onto the shoulders of their coach, Coach Shaw, who is now with the squad and will be able to lead the team here in their matchup against a very game G2. Speaking of, let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. It's G2 Esports.
This team has so much to prove again. They're playing with this sub. They're trying to get kind of the gears rolling and showing that they still hold that #1 spot that they did last year. But again, this team, they're looking really good. It's going to be some tough opponents for Furia.
They have been looking good. The only difficulty that they've had as of recent in Stage 2 has been that map of Corrode. So we're going to see if there's going to be a chance that they can fix those mistakes, see that map today. But I think overall, it's a team that has been strong the entire year, and that should be the expectation for this match against Furia too. But Furia, to be fair, they have nothing to lose, so it's a different story there.
Yeah, that's very true. One thing I will say about the Corrode thing is that I think for them, they're in a really unique situation because they came into the stage with, you know, pretty much all good. They were chilling, right? They didn't have to worry about all that much.
Yeah.
So they could just keep playing Corrode, keep kind of game planning, a strategy on. Speaking of, that is going to be our first map. Then we have Ascend, and if necessary, we take a trip to Sunny Sunset.
I think it makes sense for Furia to pick Corrode because this is the map that they won just last week to 2G. They won to 2G. And they looked okay. Like, I think this map, you felt them get a little bit silly with it, which I really liked. And I feel like they had a lot of good cohesion. I feel like the comp community wasn't it, but I feel like you have a lot more to say about that.
The Sage was interesting. That's a way to say it. I feel like it can bring some value.
Tell me how you really feel.
How I really feel. Right, let's talk about G2. G2 on the other side, they had a couple things to work on. The first time that we saw them play this map was against Sentinels, and they were playing that Rise comp. Then they switched into the Chamber comp with Baby Bay playing it, and it looks great, but I feel like the way that they play this attack site is very slow. They play a lot of 2-2-1s, leaving Jonah P by himself and this Viper towards A side, and he is struggling sometimes to get that space. And if not, then you're gonna have the difficulty of how they're going to take that mid control, because swinging 1-by-1 it was not really working out. So it's those little mistakes that you know G2 are able to fix really fast.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like Furia, they have a lot of homework that they could have studied on G2 too, because they could have just watched a lot of the VODs. They could have seen the kind of holes in their gameplay and seen those mistakes, and they could capitalize off it. Because I mean, for Furia, they only have like the one map that they could watch. G2 can watch that one map and see kind of how it plays out, and if they change comps or if they keep this safe.
Is the map figured out yet, do you think, Corrode?
No, I think like the core of the Viper and the Vice.
That part's
maybe
been
a
figured
Fade
out.
or a Sova is definitely figured out, but.
Yeah, interesting. I'm curious, because, you know, I feel like a lot of the team is still kind of working around things. And look at that, Dan, your favorite agent. Oh, hot damn, it's Sage.
I really didn't like the Sage. It's not specifically because of Urango or anything else. It's just the Sage doesn't bring as much value as the Vice or even the Chamber does for me. I feel like Chamber can be great, and you want to take, I feel like for Chamber, the way that Cryo played it for 100 Thieves, where you take that mid control is great, but for G2 is going to be a different story. If you want to have that one condition for Furia, I feel like it's going to be taking that mid control early on, because G2, they take their time to do so.
Eat your words, Daniel Dry.
Wait, what's going on?
Your
Look
hair
at that.
is blue for Sage, no?
Yeah.
For Sage!
I'm dead. And the Waylay.
I don't know what to think. The Waylay, a couple regions have been playing it.
Yeah.
You know, it's nothing new.
I think it can get, the problem with Waylay is you play it, it's really quick, you can get really good mid control, but it can be adapted to really quick.
Hey, I'm here for it all. I'm down. So let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Send it over to your casters to start the day. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gordon Boy. Yeah, G2 up against Furia, a match that everybody had starred on their calendar at the very beginning of the year, and I automatically want to take a look at the comp changes, Christy, because I look at this change, and what I see is Josh got pissed that Baby Bay got diffed the last time he played Chamber, and he was like, we got to change the plan, and honestly, brilliant out of him.
It's been a month. This guy's still salty about Baby Bay leaving him. It's crazy. But honestly, the comp change-up is a little bit wild. A mirror Sage to begin with. And of course, Jaw on that Waylay is a choice to be sure. We'll see how it pays off. It is time for the Samsung match start. You can load up fast the Samsung SSDs. But we'll certainly be keeping our eye on Baby Bay 2 here with the agent swap.
G2 will start on the attacking side, very proficient in their pistols, as has really been the case in every other facet of the game for G2. Turns out they're pretty freaking good.
Yeah, they're not bad.
At Valorant, and Furia has had their woes, but, you know, maybe the coach can make a difference, being on site, change some of the protocols on how they approach these pivotal rounds.
The last time Furia played this map, A-site was a problem. Marengo so often left alone here on this side. That'll be similar here on the pistol round, but Furia are in position to quickly rotate back in through A-Link and assist.
Yeah, 2Easy is going to be close by. It is where all of the attention is currently forced. That wall reinforced, and now they're going to have to sit back and watch it for just a bit. Paranoia on its mark. You mentioned how difficult it was for him to be sitting here, and that's already Jogamo getting 2 kills with the Frenzy fully flashed up. And the tether to keep them right in their place. G2 in a very comfortable position.
Man.
Oh boy. Okay. Trent. Great start.
It's tough because, well, now you're looking at the other Sage wall. See G2 in post plants. They take a site. It is so hard to break past through that wall, but I kind of liked the approach from Furia even in that round. They gave up elbow, had the wall for that. 3 players are flooding in from yard with a Paranoia behind.
And then Jogamo.
And then Jogamo just runs in, blinded, kills a couple of people. It doesn't quite matter.
Right. Jonah getting bested at the hands of Heat. Now down to 45 HP, left in that 1v3 as the spike ticks away. This is an inevitability.
Yeah, Valen takes him down for the last kill there. So we're going to continue tracking. Already in the pistol, G2 have said, hey, we watched the VOD. We know A-site's a problem. It still looks like a problem. And now the test for Furia is what are going to be the changes they can bring in. And I think even in that match last time, once they shifted to playing Orengo to play into the mid space earlier on, I think things looked a little bit better for them.
Hey,
but these...
Yo, throw me the ball, bro.
That's the wrong game, bro. they're not even playing Valorant up there.
No, they're not.
Cover going out.
Heavy investment from G2. A couple Bulldogs, a Vandal as well. And last round they decided to exploit the weaknesses A. Seems like this time they're going to do it on B.
Yeah, prove they can win everywhere. And also just keep farming up these orbs for Jaw, it appears.
Heat takes a bit of a step back. They've actually gone exploring a bit.
Yeah, there's a lot to explore, because right now Fury have 4 people in mid. They're just hanging out. I don't really see the vision, seeing as G2 aren't actually sending anyone into mid. Baby Bay actually on that lurk over towards the A side with just a pistol in hand.
The rotations will arrive on time, though. The smokes are already out.
Yeah, but G2 aren't going to commit in here. Again, look at Baby Bay's position, lurking up into A. Even if he were to die, he's got a ghost in hand, so nothing to be lost there.
Very quick thinking there as they creep up into elbow.
Yeah,
and they're going to find the site. I mean, yeah.
This is just easy anti-eco protocols here. Expecting Furia to gamble a bit more on the rotate, so one side's going to be very strong, one's going to be weak. They make that presence and then can snap their ankles. You can see Sagewall again goes back over into Link to stop that quick rotate, and the rest of the team can just focus all their attention back into CT once this goes down.
I have an analytical question for you.
Yeah, hit me.
What's the reasoning behind getting the ult orb into Jonah P's hand.
That's why they signed him! This guy's a menace!
Oh, Leaf Poo, man. Leaf Poo. Right, that's an iBuyPower ace. Use hashtag #UnlockYourAce on social media. Follow @iBuyPower on social media. Win free stuff, and that's why he retired as a caster.
Oh man,
just like that. And so
that's the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. How can you not be romantic about Valorant, man?
I don't know.
Lots of threat behind this for Heat.
Let's get out of dodge. Jaw is quick into the site. Basically the same thing as the Neon. So quick on the dive.
Site is now theirs. The dog from mid. 3 behind it, but they're going to be forced back behind the wall.
Yeah, that wall gets mowed down though because Adverso already has the Odin.
Shots out from Heat. Second snap, Jogmo's just better there. 4v4 now. Furia once again will have to solve this retake problem, and with Paula already in Jonah P's lap, situation gets harder. Tui's just on a really nice timing though. Jogmo's got to strike soon if he's going to pull it off. I don't think that will be the case.
Really nice awareness out of Paulo there. Jaw had this reposition up into heaven that could have been a serious issue for Furia, but he turns around on a dime and takes him out. Keeps things steady here in the anti-bonus. That's really what we're looking for Furia. How they can challenge on these different swing rounds, keep themselves in the game. I think already showing some good answers into, you know, the ideas here from G2, right? Obviously, this is a big Odin map already, but the Odin just completely destroys that Sage wall. I think if it's going to be B main fight, actually.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of a smoke into a trap setup. Smoke's already out. Waiting for the cue for the flash, and hey, they're there. You know, there's the paranoia. Paula dashes out.
Good answer back from Valen, though.
Yeah, huge.
And now, actually, Fury are going to go back and re-clear into A main. Baby Bay's waiting here. He could go big.
iBuyPower ace, Baby Bay, by the way. Only gets his 1.
We take those.
4v3 now. The attack in a power position. They're rotating back into mid.
Yeah, and there was just a Sage wall that was put down. That'll go down around 25-second mark. And what this allows Fury to do is lean pretty heavily back over towards the B side. So good on G2 to actually full ignore mid and go back towards A main.
Good night. Fury are taking every single bit of bait of this, aren't they?
But down in numbers, you kind of need to go for options like this. Could have chosen to leave Arengo solo towards A, but again, he's had such a tough time dealing with this space all on his own.
Jogma dashes forward. They will soon find that the site is vacant, and
there's
for
double
the taking.
walls there.
Yep.
Just keep building that one over.
Trent gets a spike now. Jogma does have his ult online. And it'll be roughly 20-odd seconds before Fury even gets to the site.
Yeah, G2 a little bit mindful of their flank right now. Valen's going to be posted up to watch that. The fact that Fury don't have that Odin going through and finding where the Sage wall is going to be a problem for Fury. It makes it much easier for G2 to just focus on one lane. That wall's going to last almost the entire duration of the spike plant from when it went down.
I don't think they're going to go play for the site here, Christy.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No. And so they will save. They're going to carry over 2 rifles and an Odin into the next. Paulo will have his ult online as well. So there's a bit of bite behind this next round for them.
Yeah. We'll see though, because it does look like G2 are guys.
That was I don't think that was part of the plan.
Nope, they thought they were out of range up there back towards attack spawn or defense spawn. We'll cut them some slack. It's all good. It's not like they aren't going to be able to afford a full buy. Oh, wait, they aren't. It'll be mostly fine.
Mostly.
Yeah, it does look like Paula went a little bit too far. He saw the 2 blinded targets, didn't necessarily know that there was anyone behind it. And yeah, thanks for showing us that death at the end. Appreciate that. They literally just thought they were out of range.
It's a Guardian for Paula here. They bought up everything else around it. That was just off of an eye. They're going to flash. Jogma's going to use Zolt. Push the pace all the way out into Versa. No way you're winning out by Paula. Now, with the ult, and no value behind it. 2E's left in a 1v4.
Yeah, you know, for as much as, you know, I was talking about at the start, in Furia's last performance, A-Site was a problem.
Right. And it was.
And it was. Furia are just simply playing a no-Vise comp. So the B-Site, there is literally just going to be the stall of that Viper utility, maybe a Siege from Adverso if you've got that out in hand, but when you're Odining, it takes so long to pull that Odin out. A lot of the time, you just have that gun equipped anyways.
I missed where the eye landed. I'm hoping it was in like an unreachable position that made it almost impossible for Furia to clear.
We can just pretend like it was, even if it wasn't.
Right. Fast towards A here. Viper wall immediately goes up. No interest in exploring the middle of the map immediately.
And now the look over towards A. So again, Furia's ideas for Rango to put this wall over into elbow. He's actually boosted on top of it this time, but it still will get broken down. Furia already have 4 players ready to react.
Does he get a, well, no. Doesn't even get a chance at the play.
He's actually the hero rifle for the team too.
They've got him seized. They know where he is. Still not being swung yet.
Yeah, I almost wish he was challenging a bit more with the gun.
Yes, I am too. Paranoia is going to connect. And Valen will get dealt with. That Singer causing some problems here. Still that rifle in hand for the defense as a spike. Now making its way out towards A. They're slowly taking away every single semblance of control that Furia might have had.
Spike planted.
That rifle will get one.
Last player standing.
And it's all back on that rifle. 1v3.
It's crazy. He's the last one alive here.
Has to force to take these swings. Dre gets 3 on the round as G2 gets a 5.
I think G2 just ran some circles around Durango because the last time they attacked into A, they went so heavily into elbow and then breached through his wall. He kept hanging out into elbow, expecting that to be the same idea.
Right.
So in reality, he's actually never finding a fight because this time G2 pivoted out of elbow after showing the early presence of breaking the wall to go cut in back through yard. So even though he's the first one on the site, he's the last one to take a fight. And it's because G2 are just playing mind games with him.
Yeah, the mind games help. Baby Bay being 11-2 certainly helps.
He's not 11-2.
He is 11-2.
Oh, he's 11-2.
I mean, we don't need to call out that half of his kills were eco frags. I'm just saying.
Less than half. 5 ecos, 6 honest kills. Yeah.
Good old-fashioned honest Valorant. You got Furia calling a timeout here. Down 4 rounds early on. What sort of success have you seen on the Furia side that they can build upon?
Well, I haven't seen it in this game, but the last time they played Corrode, again, the pivot came when Arango stopped playing solo A and he started supplementing into the mid fight. Then it ended up being 2Es more on the forward A line, but often playing a little bit more passively, giving up yard. What I'm concerned about is maybe Arango going for that wall play in A main, especially if Arango's playing on his own because he has the Sage ult now. When you have the Sage res, you never want to be playing the Sage on like a forward contact line.
Sure.
Because then you just never really get to access it.
It does not look like it's a wall play, but the slow early on.
Slow orb plus that Omen smoke and then a reposition towards mid with 4 players ready to fight and spam off a haunt.
Furia have been very heavily playing around the middle of the map over these last 6 rounds, and the 7th one is no different. Big kill out from Paula. Very nicely done, though, on the other side. G2. Wow. Bolster the fight, and they walk away on top.
That wall comes out, but it's as Arango falls down. And again, that's the right approach. You kind of want to do a little bit more death ball ideas when you have the Sage res, bully your way through, but G2 are just better on every single trade. Reswinging back into those lines, Furia just didn't expect it.
Now wall goes up, the spike will go down. And Heat is left to solve a 1v3.
You know, if Baby Bay steps it up, he might be able to get onto the ace leaderboard today. The all-time? What, Oxy's got 6? Babyface got 1?
1. Mata had 3 in a map, and so it's not impossible.
Let's see some numbers.
Heat is just going to try to hang on to this rifle, carry it into the next round. So G2 will get to 6. Remember, a timeout has already been used at the hands of Furia. This is their map pick as well.
Yeah, and you know, they're coming into this seeing G2 lose on Corrode 2 times. They're thinking, hey, we won this map in OT. This is probably a good look for us, but hasn't quite been the case. Now, Heat getting that kill is a big deal. He just unlocked Viper's Pit off of that. I can walk down this B side a little bit more effectively, I think, than just the straight up wall he's been playing with.
Which was some of the struggles that you were talking about earlier. The fact that you're not running a Vice and how starved you are for some of that stall and delay utility, yeah.
Man. Played these fights really nicely. Trent too. You can see like when they're re-swinging into the angle.
I'm not gonna give it to him.
Yeah, don't do it.
Give it to him.
You re-swing into a line like that, you don't want to overcommit, and two are just calm enough.
What's he gonna do there?
Hey, Jonah P going for a little boost here. We actually saw Rango do this with Furia's attack last time they played the map.
Oh, there's a little bit more behind this. Oh, Paula gets spammed. He was in such a good spot.
Mid-fight not going so well, although it is smokes out. Makes it a little harder to breach through these sites.
A little.
Although I'd say Corrode is a map where you can sometimes get away with smokes falling down early.
Agreed.
A lot of close corridors fights that you're going to be taking a lot of contact before the smokes even go down.
Right.
It's less of a concern.
Plenty of room to scale.
Yeah, and ultimately, G2 are probably just going to regroup and end up using the Nightfall to get into a site. And it appears to be a B split. So 2 players coming in through main, 2 coming in through mid. We'll use the blood trail on the ground from the Nightfall to figure out exactly where Heat's going to be in this close corner.
30 seconds
Not
left.
only Heat, but then also finding Adverso. Yeah, both tagged.
Well, reposition from Tui's.
Yeah, Trent
canceled.
Trent didn't have any dogs to follow up behind it. Heat holds the line on the first. Jogamo falls. Still 3v3 here, 13 seconds left. As Adverso is trying to play spoiler. He's done well to get them this far. A numbers advantage for the defense. Jonah.
So awkward. With a res now in mid too.
Jonah switched over to a rifle, so he doesn't have to figure this out with an op. Oh, and he's in position. He's in a really nice spot. Patient. Oh, he turns, still gets his 1. But Trent gets 2. It's a 1v1 now. And Adverso has 12 HP. That was a 4v2 that G2 just converted.
Very impressive play out of Trent. But I actually have to commend G2's approach to the site hit because they used that Nightfall, right? And immediately Tui's is ulting over onto B site from A to respawn to get 3 players on that site.
Right.
But instead of sprinting out behind the Nightfall and immediately taking those fights, G2 were walking the entire time. So the immediate counter of the ult comes in, but then when the Furia players are saying we don't see anyone on site, all of a sudden it looks like a fade ult fake.
Sure.
So he cancels the ultimate, and then G2 have 4 players on the screen.
And 7 rounds on the board. The pit invested on A. That was a pit you were talking about in the previous round.
Yeah, Furia unfortunately couldn't convert that late round. It was a half buy from them, but narrowly one that could have been theirs. If this mid fight has any more luck for Furia. First one, the little boost, but you can't stick out on those lines for very long.
It's a dangerous game to play.
Rango has repositioned over to B, so that's a Sage wall in B main for the first time. I think G2 may have heard that, walking up to break that down. They know when these walls go into mains, all of a sudden 4 players in mid, because they have the Viper's Pit in A, the wall in B.
And literally, they can just wait it out and then accelerate. You're not going to have enough rotations coming through. Baby is able to hold the line on the initial flank.
And now that exit comes into B. Jonah P is lurking through mid to maybe even go for a late res onto Baby Bay.
Dogmo not able to get up onto Heaven. There's Jonah getting the pick mid.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Once again, G2 in an advantageous position.
Not ready yet.
4 players through spawn? Really?
Not a ton of diversity behind this one. Flash there, Valen can hold the line.
It's a save. There's just no way to get back in. These post plants are so brutal. The combination of just permanently cycling Viper Orb in a choke point, the Sage Wall going down, plus you're down in numbers with no control over the mid space. Yeah, you don't want to play that round.
Well, let me poke at that a little bit more here,
try
because you are down 7-1 on your map pick. At what point do you decide? It wasn't like a 5v2 either. It was a 3v4. At what point do you decide, all right, we gotta try to get something going here, kind of roll the die a little bit and see if you can convert?
I think they needed to decide it about 20 seconds before they started walking 3 through CT. They needed at least one player in mid. The problem is Jonah P gets that pick from bot mid, and they all run away.
Right.
Like he's just Thanos. They don't want to go anywhere near him.
Right.
But that just puts you into a fully lost position. And at some point, you have to have a little bit more courage, I think, to take those fights. A little more gusto, you know? Get back into the space, but that's also a hard thing to do when you're just getting out-aimed in every single 50-50.
So those individual gunfights really haven't gone their way. A little trepidation from the defensive side, and that will draw the second and last timeout from Furia.
At least they've got Shaw in the booth now. So he's got the ability to call these double timeouts, try and fix what's going wrong. Other issues I see for Fury is that, you know, they spent all their big ults in the last couple of rounds. That didn't mean anything for them, so now they can't really rely on that. G2 can continue just playing slow openers if they want and always have the insurance of a Sage Res. They've also proven that the fast hits work, so it's not even like Fury can dial into one thing that G2 are beating them on. And that's the toughest position. That's why a coach has to call it multiple timeouts like this, because there's just so many different things Fury need to be looking into in these rounds. And I think for them, it might just be abandoning a bit of this mid space, holding on to the actual sites more, pushing into mains as a duo in the mid rounds, I think could be an option for them.
Instead, they throw the eye out from B, and then they rotate back mid.
Yeah, I mean, you still at least want to show some presence in mid. I don't know if I love just sticking around here, because G2 haven't even done that much mid fighting, to be honest. Yeah, they've gotten some kills in there, but
I mean, they had one round where they really wanted to fight there, and they slaughtered Furia. So.
Think about the amount of times it's just been in the mid round like this, resetting 3-4 players into B or A main, and then overwhelming a single side anchor. So yeah, Furia make the adjustment. It'll be 3 on B this time. We'll see if G2 bite, because if they bite into A, that A site is incredibly weak.
And they have 4 ults that they can play around, including Trent's Nightfall.
Oh, interesting play from G2. So they put this one-way smoke down onto A, expecting Furia to be rotating through mid. That's where they wanted the fight to come into them. But it's a little bit weird that there's no audio. Now with Baby Bay falling, going into A is pretty tough.
Yeah, you're forced to sit back behind the wall.
But this is exactly what I wanted to see from Furia. Take some of these gambles into the mains in the mid rounds, because it gives so much info to the team.
Chogamo in a position to win out this 1v2 if he can convert. Nightfall will not mark anyone. Patience out of him. Should be able to get away. And he still double dips into that fight.
And he can just sit here. So much pressure being put down. Furia quick on the rotate, though.
Not really able to hold on to the site fight yet as Chogamo gets a second, and now he can try to push forward and relieve some of that pressure. Chogamo with 3. Trent gets the last one onto Paula. Heat's left in 1v2. The TP away. Now you're forced to try to go hunt him down. Do you turn your attention elsewhere?
Got to get the wall first.
They can play so far off of this here. Heat has to make a play. He's got to push short. Snaps onto Chogamo. Trent patient. The haunt tags.
Now he needs half.
Heat on the swing. Didn't get it to half. Beautifully done by Trent, and he gets a kill anyway.
Just looks cruel out of Trent, toying with his meal there. The wide swing to secure the round, too. And it comes after, I think, Furia, out of that timeout, Shaw came in with the right adjustments. Seemed like they had everything, you know? Later wall into mid. They go for this A main control later into the round where they do take down Baby Bay.
Right, they get that pick.
The issue is they never got Jogamo. That double swing into main didn't connect onto him. And then he's just a permanent thorn in their back.
Yeah. I mean, one of the best players that Americas has to offer. Delivers once more. Now TPing straight out onto the site. That stinger at close distance will hurt.
One of the best, eh?
Baby swinging out behind the wall. Heat into position. You get a little bit more value, and he does. As Paula pops his ult too. Trent's left in 1v4.
You like his odds?
You know, honestly, it's not impossible.
I mean, look, he's got his time, you know? No rush.
He's got plenty of time. You're absolutely right. I'll be back up in 5 seconds. And plenty of room to work with. Meanwhile, Furia not moving, B.
They're not going to let this round slip away. Take no chances, offer no 1v1s. Be a pack, a hound of wolves.
30 seconds left.
Someone in the crowd just promised 50 gifted if Trent can pull this off, so
I hope he heard that.
All of a sudden, we're notably more invested than we were.
Yeah, now this game has stakes. 50 on the line for Trent. How is he gonna play it?
Make sure production finds out who that was, by the way. Can't hide in the crowd forever.
You better not be lying.
Trent will have a shot at this, too. Manages to get the spike down.
I've got a bad feeling, Doug.
No, no, no.
I got a bad feeling.
Oh, he's smirking. Spots one, doesn't shoot. The wall goes up. A second one there. Now position given away. Faces into one. And your wallet is saved, brother.
That's a lot there. A little thrifty for Furia, thrifty for the crowd.
Last round in the half.
Hold on to every penny. I want to see this fight over into main, too, because, yeah, Jaw flies in here, and to be fair, G2 have usually seen one player playing backside when they've just done these B rushes, but it has been Fury's adjustment after the timeout.
Dude, low-key.
I mean, I'm saying, I had a bad feeling.
Yeah, we all believed there was a world. Into the last round of the half we go. Furia trying to force all sorts of dark magic on this and get to a third.
I want to see Jonah P use his res once this half. That would be nice.
Well, they haven't died very much.
That's true.
So they're going to try to accelerate towards A, and I, a flash. Some of the defense is starting to rotate over. Paula, the key ingredient in this, in a position to make a play. Remember the value he had in his ult in the previous round? He will be the tip of the spear. He will be the first line of defense. They're not really thinking twice about this. They do want to go for it. That wall has to be cleared first. Now, Dre using his pit, making the site so much more messy. It already feels claustrophobic. It already feels tight.
And Tuiz is up on top of that wall.
It's just gotten worse. Jonah waiting for the flank. I wonder if they're thinking it's a fake.
He got pinged by that?
Off the wall. Jogamo and Valid open the site wide open, but there's still a play at this. The res comes back online. You got what you asked for. Heat's going to show up late into a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
How does that haunt go off?
Spike planted.
Take them!
Oh, insult to injury there.
And how many times have we seen this?
Oh, it's still
Heat
got
alive
him.
and a 1-on-3 and a 1-on-4.
Bro, it's still got him.
Yeah.
Again, no dog for Trent or anything like that to hunt him down.
Poison orb emitting.
But Heat will require a miracle.
That's just been too clinical from G2, taking their time even to get on the site. In the post plant, not taking any risks.
Poison's off.
I mean, we can talk about that here in a second. Heat still has a chance to make a play. He's dealt with one.
There's no time, Doug.
No, there's not. I think often astounded. Hey, he got his. but G2 gets a 10. Often astounded by how well G2 plays some of those small moments. How often do you see teams in that position lack the discipline to stall, to freeze, and then to re-hit?
Exactly. You're in a full-on 5A hit. You don't have a lurk to go back into.
Right.
A lot of teams, like you're saying, would just force it through, but they wait it out. They wait for this pit to go down, for the util refresh out of the fade, and work their way in beautifully.
Holy stats.
A little frustration outside of the side of Fury, excuse me. G2 up 10-2 at half. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
A tremendous performance out of G2 as they take a 10-2 lead into halftime. Doug, with me is Christy on the call, and it's been near perfection for G2 with Baby Bay top fragging at 14-7. Furia with the addition of their coach, now on site, now on the stage, still seems to struggle with a lot of the same lows.
I would say that second timeout, I really liked the ideas that Shaw brought in to just how Fury were playing their macro. They got a round win, but it just is not enough. Even if the macro is going to be coming together late in the day to beat this G2 team.
Turns out
brilliant synergy.
Turns out they're human.
Yeah, I think we knew that. You know, they're both playing these agents for the first time on the VCT stage in this comp on this map. A lot of disclaimers there. This guy is cheating. This guy is cheating.
Listen, he made up for the orb thing. Forget it.
Well, he was just baiting. He was trying to imply that he was incapable before just taking Paula's head off.
Furia trying to increase the pace towards A. Well,
are they holding shift?
Okay, well, listen.
I mean, I guess even shift walking is better than standing still.
Right.
It's quicker.
And Trent tries to get back across, takes a fair amount of damage on the way back.
Oh, G2 are already on the move, though.
Oh, the flash is so good. Oh, dear. The shots were not, but they've stalled him out for a little bit. Now they've got him corralled and controlled.
Again, Doug, the missed shots are all part of a grander strategy. This illusion that, oh no, we don't remember how to play. Boom, everyone else shows up.
You think they've been running on scrims? Part of the game plan?
Well, I heard that Valen wasn't in scrims, so that's why he missed his shots.
G2 get to 11. We'll take a look at that one more time.
Ah, yes. That makes sense.
And the crunch in for mid was beautifully timed. It was perfect. I think, again, the flash.
Jonah, bro. Let's go. I know you were just spectator, but, like, still, bro.
All right, he's getting too comfortable.
Yeah, I don't like this.
He's getting a little too comfortable. Again, a fight, this time outside of A main. 2East gets lit up. The Stingers on the side of G2 seem to be better than the Stingers on the side of Furia.
Yeah, Furia in a position where you have to go for the buy. But Valen's ratting it out.
As he does.
Spike down A.
And again, this crunch is coming in so fast. Dude, Furia stall out a little bit, and then the walls just close in.
Oh dear. Waylay doing Waylay things. Just a scouting double dash.
It's the new Sova dart. G2 get to map point.
Giacomo really is the best Sova dart in the game. You know, on Waylay he plays Sova dart. On Yoru he plays Sova drone. I want to see him actually just bust out the Sova at some point. He's got to be the best in the business.
Yeah, maybe they'll do it on Ascent. Why not?
Yeah, it's not like you have the best Sova in the world to draft. Why'd you want him playing the agent?
Yeah.
I know Yinsu's already in my DMs. Chronicle! And she's right.
Plenty of reasons to smile for G2 as they get to map point. Early flash to push Fury off the line. All right, there might be a little threat here for Valen. Nope, never mind. G2 seem to have everything considered. Look at how fast Jonah P's up already.
Yeah, this is just disrespectful. Just walking through mains, full limit testing, and pinching down into Furia.
And the thing is, until they get punished.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Well, when Leaf comes back, maybe Baby Bay just jumps over to Jonah's
Chill, bro. That was toxic. Jonah, when you watched the VOD, I had nothing to do with that. That was all Ender.
Hey, I saw Baby Bay playing Sage and Ranked, okay?
Well, he might get dropped too after that. 3v3 now. G2 with a bit of an advantage. They've got a Bulldog and a Guardian as they attempt this retake to close the map out and take us to Ascent. First to smoke, the dash out from Jogamo. Beautifully played.
Okay.
Jogamo just stomps on him. Valen gets a second. That's all three for the Duelist and the map for G2. 13-2. Don't know that that map was ever really in question.
No. Unfortunately, that scoreline is something Fury are starting to get used to. G2 come in and crush. Baby Babe playing up the crowd as well.
You got an ace.
Yeah, can we talk about the round 2 ace where he just, with the ghost, 5 people in a line?
Well, that should tell you everything you need to know about the first map in case you missed it. G2 win 13-2. Jogamo and Baby Bay top frag for one of the best teams that the world has to offer. Yeah.
Baby Bay 18-8 to close out. Here's the round. Oh, man. Incredible. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, there really was. There were very few things that G2 did wrong, and lots for Fury to talk about. Back behind the stage on their map pick, Ascent on the other side of this break, and an opportunity to redeem themselves after that stop. We'll see you guys there.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me school. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Ele acelera, vamos ver o bala na resposta, mais uma jogada sensacional dele. O LG tá miando, acaba em pouco, o para
One enemy
Just Derek
remaining.
now. Crispy out from Jonah P is a flawless round.
Ventily now standing by here with Josh RT from G2. I mean, coach, this was, again, G2 looking dominant on Corrode. But let's go with the low-hanging fruit. New composition coming through, but mainly around Sage. The desk was talking about that they didn't really like the Sage too much, but outside of Furia and maybe 2 teams in APAC, you decide to choose it. So what's the philosophy what Sage brings to Corrode?
Well, first of all, like, we're just experimenting with different comp archetypes, and we figure, like, why not try the Sage? To me, it's like almost synonymous to like deadlock comps that I've seen over at APAC. We figured like we can throw in a little wrinkle with the Waylay as a new variation of this, and we just wanted to try it out.
Does that mean we're going to see something crazy from G2 and Ascent 2?
No, that's our bread and butter, man. We just got to close it out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Josh. Good luck.
See, now I'm just salty that doesn't mean we're going to get like a Waylay insta-lock on map 2, you know? I mean, come on, man. You could have done something. All right, but of course, though, that was a dominating showing from G2 Esports, taking down the boys in Furia 13-2, but we started things off. We got to do it. They were chanting his name at the end of the game. We got to talk about our boy Baby Bay with a wild way to start off on the pistol. Round 2, Spike goes down. Baby Bay, hey guys, I'm just going to post. Actually, let me do it. Yo guys, I'm just going to post up over here. He crouch down. Oh, yo, this is Cap. Oh my God, what? That's crazy. That's what it sounded like.
I feel like Dre, he had dreams about this moment. He had dreams about this. Every time we've interviewed him about his performance since he joined G2, he was like, I just want to have my big match. I just want to have my big moment. And I feel like that's exactly what he got. That goes A's must be nice. And the team would look very, very clean.
We're chanting his name coming out of the venue.
True.
That was so fun.
And following up, I mean, I think overall he just had a pretty good map. I mean, you mentioned this actually earlier in the green room. We were talking about how he played 3 different agents on this map so far, and now on this Viper, he's had his best performance yet.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance, and playing Vice, Chamber, and now this time around Viper was really interesting too, because you see the macro that G2 were playing on this map, and it doesn't really change as much, even though the composition is very different, obviously, with that Waylay and the Sage. They're playing the idea very similar, where this time around, instead of Jonah P on the Viper, it was Baby towards the A side. Then you have a little bit more mid control with that Waylay and the Sage, whether it was with the wall or just with the bodies kind of trying to wait and bait to what Furia wanted to do in the defense. And it's just the little things that, even though it was not a massive change, it worked out to get the score that they did.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the positioning and the pathing for the Waylay worked out really well too, because Jog did end up getting a lot of those kills at the beginning. He had 5 first kills. It just worked out really well for them. But yeah, I think this comp, for being kind of like a tester fill comp that they're trying, they actually looked pretty good on it. I mean, we saw that Jonah P with the operator at some point on his Stage wall mid, trying to get those picks. They're really, really experimenting, and I think it just went well.
I don't know if they're going to do the same thing for playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
But I'm happy that they got to work on the attack side a lot more. I feel like that was something that they needed to work on, and it just worked out well with how passive they were. The Sage just holding with the operator, but them just kind of waiting around, getting to get that first kill, and then opening up that space towards that B side. They were playing it so well, and again, it doesn't change too much of that macro that we saw with the previous composition.
And look, I mean, when it's all said and done, right, G2 is right now playing with house money. You know, they can kind of do what they want to do.
Yeah, they're fine.
And they're fine. And that's why you're hearing Coach Josh RT say, yeah, well, we're experimenting with some things. We have some ideas. We want to try out some new stuff. It's refreshing to hear that from a coach, but of course the position they find themselves in is quite nice. Yeah. But on the other side, maybe not so much. Let's actually go ahead and check in with Coach Shaw for the first time as we get ready for map 2.
Ventily sitting by here with Coach Shaw of Furia. Now, Coach, I know you come in with a preparation, a certain way that you want to play against G2, but G2 comes out with a whole different composition, and it looked very difficult there. How difficult for you as a coach and as a team to adapt into this game and try to stay into it, and how do you bring this into the next map?
Eu acredito que, mesmo a gente conhecendo o potencial do agente, isso acaba surpreendendo muito dentro do stage, porque a Waylay ela proporciona você tomar muito risco sem que você perca as suas peças. Então acho que isso dificultou bastante a nossa vida em questão de como a gente se adaptava em relação a isso.
Yeah, even though we know the characters of the agents, it's really hard to deal with them when the time comes, right? Like Waylay allows for a lot of aggressiveness and without not losing a lot, so that is hard to deal with.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for the second map.
All right, everyone, we're going to find out what happens in map 2 in just a little bit, and Dan has to tie her shoe. We'll be right back.
Well, for Furia, a chance to increase the competition with the change in composition. As we turn our attention over to Ascent, maybe they bust out a little something special to keep us on our toes. Christy, Are you expecting something different? A little flavorful, a little sabroso, perhaps?
I mean, well, you asked the question a little bit too slow, Doug, because the comp's already up there. Okay, so he will be playing the chamber.
I can't win with you.
You just can't win. Speed it up, okay? Get a little snappy. Have some pep in your step. Jeez. No, Fury had been playing the Deadlock Cypher. So still sticking to double Senti, but just ripping off a bit of what G2 have been doing with the chamber. I respect it, you know, meet fire with fire. Wyatt is like the #1 chamber fan, so I'm sure he's thrilled to watch this game.
We'll get plenty of that on both sides of the stage. Heat on the chamber, and again, top fragging Baby Bay on the other side, on the chamber himself.
Do you think that, because Baby Bay obviously he got taken off of the chamber on map 1.
Yep.
Do we think the plan coming into the week was he's just off chamber, he's being punished, and then because he got the ace and top frag and everything, they're like, okay, you can play chamber again. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, very well could be the case. I know Josh, as a coach, he's very conditional in his affections. Either you perform and you're out.
I mean, we saw that this week. You know, he tweets and he's like, hey, let's vote. Should I put in Leaf? Should I put in Baby Bay? Should I put in a third person? I was shocked that over 50% of fans voted for a third person, unnamed.
Yeah.
But apparently Baby Bay won with like 0.6% over Leaf, so that's why he's in here. And that's real, factual.
Right. They are a team of the people. Ascent, map 2 between G2 and Furia. We talked again about just how good G2 have been on pistols. I mean, a borderline perfect record. Meanwhile, for Furia, that's really where their woes begin. And so perhaps now that they're running the chamber and they're running the comp that they can find a little bit of wrinkle in this.
Doug, do you think a C- is borderline perfect? Is that all you were going for, 72%?
For me, yes.
You take those? Okay, I respect that. I respect that. Double down.
We'll see what the setup is here for Furia. They got the chamber trip across the middle of the map, a flash, and a lot of ice utility B as well.
That paranoia left for a second, though. Right when it looked like G2 were going to bite into the space.
Paula has a flash and has a TP out, so you can get his and then leave if he plays it perfectly, if the timing is right, or he can just overstay and die.
Yeah, the trick is getting yours first, then TPing out. Right. Tui's has it.
Jogamo. What?
Not the slow into the shock dart.
Trent trading back, though. Very nicely done. Rango's going to get one of his own. A 2v2 here. Valen weak. And the defenses are already here. Verso had light armor up until then.
Last player standing.
There's Trent once again.
Trent with a clinic utility. His dart pings, he gets value damage out of both shocks and the shots connecting.
Kind of insane. You were just saying he's one of the best Sovas in the world, and well, there you go. Yeah. What can Heat do here? Has 4 headhunter bullets. Perched up in heaven. No real way to get back down onto the site easily.
Oh, scroll wheel jumper.
Trent with 3, another pistol for G2.
Vintage Trent Ascent round. You'll love to see it.
3-0 for the Sova, 2-0 for the Omen.
And that came after a really nice initial hold from Tui's. Again, the fact he finds 2 kills in this position was crazy. And I think he gets more if not for that shock dart coming down in.
I agree.
Nice. Good job, boys. Hey, good shit. Good shit. Good shit.
Top 10 things Baby Bay couldn't say when he was sitting up here with the headset on.
No investment for Fury here. G2 trampling towards A. And no real, no resistance will be there whatsoever.
And Tui's just ratting it up in the smoke, hoping someone would walk into him. But could very easily turn into a 5-die to spike type round.
I love those.
They're the best because you get to just hang out for 40 seconds. You already know the result of everything.
All right, talk to me about this comp on defense. If for it to execute in a way to keep this competitive at half, what do you need to see Furia do here?
I think the main thing about this comp is that you have so much threat from solo players. Not really in a guy like Valen typically, but some nice shots out of Furia. But really, your Chamber and Yoru just need to be challenging extensively. You know, whether that's through mains or sneaking into Oppo Rosa.
This is now a 1v2.
Yeah, there's just no time, though. So they will end up dying to spike, not even trying to survive with those guns. They can get better ones.
How do I get away with
the Red Bull clutch for Baby Bay! He has been so lights out for this team.
Yeah, I mean, nonstop. Way to deliver when G2 needed it most. Right, currently sitting at 0-1. 0-1, but still hits the Red Bull clutch.
I mean, he just knows how to play the time there.
What a beautiful game.
Just excellent game knowledge.
Dude, we hit the replay too. That's so good.
the office pan over. Now if he looks to camera, it's Jim Halpert.
Right, so again, this defensive comp, talking about needing to win some of these fights on extremities.
Yeah, but this is what I'm kind of talking about, like even challenging into the mid space, because you can walk out a lot further than a jet and TP away instead of using that dash. You can get really aggressive mid walks. Always try to catch the other team lacking a bit in their approach, which is something you can do when you look at the other side, and there's a little bit less scouting options. You know, it's mirror comps. It's just going to be the Sova for the most part, and then your line of sight. You don't have the same tools as you would with KO knives and whatnot to get a little extra early info. The problem is, I don't think ever your Vise should be the one just raw challenging B main when there is a wall there and there's thorns there. I don't see how that's the look.
I think I'd rather you describe it as dry, but that's just me. A speed up towards B. Rongo's playing backside by himself. Heat. Yep, that's a clone. Don't shoot that. Connects onto Baby Bay. A little bit more work to be done though. 2v4. The spike will go down.
Spike planted.
And they might just call a save.
Yeah, get out of there with the guns. I'm going to take a moment to take the gloves off, because I just don't think that is excusable for Furia. Like, I understand wanting to have forward lines. I think that's very important, right? Especially with this comp. That's how you get your information. But it is that guy on your screen in Heat, and it is Paula's job to do it on the teleport agents, right? And on the weak side of the map where you have the Vise utility set up, that is not the area of the map where you need the forward line.
Get him.
Cover going out.
And it's mistakes like these that I think have been plaguing Furia all year long, and it comes for a myriad of reasons. Players changing all the time, games starting to look hopeless, and people thinking they need to be heroes.
Right, forcing plays, yeah.
And now, you know, you come off of a 13-2 loss. It feels devastating out there. You have a rifle, it's time to get yours, but it just isn't.
And so off of that, G2 convert the bonus. Those 2 rifles that we talked about, the aforementioned, will be saved. Will be joined alongside a Stinger and then a couple of pistols too.
Yeah, this B side of the map, you've even got Sova over there. So I want to be seeing them use the Sova a little bit more for that forward info, can fall behind the walls. The big fight for Fury is going to be A main. You've got a Paranoia line ready. You've got both your TP agents fighting up into the A main space. Mid is a bit of a gap, but they can afford to do that as long as they hold on to the extremities. Actually, Paula snapped back over to the B side.
And so now that defense that you were just talking about, the TP fights that they could play around, weakened. At least for now. Heat taking a bit of damage off that shock. Quietly crossing over to the other side.
Cover going out.
They also cleared that trip, so there's a little bit of threat behind this.
Yeah, G2 do this so often. Make a lot of presence, freeze, try to absorb as much info as they can from the other side, expecting that A side to be a little bit more stacked, and they can leave Baby Bay in tree for an eventual peek in. Listen for footsteps, listen for rotates. Unbeknownst to them, though, Paula has snapped back into B with a teleport for the second time on the round.
That fight in tree is big. Smokes go down, and all of a sudden, the map feels a lot easier.
And this time, Adverso playing behind the setup. With 35 seconds left onto the clock, this Vise can stall for a very long time, especially with market door closed. It forces Jonah P to go seeking into mid where Orongo's waiting for him.
I understand that that's where the weakness is on the hold, but of course he turns. Tucked in the smoke for now. Spam trying to connect. Valen will fall first. And they haven't really gotten out onto the site. The spike is still stuck behind the wall in main. That's the round.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster class from G2, to be honest. Yeah, we're not getting 100. Sorry, there's no chance here for Trent. Didn't take enough of a chance maybe into A, and then go into B without breaking the utility early into the round. It was a bit of an issue for them. Still, there were things they were trying to do. Like, it looks like Valen saw that the wall was there, TP'd beyond it, before even breaking the wall. The hope being, oh, with him and Jaw TPing past the wall, they can maybe get everyone in front. Didn't see exactly how Trent got stuck back into main, although I don't think it would have made a difference. Fury just made the right call with Paula's second teleport going into B and playing safely back into sight.
Expecting aggression B main here.
But I do enjoy how Fury are just playing Chamber and Yord together early on. Seek out early fights. This time it's bottom mid.
Jogmo looking for a little bit of space here. Go ahead.
Paula's probably going to snap back into B pretty soon once they realize it's not going to be a mid play, and now with a little bit more pressure onto the Sova.
They're looking for that wall.
Ooh, TP runs out, so he sets up another one.
There's a timing window here for G2.
But that's why the drone comes in at that timing. It's the timing at which the teleport will have run out. So that comes in for the mid re-clear.
So those little things, as far as Furia layering their utility, are working quite well, and Heat seems to be warming up.
Yeah, that's a reason to pick the Chamber over the Cypher. Go take those fights.
He's going to get a shot at a second. Drain TPs away. Jogmo does a bit of the same.
But this time we're breaking the wall. Now Jogmo has to face down two players in market.
He can hold here.
30 seconds.
There's no way he's expecting a second, surely. He still gets away.
That's crazy. He has the timing here as well. Heat's not going to be quick enough.
And so they can fully accelerate towards A. You've got a set of Thorns and a Flash, but it might not matter. The Paranoia is going to connect on the players coming out of tree, but what about the players from main? Smoked off. The side is theirs. He does get his. That's 3. Yeah, he's certainly getting involved and getting active here. A 1v2 now. Bebe TPing away, 18 HP. He would have to ace to secure this round for Furia. And it's Jogmo who puts that fire out.
If ever there was an NT, that was an NT from Heat.
Yeah. I mean, he played that as, maybe misses a timing if we want to get really critical, but other than that.
Yeah, but even then, that's just like by a hair.
Yeah.
G2, I mean, they did run down the clock again, but I think importantly this time around, they run down the clock.
Nice!
It's a 20-second exec, but at around 45 seconds, 50 seconds was when Jogmo went into tree, broke the wall, and teleported out. That is something that was missing back in round 4 when they ran into the Vice site late in the round. They hadn't done any of that successful util clearing and got punished for it. So a good adjustment there from G2. And Fury will have to find some of the same in their timeout.
And so again, for the first time, Furious coach joining the conversation from the arena, which I think for a team that is struggling and kind of looking to find their footing here 4 weeks into the season, or into the stage, excuse me, it can be a bit of a difference as far as morale booster goes.
Yeah, I mean, as far as it's the stage, but it also kind of is the season.
Yeah,
with the roster changes for Furia. Last-ditch attempt here to stay afloat, and when they're looking at the other side, just monster ultimates that G2 have at their disposal. Jogmo with the Dimensional Drift means he's always buying a shotgun, looking to overwhelm some solo side anchors. That'll probably change how Fury approach, and you can change it by either doubling up on sites, bunkering down a little bit more, or playing a very clear strong side, weak side, and playing a little bit more for the retake idea. This time it will be 3 over into A, and the Vi is switching things up. Adverso is on the A site.
Standing ahead.
Across, there's that ult that you mentioned.
Man, that's not a clone. He's just running at him. Cool play from Jogmo. Clears out B main after setting up the teleport. Now sees 2 players on Cat and can go all the way back behind them potentially.
Oh, he's staying in the smoke. Of course he is. They have the site. That's a beautiful pathing job by Jogmo.
And Jogmo are bringing 4 players now to come into mid to clear out tree and set up a flank. But Trent's waiting for them.
Is it Trent time once more?
Sleep, brother.
That's surgical. No hesitation, no flinch. There's no more challenge on the other side. That's 2 for Trent. Oh, 3 fall.
He is so nice.
Turns out you need at least 4 if you want to take him down. Oh, he's going to get a shot at the 4th, isn't he?
Standing ahead.
Swing him.
Found them.
Heat spotted. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jogmo steals the ace.
With the frenzy.
A flawless for G2.
Shameful.
Boy, that was a classic Trent round. I mean, he's had an incredible map so far, but really see a lot of the individual skill out of this kid. And he's been nuts for a very long time.
First that off angle, then choosing those timings to take the swing.
We're stealing aces. I don't have an ace in VCT, and we're stealing aces.
Bro, even Baby Bay has one before you do. That's crazy.
I really hope Trent listens back.
I hope he doesn't, honestly.
Man.
Unfortunately for Fury, though, with how this series has gone, there's a good chance that Trent will get another opportunity. He has that Hunter's Fury. And a lean towards B.
Leaning towards B, but Fury are stacked here with 3 players. That chamber op is going to be all the way back passively towards A heaven. Which I do like the deeper lines Furia have chosen to take versus the reserved approach of G2. Always working down the clock.
They have been incredibly patient. Systematic might be a better way to describe that.
Baby Bay's going hunting for trips and Vi's thorns and whatnot. Didn't connect on any.
And that's something that G2 has forever done well. Play the little parts of the game to near perfection.
Here comes G2 setting up triple swing through the wall.
Just a clone. Once again, the little things well considered.
Adverso down in logs. Gonna be a big spot for him.
30 seconds
Has
left.
the potential to be if they flood out. Paul is gonna get the first. Surely you look down. Oh, he didn't look down. Oh, he didn't look down. Adverso gets 2, 3. All with a classic.
Not ready yet.
Now, there is no one here to steal this ace if Trent
150
manages to pull it off. As Paula cleans it up, Fury get their second.
Let's just keep raising the stakes until he does it.
It's gonna strike one time, and one of you are gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that time, that would have been me. That would have been bad news. Honestly, though, Adverso, the fact he goes uncleared, probably because Paula hits this first shot.
Most likely,
you can see G2 trying to heat up into the site.
Right.
Because the Steel Garden was just about to run out, too. That's why Adverso goes uncleared.
An op for Heat, holding the middle line.
After the passive line, now on the active one.
He's really active here.
It's these off angles that Jet just can't do.
Oh, he's going to swing the drone. There's nobody covering him. He missed the shot! And so off of that, G2 have a numbers advantage, and the op is sitting harmlessly on the ground. Tui's will try to equalize things a bit, get the advantage back, but it's Orango who's able to do so. Adverso joining in. A 3v3 now.
It's all on Paula back in A main. Huge shot out of him to find the spike.
It is Trent waiting on the other side, but he's okay. Never mind the health. Caveat, it doesn't seem to matter. 30
is on the flank, has the ultimate, but has to get a pick first. And Trent stalling down has allowed Adverso to close the gap. But they've got to know the flank is the only concern, and Trent's just way too aware. You know, with Jogmo taking that space towards heaven, with the wall being closed down, there's only one way he's got to look.
Right.
Doesn't matter if the timing is quick. Trent is always going to expect it.
11 and 4 out of him. Halfway to having that ult online again.
By the way, yeah, it's Trent who wins that round after getting leg shot, jumping.
In drone.
In drone.
Yep. An emotive response from Josh RT there. Team up 4 rounds on the attack side of Ascent. That op will still be in the hands of Heat. A deep TP line here for Jogmo too.
Heat just showed himself peeking down onto Cat, has to teleport back.
You wonder here, how much space Fury are going to try to take B off of that op shot? As soon as he TP'd out from Tree, they started to move.
Orango has a Hunter's Fury to supplement this.
He TP'd out. I thought Paula was going to try to take an aggro line, maybe even TP, or maybe even ult, and then Orango's ult as well, but...
G2 can't get into B, though, unless these mid players activate. With the combination of that Sov ult and 2 players back on site, this choke point is brutal.
Orango smoked off the angle right now, so they could contact up for free. Baby Bay fully flashed, still hits the shot, because why not? Spots Paula on the second. There's some of that mid activation that you were looking for.
Yep.
Paula has nowhere to go. Carry his ults into the next round while Orango's trying to get a tag.
30 seconds left.
Again, though, G2 take their time, work through that mid space, come in with the pinch. And dare I say?
No, don't. Well, I mean, I guess you have to, because that is what's happening. Go on, you can say it.
Save?
Yep. Fury is saving once more.
Grim.
That will put G2 at 7. They will carry an op, which is... I don't think it's gotten a kill yet, actually, now that I think about it.
There's odd things there, too. I don't know if Paula had ult going into that round, but I know Adverso did.
Well, I think he had to have, because we were talking about him pushing up B main.
Adverso for sure did.
No, Paula. Because we talked about him taking that aggressive B main fight, could ult to get back in, and then use that as a drone, essentially,
I think,
for the Orango ult.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's on the forward line. Adverso also got a bit timing. He was going to wait, I think, to ult until after his thorns were expiring, but because Baby Bay just, you know, walked out into the thorns like he didn't care about anything and got the pick, Adverso didn't have the chance for that, but these are, again, those little things that are slipping away from Furia.
I believe that is going to cue a timeout. Yeah. That is once again the second of the half for Furia, and it'll be hands off the wheel for the rest of the time on Ascent.
You never like to be driving hands off the wheel.
Wow. I don't know that Shaw's gonna have much of a choice.
But I will say, again, he came in with the exact right, in my mind, the right approach in his second timeout. Back on Corrode. Only amounted to a single round win, but I liked how Furia were mixing things up. And I think even, you know, after the early rounds where it was a little bit overcommitted into the B main space, I think they have adjusted and played a lot more passive lines to sort of eat up the clock against G2. But G2 still have just seemingly been able to find all the right counters. Doug, I think we need Joy brought back in. I know Furia are on an eco, but I need a joyous round from Furia. Make me believe.
What do you mean?
I don't know what that means, Doug, is the truth. I need something.
I feel nothing but joy. What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna, I think it's Paula. Oh no, Heat will bring me joy. Heat will bring me joy.
An opener. With the op too, well done. Jonah somehow got tagged up on that too.
I think Paula just jumped out into mid, TP'd out, saw these two players pinching back towards A. So a little rotate from Rongo. Fury have 3 here to greet.
And the trip outside a tree. You mentioned a couple of rounds ago how you really like how Fury were playing a lot of these more passive lines.
Again, like info jumping there. Yeah. Orango gets the right info.
Mm-hmm.
Teleport's ready.
Is he afraid of ghosts?
A little twitchy off of that TP. Yep. Red Bull gives you wings. And so they're stalling out outside A main.
Yeah, time to do something though, G2. We got a dart. All right, teleport set up to get into the site. Heat is bringing me joy.
That's 2.
Joy!
All 3. Baby can do a bit of the same.
I got the spike.
All right, so Jogmo is going to have to 1v3 here to secure the round. Too many options to clear. 2E's gets Furia to their 3rd, and it was off the backs of the op, the value that he was able to provide.
Yeah, big opener over there in A main. Then success once smokes fall down. So hey, if Heat keeps guessing right, and you think back to even earlier rounds, Heat has been locked in this map. Almost ace.
Spike down.
Gray had a chance to do a bit of the same here.
Back to Viper jail.
You want to play? Let's
All right,
play.
Fury get up to 3. You hear the ult popped at the very beginning of the round for Dre. It's looking for that challenge. Almost like expecting the chamber to peek on the other side of that smoke.
As a result of this util into mid, the op, Paulo's already teleported out of bot mid space. So it's literally just the Sova jump peeking in spawn for mid info, and then Paula on this line towards market. Early shock dart there, breaks the thorn in B main.
You hear that op shot rattle off. Now a little bit more pace up the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is more like G2. Actually working in, challenging angles, breaking utility for real.
Now they're using the drone, 50 seconds left in the round. G2 still have a lot of options to play around.
And mid's still a big concern. Paula is the only show of force from Furia, and that's a big retake ult to lose.
It's another pick from Heat with the op.
Massive. Now these ults comboed. How did G2 get into sight?
They're still soloing out across mid.
Seconds left.
Dre's up. Nice shot out of him. Paula on the trade. There's a bit of a numbers advantage, but you've got 2E's pretty far outside of the play. And so much pressure's on Paula's shoulders here to try to keep them back, and he crumbles behind it. Balin picking him apart.
10 seconds left.
Heat and 2E's now find themselves in a numbers down situation. Push back behind the smoke. Lines of vision cut off. And time of the essence. You can tell they're kind of thinking about it. They decide to push forward this time. Try to force their hand, try to find a little something. That shot might just seal their fate.
Man, the fact that G2 can work themselves out of that position when, first of all, Heat is finding the opener. Second of all, Yoru ult gives full information of the mid-split. Then there's a Steel Garden. Well, okay. Combination of the chaos of the Hunter's Fury and Baby Bait still being able to access the tour de force.
Nice,
and hit a nice shot while doing it. And so if he asks for the op, he will get it. Have not seen a straight-up Heat Baby Bay fight yet. And I don't think this round will be any different. Heat repositioning here, now taking this aggressive B line. How patient is Jonah here?
This is a patient man. The P stands for patience.
I don't think that's true.
And it doesn't.
I really don't think that's true now.
Stands for pathetic.
Heat pops his ult. Last round of the half. See what he can do with it. Spam through from reversal onto Jogamo. And the re-swing is nice. Balin feeling some of the threat. And just Paulo here on the other side. And the thing is, this chamber trip is still up mid, so Drake can't push up any further.
Ooh, a little smoke to get the cross. No one would have heard that. And now G2 can work with that, make some presence back towards B, where this op has pushed forward.
That's danger. They're going to pass each other. They're not going to catch that timing at all. And while he's looking into spawn, Trent takes Cat.
Yeah, G2 have to work back into the space. Even if Babybay didn't get the kill, he's trying to break the door to pull these rotates, which has been wildly successful.
It's working,
but
that's a
finds
spike.
the op still.
Dre has to try to hit the shot.
Last player standing.
And he cannot. And so Valen left in a 1v4. Paul has spotted him. Doesn't seem to matter. Grab that spike through the TP. We'll settle into a 1v3 post-plant situation. Valen playing around the smokes. Playing around the cover. Big kill onto the first. Durango's there for the trade. Furia will get to 4.
Love that everyone is on the edge of their seat like he could actually do it. Fury, though, crawl back a few rounds towards the end, make it a little more competitive going into the second half.
Yeah. Just a little fight.
Yeah. I mean, so much is just think of it, the last 3-4 rounds. I think he got every single opening pick.
Right.
Even here, when the round is getting real chaotic with whatever Babybay was doing back towards spawn. I don't know.
It was working, though. I mean, you called it out. The rotations were through. They were trying to play off of that. I think if Trent doesn't get caught and the spike doesn't go down, they fully bite onto that.
That's a very playable round for G2, you're right.
All of a sudden, we're likely talking about a 9-3, but lo and behold, Furia put together these last couple of rounds to get us to an 8-4 half. G2 still in control. We're going to take a quick break. Welcome back to week 4 of VCT Americas. G2 and Fury are doing battle here on Ascent, the second map of this best of 3. I'm Doug. With me is Ender on the call, and Ender, I get to do this thing as the play-by-play where I ask the colorcaster a borderline impossible question that I don't have to navigate.
Okay,
because that's my job, and this one's yours. So, I need you to sell me a line of hope here.
Okay.
What can Furia do to get back into this in the second half? Obviously, they need to convert the pistol, but talk to me beyond that.
Heat.
Heat?
That's look, he brought me joy.
Yep.
At the end of the game.
Yep.
He's got 2 sheriff shots to work with. That's
Light
2
armor.
kills.
Right. In theory.
Just let him lurk every round and then build your macro based on that. That's my new strat for Furia.
Well, and that if that is the play, he will have a lot of room to work mid.
A little Thorn lineup from the B side. Jonah P. That one came from there and landed there.
Ran that in my premier matches. It was really effective.
You don't know that lineup.
I promise you. Crazy out of you. There go a couple of those Headhunter bullets, this time from Baby Bay, not connecting. Trent gonna get pushed off the
Heat
line
up mid,
with
by the way.
dart.
Wait, he just let them cross?
Val and Jonah P get a couple. Yeah, that's okay. 3v3 now. Furia looking to get the spike down. G2 can flood behind this. Trent has dart. A little bit of misdirection as Jogmo falls into his death. Jonah P trying to settle a Versa with 3, and there's the pistol.
I am so over Heat, and I'm all aboard the Adverso train.
Yeah, no more joy from Heat.
Heat let me down with that mid lurk, but Adverso locks it up in the post plant. Some nice shots out of him. I think often, you know, when you're able to set up a Vise in a post plant, it's very comfortable to play. Thorns to stall over into tree, things like this, but that was just clean shots out of him.
Yeah, very smooth. And so Furia will try to will themselves back into this map. Pivotal pistol going their way. Aggro challenge from Heat. I like that.
A little body shot in the chamber v chamber. We finally saw Baby Bay versus Heat.
But I
undecided so far.
The confidence that Heat took into that fight was what I like to see. I mean, I think for a team that has struggled to find really any success.
The big old jump peek up top mid, I'll take it.
Playing with a little confidence, sure.
Again, you'll just see Heat work mid a lot of rounds. He puts down this alarm bot to, you know, give the heads up on any type of mid aggress. Before then, he can work into the mid space. His anchor is down right on the other side of that bot mid wall. He's working in with Paula, gearing up for this split towards B.
Ow. Trent rotating off back towards Heaven, had the mid line, and is going back into it. Tag through that wall, 34 HP. Nothing but a classic to speak of.
Oh my word! Sheriff City.
30 seconds left.
G2 Thrifties always in the conversation with 25 seconds left, Doug. That spike is nowhere.
I don't know that they can scoop the spike up. I don't see how they convert this.
I don't see how they walk away with any guns. G2 bought exactly 1 Sheriff and a couple bullets on Baby Bay, and they only lose a single player.
We had talked about how they needed to convert the pistol, and they did well to get that far, but this is a continuation of disaster for the side of Furia.
And credit to G2, just headshots purely, but Furia kind of contacting in. Just get fried on the typical angles.
Now they're going to have to repeat the magic that G2 just pulled off in the last round with the pistols of their own. Thorns right at their lap. And that's where the thorns are supposed to land, by the way. And that's supposed to land in a tree right outside of main. Beautifully done there. Jogmo and Valen holding the line. They do have the spike in hand here. And so if they do manage to get out on A, it is just Valen on the site.
Just Valen.
Listen, I'm trying.
A paid Cooper up in the booth. Baby Bay, make sure we're looking the right direction. There we go.
It's all right. took a couple, but he got it.
Baby's fighting for his life up there.
G2 get to 10. Now Fury can respond with a couple of weapons, particularly Heat having that op in his hands.
The attack op, though. Bit of an interesting call.
Oh, I mean, for as much as it's unconventional, but it was their success point on defense. Yeah. And you want to feed the hot hand.
I do still like it on the chamber for sure. But he's going to be working towards B main. See if he can take this challenge against Baby Bay again.
This will be the first time we really see this fight. Flash cleared out. He is playing in the range of his TP. Little leg shot.
That's not a fair fight when adversaries jump peeking for the angle.
Flash to try to take some of that line. VALORANT takes a step back. And the spike will now get scooped back up.
This is my concern, though, with the attack op, though, because Heat, instead of playing mid, is playing into B main, waiting for the re-peek onto the line, which just slows down the pace of the round to an absolute crawl. Right. So typically, he's been working into the mid space, and you can still take the op there. But now, without that on the challenge, how do you actually breach back into B? Because now, Doug, we're at 50 seconds on the clock. There's still Thorns. There's an alarm bot. There's this trip still in mid. The wall, rather.
There's the wall procced. And so with 40 seconds left on the round, they should have enough time to reposition and turn their attention over towards B. VALORANT cannot TP to join the fray. And Jonas flashed up, had nowhere to go. All on the shoulders of Dre here.
Yeah, Guardian's tough to work with, too.
Stair smoked off. 6 bullets, 4 targets. Rondo falls.
Just spam shots through Boathouse. Now Dre in the 1-on-2 backside only secures the 1.
10 seconds left on the round. Ult will be popped. Spike will go down. Dogma VALORANT will have to wait this out. Fury not overcommitting onto this. And so as the ult subsides, now G2 can go.
VALORANT can line up all 3 with the paranoia.
Oh gosh, he might. Yeah, they're gonna get Jogamo in a position to strike. The flash counter is nice. I don't know how VALORANT hit that. Perfectly timed though. VALORANT gets 2. He's gonna have to get 3 to win the round. Time is so short though. He's gonna spot him. VALORANT gets all 3. And that's another round for G2.
VALORANT always good for it. Even with all the stall coming down, even switching over to the classic. He's there to take it all. Now sitting at the top of the leaderboard for G2. Good work. I think Baby found a couple of kills from backside.
Beautifully played from him, man.
Time is so short though. He's gonna
11 for G2. Furia having to force invest as much as they possibly can. Light armor on 4, a Bulldog for 2Es. I'll take a look at the defensive setup. You got the chamber trip tree.
The dart for the spam,
and a flash.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, that's as perfect of a setup as you could ask for.
Spike down.
The thing is, Jogamo's still hanging out down bot mid. Goes to that jump, sees the chamber up cat. Fully ready for that now.
I think, again, for as much as we've talked about Furia and their struggles and how it seems like they're never really in sync and all of the issues that are going on with this project, G2 play every facet of the game to near perfection.
Yeah. Even if Furia are playing at the top of their game, it's still not an easy win. And here comes the challenge. We just saw this from Jonah P the last round after this wall, whether or not there's going to be a fight.
All right, that was off of a flash, too. That was off of an Omen flash. I'm not...
Yeah. Don't need the flash this time. There was a Vise flash, too, for it. In the previous round, Trent doesn't need any help, though. We've already established that. That's a known fact.
Right.
It's a very known quantity on this map. If you're behind a wall that is pennable, you're at a high risk of just death. Spontaneous death.
They're saving.
Yeah. It's a rare affliction that teams playing against Trent find themselves
10 seconds left.
attracting.
And so G2 off of this will get to series point, and they will not carry 2 rifles into the next round. In fact, it will just be 1 at the hands of Adverso.
Match point.
Revealing area.
Yeah, let's look at that again.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a pretty setup, man. It's the little things, and the little things work for them every single time.
Yeah, the flash comes in first to catch the blind, then the dart just slightly after it.
You just killed him fucking fast.
Oh, we missed that one.
That was, yeah.
NT.
You got the wrong word there.
Now we wait.
It's all right. I think he can eat the fine.
Yeah. After King last night, anything's... Bro just sent it in that interview.
G2 on series point here. Paul has a Bucky. Tui's is a Stinger.
Hey, but Paul has dimensional drift, okay? That's a Bucky with some extra punch behind it.
Sure, sure. We'll see how they choose to use it.
Drone for the wall.
Right.
A clone for the wall, drone for over the wall.
So Dre tucks into pizza. There's that ult. Valen expecting the acceleration behind it would be correct. Paranoia will buy a lot of time here. And so now off of that, Paul is by himself on the site. He's got the Bucky. He will connect onto Valen.
He got greedy for the gun.
Just one though. Jog him on the swing, looking for a little something extra. The flash timing is perfect. The shots do not settle with Verso on top. And Fury in a position to steal the round away. But Trent is still alive. Trent is still alive.
How many gifted?
Not enough. Jonah's gonna have to pull off this 1v2. He has been good for it.
Left.
What can Jonah do here? Heat with the ult in hand. Tucking down into hell. Giving Jonah a little bit of room to breathe here out from heaven.
20 seconds. The spike has to be planted. That's when Jonah will pounce.
Thorns activated.
Got a flash too.
What?
He let him face the dart.
Spike down.
And now Heat has to try again. The shot not connecting. Heat so weak. 19 seconds left. I can't believe that that's how that ends. The Red Bull clutch for G2 as
Jonah even runs him down at the end to get the kill. Disgusting work.
10 seconds left.
First of all, that dart wasn't going to tag him. He swings into it anyways, gets the first kill.
Oh gosh.
And then just chews away at the clock.
Boy, is that not a fitting end to this series though?
The most fitting.
Right? Can we? Poetic, some might say. And so off of that, G2 walk away on top once more. They best Fury at 2-0. A score of 13-2, 13-5.
My takeaways from the series.
Yeah.
Baby Bay with the 5K.
Yep.
On the Ghost. That was a good one.
Yep, that was a great one.
I think the failed wall plus Viper orb.
Yeah,
was good.
Not forgetting that one.
But the best 50 gifted. That was MVP out of the crowd here today.
1000%. And so G2 gets through that team with very little effort. It seems kind of pedestrian for them, and that's what you expect out of a team of this caliber, a team that has put together the project that they have, the way that they have.
Yeah, a little speed bump, slow down on Ascent, still make good work of it. You can still cruise through it, you know.
They lost 5 rounds. That's not even a yield sign.
That's 3 more than on Corrode. That's speed bump worthy. Oh yeah, let's not forget Trent just nailing this shock dart.
Yeah.
I didn't even check, by the way. That could have been his own team's chamber slow that G2 had triggered, and then he couldn't actually escape from it. Oh, man.
I think, unfortunately for Fury, I think a lot of their woes continue. Obviously, Shaw being on site didn't really change the outcome for this team. I think they have a lot of questions that they have not been able to solve and are no closer to solving here.
Yeah. And, of course, going against G2, no easy competition there, but
no.
They're looking good out there.
I mean,
for no, Baby Bay or no.
Yeah, and I think, again, for as much as we talked early on about how they had already qualified for champs and G2 can kind of cruise their way through this, they are showing zero desire to let the foot off the gas. And much like this has been the case for Sentinels, as we were talking about earlier in the weekend, just because their destiny has been decided does not mean that they're slowing down at all.
Their only loss was that close series against Sentinels that they almost won.
Yeah. Well, we're going to send it down to Vansili on the stage behind me for the Verizon post-match interview with Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. One more time, Riot Games Arena. Give it up here to Baby Bay! Dre, there was a tweet that came from Coach Josh RT that was a poll to see who was going to be starting today. It was between you, Leaf, or both. Yeah. You beat Leaf by 1%. Was that the reason why you're starting today?
I just want to say I've always wanted to grab the mic. I've always wanted to do this, you know? It's a big meme, you're not supposed to, but I'm glad I'm up here to do this. But no, yeah, that's what we did, exactly. So like, I beat him by like, I think 1%. And that's why I started today, for sure. That's for sure what it was.
And that's also why I clutch onto the mic. So I'm going to actually give you a mic here. Let's continue my interview right now as well. So going week after week as well here, Baby Bay, you've showed a different agent every single week. How much work goes into making sure that you perfect your role and make sure you have the impact here for G2?
Oh, man. I mean, listen, when I missed some of these lineups, I missed one on Corrode, man. I was like freaking out. I was like, Jonah, where's the lineup, bro? Wait, I think I messed it up. But no, there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, that first game against Sen, like, it was so hard to even focus on shooting because I'm just like, man, if I landed a lineup, I was like, yes! You know what I'm saying? We had like 2 days for me to learn like a whole set of like new agents, lineups, etc. So now that like I kind of have those down, it's a little bit more comfortable. I'm able to focus a little bit more.
I could maybe see it now, just throw a Viper wall or then just have a chamber so you just do your own thing, no more lineups needed.
Nah, man, the chamber lineups are there, bro. You know, I got to be able to put my trip down and run the other way, you know?
Well, at least you displayed a first Viper now going into today's game against Furia. And let's talk about that ace. It was clean AF. And how does that feel now for Baby Bay on the stage? You haven't had an ace in like 2 years. And that was actually against G2. But what was that like to have the crowd behind you, feeling the rumble of that ace that you just produced?
Oh my gosh, it was electric. I mean, the crowd every single time I play just always cheers me on. Even if they're fans of the other team, it's insane. I love you guys so much. and yeah, the energy is just, it's ridiculous. And it's like, after the ace, I'm like, wait, I gotta settle down, bro. Like, there's more to play, you know? I'm like sitting there like, So yeah, the ace was sick though, man. It was good.
Let's talk about another fun fact. Did you know that you're actually not the oldest person on the VCT stage here in Americas?
Wait, who is?
Melzer beats you by 1 month.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yo, Melzer, bro. Might need to 1v1 a little bit later, bro. See who the best unk is, you know?
Exactly. You're an unk. You could still hang with the young guns here on the stage. Where do you think the future holds, or what do you think the future holds for Baby Bay going into the future of VCTs?
I mean, I think if anything, you know, I think I've shown, you know, what I can bring to a team and et cetera, that regardless of individual skill. Now I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable on the stage, and you're seeing me shoot a little bit, even though sometimes I look like a bot. But you know, I don't know. I'm just here to enjoy it. Hopefully these guys can get, you know, Nate back, Leaf back as soon as possible. Speedy recovery. We're wishing that, and hopefully you help them through champs so they can win that trophy, man.
Well, Dre, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again. Once again, give it up to Dre of G2. And don't go anywhere. Coming up next, we have Loud versus 100 Thieves.
Who gives you wings?
I'm very excited to play 100 Thieves. I think they're a fun team to play against. And yeah, I just can't wait. Can't wait to win.
Ele marota, não sabe da posição. Bora, Rob! Bora, Rob, VK!
Going into our next match against Loud, still feeling pretty confident.
One enemy remaining.
And that's the one he looked for. That's what he was counting on, the second one!
I think Luke Show on Loud has been stepping up like really well. He has super insane mechanics and pretty good decision making and lurks.
Ele tá querendo, vai trazendo o round pra nós, olha ele!
Tá pro Ace agora,
Luke
né?
Show! 4K! Vai pro Ace!
I really like the idea of playing 100 Thieves. They have some crazy players like Asuna who just send it, you know.
Dodge there. Asuna's figuring out where the next kill is, and he is going to hit.
They're gonna test us because that's something we sometimes struggle against, but it's gonna be fun.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of week 4. You got 100 Thieves facing off against Loud. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Dryad and Athena as we look to break everything down. And oh boy, this either is going to go and it's either going to be an incredible matchup that could be a nail biter, or it could just be complete opposite, Dryad.
It's going to be incredible, especially because of the stakes of this matchup. 100 Thieves getting that win, that also means that they make playoffs, Crew makes playoffs, and then on the other side, MIBR is out. So that's kind of the world that we want to see.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting. We're going to talk about that in a second here. But folks, it seems like 100 Thieves, right? They look like they were the team to beat in Stage 2. So much hype for this squad coming in, and then MIBR beat them, 13-2, or sorry, 10-2, and they had to come back, and then all this other stuff have happened, but then they had the clutch, and then now they're in this situation, and things just seem to be a little topsy-turvy right now for the boys in 100 Thieves. What's going on over there?
I mean, at the beginning of this stage, I genuinely thought that they were top 3 overall. Like, I really thought that. They looked so good, they looked so strong. And against MIBR, man, like, I don't know, it just looked like they struggled a little bit. They were playing really passive on their defense side. They were giving them so much kind of respect and not really having that much advantage towards the way that they normally play.
For this matchup against MIBR, actually, I'm a 100 Thieves fan since the beginning of Stage 2. So for that MIBR series, I closed my eyes and then I just opened them again just now.
Just to avoid the pain. Just to avoid the pain. Ah,
okay.
That's great. Okay,
that's crazy.
That's the playbook for 100 Thieves fans.
You missed BB's ace.
Wait,
Wait, oh no, that happened. Yeah, look, I mean, I get it though, right? This team not just comes with a lot of pressure, from themselves as players wanting to perform, but also a lot of fan pressure. A lot of people have been waiting for 100 Thieves to have those moments in the sun where they can shine the brightest, and it simply just has not arrived yet for them.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it won't, right? Because like this team, there's talent across the board, and this match could very well define that.
I mean, as a team, they're really good at going back to their mistakes and fixing them right away. I feel like this team goes back, they watch these VODs, they go over what they've done wrong, and especially like Zeke's the coach. He's like, there's no way this is how we lost against MIBR. And again, it was 2 somewhat close games. I mean, they had like a pretty good beginning half of one of them, and then
it was
on
a 2-10.
Yeah, it was a 2-10 lead. They just lost a little bit of their way, but
topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it all came down to just their defense side, just giving them a lot of respect, and it just felt like it wasn't 100 Thieves the way that we've seen them at the beginning of this stage.
Yeah, but again, I always mention that Six to me is such an impressive coach. I feel like the little setups that they had, we got the chance to see on the attacking side of Vine were great, and that's what I want to see today.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in, though, with one of the members of 100 Thieves. We have EU, who had an opportunity to catch up with Vansili earlier on today. Let's hear from him.
Vansili standing by here with EU from 100 Thieves. Now, EU, last week, you had to face against a team that were kind of hitting a slump in MIBR, but they hit their stride at the wrong timing for you guys. Now, for today, there's a possibility you're going to face as a hungry team, as in Loud. What's the strategy right now to keep them starved for today?
Yeah, I mean, no real plan, honestly. I heard we're playing like our permaban or something like that, so it's going to be fun. We'll see who comes out on top.
Awesome. Thank you so much, EU. Good luck. Snail.
Okay.
Leave it to the dad.
Okay.
But, okay, so they're probably playing their perma today, so that should be fun for them as well.
I mean, listen, I think overall, when you're looking at this team, the player that I think stands out the most is Cryo, and I feel like he's had an outstanding game, even though they just lost to MIBR.
Sure,
So I feel like for Cryo going into this, he should be able to bring that momentum because he was playing super, super well. He had this jet on Icebox. Most of the time he was on that operator role, but he got so many multi-frags on the retakes, on the attacks, as well as making sure he gets that map. Yeah, and he's clutching out so much. So I feel like just in general, he's been playing really well. And then following that onto the bind, he's playing this Euro, he was setting his team up really well, and it just felt like the rest of the team couldn't catch up as much.
I like that we also mentioned that he was only playing duelist for that series too, because we remembered last year and even before when we saw Cryo on Icebox, he was always playing that Omen, and he was one of the first ones to make this change where teams were not playing, were playing without any duelists there. So now you see him on the duelist role, and I really like the way that they play together with Asuna because Cryo is this calm, cool, and collected player where he's going to be playing with the operators, he's going to be closing a few of those rounds, but Asuna is kind of the complete opposite. That guy, he just wants to go in, and he's going to get those first kills every time.
Yeah, and I feel like we talked a lot about the double duelist meta in general, and I feel like 100 Thieves is a team that does do that really well. But again, I feel like they just lost out on a little bit of their confidence towards the end.
Yeah, look, they have a lot of shooters on that team, for sure, and we know that the talent's there. But on the other side, Loud also has a fair amount of shooters on their end as well. The thing is, though, they did lose a bit of a messy match there against Crew Visa last week, and it's important to note that a win today won't clinch playoffs for them, but it keeps their drive alive for the playoffs here. So that is the most important thing for them. Loud need to find a wake-up call here, Athena, and this could very well be it.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to point out this stat on the screen because I actually did not know this till I just saw this. They had a 64% 5v4 conversion versus Crew, which I think is really good because I felt like the way that we were watching them, if at any point they had lost numbers, they were not going to win out that round. So I just felt like the 5v4 conversion is something that they really needed.
We mentioned how crazy that series was against Crew, and it's exactly because of that. The first kills, it was going both ways. Loud got 30 first kills, Crew got 29 first kills, so it was really the back and forth between the two and seeing how they were going to close those out. But it was an incredible match. It showed us a lot of what Loud are capable of because we've talked about the potential of this team for quite some time, but it's just those series that they're struggling to close out.
Yeah, I know we're talking about Loud, but the common denominator in crazy games seems to be Crew in more instances than not. Which is quite fascinating here. But let's go ahead and catch up with one of the members of Loud. Vance had an opportunity to chat with Verdi earlier on today.
Vincelli standing by here with Verdi from Loud. Now, Verdi, first off, you guys had a great start on week one with a victory over Leviathan, but unfortunately, the following weeks have been sort of a roadblock here for Loud. What has been that biggest challenge for the team, and how do you change that for today against 100 Thieves?
Honestly, I think it's just finding our identity, like, within the championship. Obviously, like, you do a lot of things in scrims, you do a lot of things in, like, trainings and theories and stuff, but it's really hard to replicate in the game. And so, you know, with the language barrier and us being a new team, we just need to really find our identity within, like, the competition, and I think we'll be A-okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Verdi. By the way, we've been touching arms, and you got some massive biceps. Good luck, man.
I'm in for all of Vance's side commentary.
Why are they just getting weirder and weirder as the day goes on?
We need Vance
he
to
has one thing to say, and it's just, what random thing am I going to say next? You never know.
That's Vancilli. He puts Sicily in for sure. Now, of course, one of the people that he was talking about there, Verdi, was the IGL. It's a big part of all of this here. A lot of new players coming into the fold, and you got a guy like Robbie BK, the IGL of the team, who really has been stepping it up in a big way, Dryad. And it's fun to see him kind of take to this team so quickly like this.
He was incredible in that match against Crew. And again, unfortunately, they don't close it out, but he got an ace. He was really stepping it up, not only when it came down to fragging, he was right next to Verdi in a lot of those rounds, but also just bringing the energy up. And I'm finally starting to understand, you know, when you see a player, an IGL that they get from EMEA, you do have questions, especially for a Brazilian team. But what he was able to add in the server and outside of server, I feel like it means a lot. And that's exactly what the team needs to win when you are still not sure if you're going to make it to playoffs or not.
Yeah, and I feel like even though they did lose versus Crew, it also was the same thing. It was similar, close games. It felt like they almost had the beginning of each game. They had it in their hands. They had a solid game plan. It just fell through in a lot of the small mistakes. But 100% Robbie, he really stepped up. I agree. The vibes for me personally, the vibes are what put them over the top. He was just having a ball. We even saw in that video just beforehand how he talks so highly of his team and how he's just so excited to be on the stage. And I think as an IGL, that's something that's really important to get the hopes up of your team.
Well, and also too, I think it just the way he projects confidence, I think, speaks volumes for what he brings to the table with this squad. And it's part of the reason why I think a lot of people are really big on Robbie BK, as they should be, right? Guy's got a lot of talent here. Now, following the loss to Crew, actually, Coach Leader had an opportunity to speak with Niang on the Brazilian broadcast about some of the issues that the team has been fighting through. Let's check this out.
We tried a few different comps at the beginning of the team, but because of the other stuff that we need to fix, such like language barrier or understanding each other's play style, it was a bit harder for us to understanding a new way of playing more than like the meta comp and try to fix this stuff. That's why we decided to start with this comp, but also we have other comps too in our playbook. So it's just like we're trying to fix the basic stuff, which is, as I said, getting the tunnel vision. But I also know that having your own game style is sometimes good because you force your enemy to adapt yourself, so you don't care about the opponent, which is also we consider. We're trying our best to bring that mentality to you, but yeah, I think we just need a bit more time with other stuff to make it happen, in my opinion.
I feel like that's such an interesting point too, because this is exactly what Verdi just talked about, finding the identity of the team. And you have struggles when it's a communication issue, when it's little things that you need to fix. And while you're trying to not play the standard compositions, not be predictable, there's a lot the team has had to deal with. And I like that slowly but surely they're trying to find their way.
And I feel like they struggled a little bit more on the attack side. And I feel like that's something that's pretty fixable once you build that game plan, once you build that confidence with the rest of your team. And it's something that you can always be creative with and add on to. So I actually think going into this, I have a lot higher hopes for Loud. I think you just convinced me, and I think the stats just convinced me to have higher hopes for Loud than I did earlier.
Let's see the predictions. What do we pick here? And Murder's on the spot.
See?
You picked Loud. Whoa, look at you.
Look, you know what?
You didn't remember you picked Loud.
No. The past me knew what the future me would know.
You are so full of it.
I switched it. Wait, we're both Loud.
I didn't know I put Loud, but it's okay.
Wait, whoa.
Come on, try it.
No, I actually planned this the whole time.
The whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah, okay. You truly are a wizard. But you guys feel good about Loud then?
I feel good about Loud. I think it's going to depend on Loud. Verdi is so fearless when it comes down to getting and opening up those rounds. So it's going to...
The fan vote don't agree.
It's just the same as us. Everybody's agreeing with us. But I think it's going to depend on Verdi and what he's going to be able to do today. I feel like he can really step it up.
And if 100 Thieves are on an on day. Because if they're on an on day,
That's true. That's true.
That might be a little bit rough.
That actually is a really good point, right? Who, of course, is in that position? Who of course, is ready to go, right, when they walk onto that stage? That does matter any given Sunday, and that is going to play out here for sure. Lots on the line for 100 Thieves. Loud, of course, trying to keep their tournament life alive. Let's now head down Let's head down to this floor so we can go ahead and bring out your two teams. And first up, let's go ahead and welcome It's Loudgy. I had to do it like our Portuguese, Portuguese.
You got it. That was great.
Thank you.
They're definitely feeling the Brazilian.
Yeah, that's what I want to try to do.
This team, again, it doesn't feel like they have been losing all these matches. It feels like any of the series that they played before, they could have won. And it's just the little details for them that I'm hoping they were able to fix today. Verdi is such an amazing duelist. The promise of Latin America, playing in Latin America, joining a Brazilian squad, and every single time proving everybody wrong. So I want to see more of him today, but I think they already got what it takes.
You know what we used to say is that the hardest games to lose are the ones where you really felt like you lost to yourself. Like not that the other team was better. And I feel like for Loud, we've seen that over and over again where they put in this effort. They look really good, but it's just those small mistakes that it comes down to, or just not having enough of those reps to go into those protocols. Yeah, that was the story of them in stage 1, and that could very well be here in stage 2. And this squad's going to look to take advantage of just that. Welcome to the stage, 100 Thieves. This team, they're looking so good this stage up until last week. And I just think that this might just be a pretty good wake-up call for them. I mean, we have Cryo who's already consistently performing. It's just up to the rest of the team to make sure they're following through with those plans, making sure they're following up, having the util, getting those setups really good, and just making sure they're not playing so scared on that defense side, taking more map aggression and just making sure that their defaults are really good and their setups are really solid so that they can play back if they wanted to.
They have a lot of cool setups on the attack side, so that's exactly what you're saying. I want to see that a little bit more of that on the defense. When you have Cryo, when you have Asuna on your team, you have these players that can really take over every round. There's a good chance that we can see that, and that's what they need to win.
And
especially when they're on double duelists. Like you should be able to set up these trap plays.
Exactly, and as you guys were noting as well, right, that one team's weaker on the defense, the other team might be weaker on the attack. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But wait a minute, we got Sunset out there. That's going to be the first map. Then we got Bind, and if necessary, Lotus.
Sunset is interesting because Loud have not played this map the entire year, and I was curious because they picked up Verdi just for stage 2. Maybe he has played it before. He also hasn't played it in quite some time, so we really don't know what surprise they're going to bring. And it just connects to that conversation that they were having of finding themselves, bringing surprises as they get more comfortable, and this is the surprises they're bringing for the first map.
Maybe they're just cooking up some really good stuff in the kitchen. Who knows?
Yeah,
I believe that. They're cooking up.
And listen, they're Loud. It's a Brazilian organization. One thing I know is Brazilian food's really good.
Oh, okay.
So, some farofa, you know what I mean?
Okay, all right, okay.
Some rice and beans, sorry, I mean. But yeah, I agree with you guys, though. I do think that what we're seeing here is potentially a Loud that is kind of questioning everything that's led up to this point, as they should, because what do you, like at this point, you got to get a win somewhere, and you only have 2 more chances to do it, Myrna.
I mean, we talked a lot about creativity, and I feel like this might be the map that they have been creative on behind the scenes in order to bring it forward, and we are going to see it, the Breach comp, and you guys know me. I like Breach. I like the Breach comp. I think Breach can be predictable, and it does boil down to how it's played. But when you have Kalenzine setting up Verdi for success, I think that's just going to be super explosive for this team. Having that Neon just zooming, taking that map control, especially against 100 Thieves that we said were struggling a little bit on their aggression.
Yeah, the Breach we actually saw from Furia before, but we don't see it as often anymore. And then on this side for 100 Thieves, they played this map against Energy before in that week 1, and they dominated. It was a 13-4. They were playing this double duelist that once again works out so well, has always worked out for this team historically. So I do want to favor 100 Thieves in this, even though it's a Loud pick.
Yeah, that is good. Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what happens here. The desk is a little conflicted, but it's now time to send it over to your casters for your for your 4th week of games. I know things. Anyway, Boomer Wyatt, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. The plot thickens here in the Omega group because there is a heck of a lot riding on this match. A win here for 100 Thieves puts them into the playoffs. It puts Crew into the playoffs. It knocks MIBR out of playoff contention. But a win for Loud here means that everything is up in the air until next week.
Yeah, absolute chaos. It would only be NRG that are guaranteed to be in the playoffs. For the last week, we've never seen a situation like that before. It's always maybe one team still trying to make it in at the very end. But the entire group, everyone but NRG, that would be absolute madness. Coming into this weekend, we were talking about this being such an inflection point for the Omega group. I think the highest level average group that we may have ever seen in Americas in terms of everyone being so close and so good. This has just been so entertaining. And this last game of the weekend, honestly, I think it has the makings of a banger matchup. Loud at any given moment with this roster, with the firepower they have, I feel like they could take it to anyone.
Manifesting destiny, Wyatt. 100 Thieves here to lock their spot in, though. They'll be on defense to start things off. It's going to be Loud with the Breach comp. They're keeping it old school as far as we're concerned.
100 Thieves just continue to lean so heavily into this double duelist that has propelled them up the ranking so far. Early engagement, but Asuna best Verdi.
Forced to fight because of the fault line, and Asuna seems more than happy to do so. And there's no one there to play off Verdi. Loud have lost their duelist straight off the rip, but they've converted it at least into some top mid control, and EU is handled.
Just committing to that 1 versus 1 and losing it to Luke Shaw, who has had such an impressive debut year. His stage 1 stats were out of control. Let's see what 100 Thieves want to do with this paranoia. Do they want to get proactive enough to push through this dark cover? It looks like they're going to send it as soon as it's about to fade. There it goes, and here's the fight.
Oh, could be devastating here. Xander holds his nerve and aims pretty good. Able to find 2. Robbie and Cowan getting involved, though. It evens up the numbers. But 100 Thieves do not have any presence over on the A side of the map. It's Cryo and Kess who play together in this direction. But there'll be some space here for Loud to breathe.
A victory for these very low HP Loud players. Feels like it's going to have to come from the fact that Cowan just still has essentially a full kit right now.
Luke Shaw, 270 ACS in stage 1. Guy is a shooter. And again, he just doubles down on that claim. Cryo handled. Going up to Kess now, who was spotted out by the dart in a 1v2.
And that stat had him #1 in average ACS,
by a
to
long
be
shot.
clear.
By like 30 ACS.
While not winning any games, by the way.
Yep.
Insane.
Time is ticking for Kess, and he's made some noise here. Lurking around the boxes. Luke Shaw, and he will convert. Loud get themselves on the board nice and early. Like you mentioned, this team's got a lot of potential, but they feel like, as a roster, a bit of a glass cannon. Incredible individual ability, but the fundamentals hasn't been really there to act as a foundation for that skill expression over the last few weeks.
And frankly, I think their lack of fundamentals was on full display when they were playing Haven the last 2 weeks, which was their map pick both times.
They lost both times.
And I kind of wonder, honestly, where this Loud team would be at if they didn't have such a misfire of reading their own map pool and leaning into a map that they found no success on. So I'm glad they banned it out. I'm glad that they're taking things elsewhere here.
But can we talk about this map pool? Because we've not seen Sunset or Lotus from Loud in a hot minute.
They have just no idea what their approach is going to be with this new roster for Stage 2.
Yes, on the corner.
Backside, and once we do get to the point where he's got an actual gun, I was so impressed by his Cypher anchoring on this map when they played it back in week 1. He was such a brick wall, especially over on this B site. So I'm excited to see more from him.
I like he never gave that space up for free and allowed 100 Thieves to be played back in retake scenarios or even before them.
I mean, that is, much like when we watch 100 Thieves on Bind, the game style that we have to expect here. And to an even further extent, honestly, when Austin is on the Neon, which is super fast rotates with the Duelist, always playing for very proactive floods, trying to deny Loud from even getting the spike down, playing off the timing when they're actually planting it as well to get back in. This 100 Thieves team should be pretty ruthless with the pace that they're playing at.
House money there for Luke Shaw. One of the ghost players just looking for a little more. Won't have it. So 100 Thieves will go down to that spike. As will Verdi. That'll be the conversion on the anti-eco for Loud.
Few Bulldogs saved into this bonus. We'll see what Loud opt to buy up around it. And what the approach is going to be to try and really capture some early momentum with a round win here.
Xander in the interview say, I guess we're playing our permaban today. Nonchalant as ever.
And that's if we go all the way to Lotus. So 100 Thieves, I'm sure, would love to close things out in 2.
Right, fault line looks to be set up here. Athena mentioned on the desk it can be a little telegraphed. What the breach is trying to do, a little predictable.
If everything is synced up properly, it is still so powerful. And we have seen Verdi be a really fantastic entering duelist. Happy to take a ton of first engagements, even more statistically than other duelists. And hey, there's one off screen, finds the kill. That's Xander down, no smokes for 100 Thieves, and Verdi is happy to upgrade that weapon and slip back away to the pack.
Okay, fast lane comes out, but Verdi is anything but. Weapon handed over. He came into the round with a stinger because he died to the spike.
And in the meantime, Luke Shaw is taking all of this space towards backside.
Bro, this lurk from Luke Shaw so far has been crazy.
Kess fully surrounded and position revealed when he has to break the recon. Cryo not expecting that position at all.
Verdi on the swing. Kess can't see the wood for the trees, and now Verdi will come to call. Kess wins it out, but only able to find the 1 kill on the anchor. And Asuna walks straight into Pancada's line of sight. 100 Thieves look a little rudderless.
Yeah, those attempts from 100 Thieves to get back towards the B site from both duelists was a little haphazard. Ain't no way he was back in this round.
How is he so healthy after that still?
Pancada just needs to be patient right now, not reveal himself.
Okay. Bit much to ask for on the correction there. Pincata is able to land the plane, and Loud convert pretty nicely on a bonus.
Yeah, Cowanzine was there in time as well, so even if Pincata lost that, he was patient for just as long as he needed to be.
Bye-bye.
That was a pretty sick kill from the Bulldog, and I love this adjustment from Loud, able to pivot into a B split from 3 different lanes on account of Lucho just working all the way into market for free. That's so well played by Lucho there.
He's getting an unreal amount of space. And again, his stats in this stage 2 have been a little worse, like 200 average, but he had a really rough game last week, and that definitely impacts that. Still, he's been a standout.
It's insane. The expectations that we have for a debut rookie this year.
200 ACS minimum, bro.
Come on, bro. Why are you not first across the board in all stats in the league again?
Not my fault that every rookie has turned up and delivered.
I mean, insane stuff.
Cryo flattens. Verdi already to the back of the site. Kess doesn't have a foothold. Also comfortably dealt with by the Dominican. Which is Arsenal with a quick exit. Quick and painful rounds for 100 Thieves. Already a 4-round lead even Loud.
Even a little bit of damage is so meaningless for 100 Thieves. The Loud economy is out of control at the moment. Strong lead, 4-0. Of course, 100 Thieves going to be fully buying into this. This is going to be the first round that we're going to see some potential play around the ultimates. And neither team has really been min-maxing the orbs at the moment, and there's not one player who's extremely far ahead of the pack in terms of collecting kills. So it has been a relatively ultless game until this point, but you know, both Sovas one away heading into this. Let's see if that ends up being a factor.
Chips in the night there as Luke Show just, I mean, he's very early getting up out of tiles here. Top mid given up by 100 Thieves because they feel like they need to stack this B side.
Pretty free. What the hell? Triple face from 100 Thieves into 2, and yet they lose. The math isn't mathing on that one, Mitch.
Spiker, though, is down in mid. This really throws a spanner in the works, especially if Xander can stay alive, play his life a little longer, but he won't be aware of the player up by Boba because Loud are so much deeper than they're expecting. Cryo has to salvage the round solo. Hit with the paranoia and needs to gate crash out to a safer spot, but that spike will still be within his purview.
I think there's Pancata, you know, will have a smoke to maybe throw down at the door so he doesn't have to worry about, you know, fight from mid, like if Cryo were playing towards tiles, but that Yoru is fast on the reposition, getting back towards B main. Pancata doesn't want to make a sound right now.
Does he dare to cross mid? Oh, there it is, and Cryo finally gets 100 Thieves on the board with a Red Bull clutch. Look at what they had to do to mimic a fraction of our power.
That is a scrappy but very honest round of Valorant. Not a lot of utility in those fights, just a whole lot of shooting. I mean, what happened in, you know, back in B main? That was just simply 3 players from 100 Thieves facing into 2, yet they lost 3. That was not a good trade deal in B main from 100 Thieves, but able to recover, able to clutch, able to stop the bleeding for now. Loud easily able to buy up again, though. Their economy very strong. This is so active from 100 Thieves, getting up into B main. They've been ignoring it for most of these rounds, but fighting so proactively now, and if Loud want it back, they're going to have to expend utility to reclear.
There's also a pop into top mid there by Cryo before gate crashing out. So they insisted on 2 out of 3 lanes of the map early in the round.
There's that usage of the paranoia to get back into B main. So Loud are getting control, but at the cost of some utility pieces.
So what 100 Thieves have to do with these duelists early in the round? Maybe try and set up a trap play, try and extract some early value. They want that honest brand of Valorant that's shooting.
BBK. A little bit of danger for Robbie. Love that play from 100 Thieves, syncing up the ultimates to punish the drone usage timing.
In the market, though, come Loud. Not spotted, though, by Arsenal on the cross. And as usual, Luke Show has conditioned his late-round presence in mid.
Look at the attention he's drawing, so the rest of the Loud pack can work up backside. This play is mid. Do they expect it?
Not at all! Oh, buddy, Verdi has an absolute party of it. Xander playing backside here, but he knows he's about to be overwhelmed, and there's a neural theft to reveal his location. Now it's messy. He's got to take the triple face.
30 seconds left.
Swallow his bitter medicine. And Cryo and Kess have to find a way into this game. Kess should be able to find a rifle, and he does. Upgrades from the judge. Has to work his way into Boba past this smoke. It is all but impossible.
You'll see teams on attack side, Sunset, here and there try to exploit some of the lanes to flank through Boba and pinch onto that B site from an additional angle. But Loud are doing that early in this half way more often than you would normally see. And I love it. That was an awesome adjustment in the mid-round. Lucio breaking the trip, causing that distraction, making the attention from 100 Thieves just be pulled towards the top of mid exactly as they creep behind those players. That was really excellent.
They're hunting for guns here, Wyatt. Kess, life expectancy dropping by the second. Counting spotted, walking up. A little bit haphazard there, as it was very low to try and challenge this weapon. Everybody coming for him. Kess not able to hold on there. Off screen, he will fall and give up his gun.
That is the exact round that you want to hunt aggro on 100 Thieves because they don't have the loss bonus anymore. So take everything away while the economy is still strong for you.
Oh, this was devastating.
This was honestly so cool. The mid-round calling right now from Loud is just lovely.
And considering that, early in the round, 100 Thieves are pushing into B main. They're pushing into mid. They're trying to get that early space.
They had an awesome play earlier in the round that is ultimately going to be forgotten by the passage of time because it was made irrelevant by an even better play from Loud later.
History written by the victors, they say, what?
Absolutely. That was 2 ults expended as well in that round. And it got the opening kill. That combination of the overdrive with the Hunter's Fury sent in off the audio cue from Robbie using the drone. It was a great idea. It worked. Still wasn't enough.
Timeout here called by 100 Thieves. Zix making sure to get in the ears. Obviously, Coach Leader on the Loud side with some success with G2 Gozen in the past. I think that's probably putting it lightly. Coming over here at the helm of this Loud team, and they are still live potentially for playoffs. A win here against 100 Thieves throws his Omega group into utter pandemonium with 3 playoff spots still undecided heading into our next week of play. So far, not too shabby for Loud here. 4 rounds lead.
Brother, if Loud win this game, week 5 is madness. Madness in the Omega group. It would be so fun. It is definitely the most fun result for some week 5 excitement.
And all of these Omega group games have been
this group
nuts.
I mean, it's just banger. Banger after banger after banger in this group. All right, let's see what 100 Thieves have in store for us out of this timeout. This is just going to be the save round, though, and they want to gamble sack towards B. Loud takes some control towards elbow, and as per 100 Thieves' willingness to send it in B main last round, Loud are playing a bit more passive at the moment, just waiting out Asuna, who pushed up there really early on round 6.
This has been the early protocols from Loud. Like, don't show early, play more of a default approach, start of the round, and then take parts of the map away that really, realistically, they shouldn't be getting access to. They found a lot of holes in their net that 100 Thieves are trying to cast on this defense side.
And this is Loud now just not hearing anything towards B main. No one from 100 Thieves pushing up. They go and silently get this space. They made a lot of noise towards A early on, hoping that drew 100 Thieves over, and it did. And now it's just time to get into this very lightly held, if held at all, B site. It's just Kess towards market, eating some wayward spam, but nothing too serious.
Yeah. Robbie able to avoid getting caught by the dart. Kess punches in through the masonry. Couple of shots off that Sheriff to delay the plant. Verdi's still tapping it. This is full time now for 100 Thieves to get here with the Sheriff's Guardians all chiming in. Cryo finds a key kill, but it's a little low. Sisterhood of the Traveling Guardian though. Xander's going to pick it up and try and make something happen with it. Here's a Rolling Thunder though. This is a problem for 100 Thieves. Completely staggered inside market, and Verdi's looking to capitalize. Cybercage in his way now, could be surrounded if he's not careful. Look to his left, it's Asuna gets in there. Times of the essence. Asuna, fast lane, will at least imply access to the site here for 100 Thieves, but they got to look out for Luxo. He's still anchored. Playing outside the smoke, sees Asuna on the corner. Some shots coming, but Cowan's in! Finds his third, and Luxo chimes in. Take out the trash.
Do a great job just swinging out together, playing that crossfire, catching all of 100 Thieves who were forced to get in through market. Honestly, they made a pretty fair go at it. Situation where a couple players here on Loud are trying to take duels. Pancata facing into market, shot down, and I don't hate the ult usage from Cow and Zine, but it was sent really early for the sake of Verdi being able to get proactive, but ultimately a very scrappy situation that they win out. And the damage that 100 Thieves doing around like that is still irrelevant. The economy's so good for Loud.
Buy round now for 100 Thieves. Dimensional Drift available to Cryo.
And they have rotated towards the A site so fast. There's even the gate crash.
They're gonna have
back towards CT.
Arsenal, relay bolt play off this. Look at the ping, it's horrifying. Comes in notifying Cryo, somehow with the aftershock. Still Robbie caught in a bit of an awkward spot. Killed by the Shockies. Not a huge amount of damage. Nothing to write home about. Still a fight to be had. And Arsene is able to win it out. Now Pancada, who honestly has had high highs and low lows in this stage. Just to find a way to extract this spike. And Luke Show's always good for that 1v1.
That's just a 1v1, yeah.
Wild.
Able to isolate. Arsene so low. Oh my god. All of these rounds are dangerous.
Expensive round for 100 Thieves to win.
As was the last time they won a round, and then the subsequent one, Loud were able to hunt everyone down, rip all the guns away, and it was right back to an eco. There's been no point in this game where 100 Thieves have been able to get the economy off the ground, so even in victory, there is looming danger for them. You know, but that being said, I do really like the way that they were able to set up that trap towards elbow, the relay bolt into the paranoia, into the slide in from Asuna. He does a great job punishing those stunned, blinded up players. Good utility combo.
Great bolt from EU to light them up as well. This time, similar approach, quickly rotating those two players over with the gate crash will allow them to have strong presence at this A site. Loud are not convinced this is where they need to be.
Recon free clear from 100 Thieves. You can see Arsenal has taken all of, you know, that space at the moment.
But the spike's in mid flight in the hands of Robbie.
And there is a dark cover that's been thrown here by Pancada top right mid. So some implication from Loud that they could be trying to work up top mid, maybe try to push towards that left side.
It's hard to do this against Yoru with a gate crash active.
Yeah, there is some really solid map control for 100 Thieves right now. Asuna probably just going to have to escape. Oh my god, just barely gets out the way.
Birdie's so quick that now's all that over. Drive going to be a bit of a problem here. Yep, Luke Show just cracking heads together, mate. Gets it on the link side. Asuna not ready. Loud are playing at a pace that 100 Thieves are struggling to keep up with. Same issue they had with MIBR, frankly.
That sequence of utility that was being thrown at Asuna was just overwhelming. Everywhere he went, he was getting hit by something else. Tries to escape backside, reposition himself. Nope, aftershock straight away, lit up by a recon as well. I think that's just too much to handle, and now Loud can absolutely go on the hunt. Look at Luke Show. He's already put down mid. This is so reminiscent of the last time 100 Thieves won a buy round.
Fledgling economy for 100 Thieves. It's fragile.
They desperately need to hold on to these guns.
Loud know exactly what the game plan is to that effect, though. Cryo position on the high ground. Luke Show has his crosshair set for it. Oh, and the element of surprise has been lost. Flash around the corner. Yeah, Luke Show turns to pro. He's so clever. They get him, though. 100 Thieves keep those 3 guns, including a Guardian in play.
Just double face to deny Luke Show at the very end. Try and just get the best buy they can here. Just want to see on the replay again. Look at this utility with Asuna trying to escape.
Luke Show spacing so...
Yeah, it's
getting a bit excited, but
he's getting stunned and paranoid, has to retreat back site where there's already an aftershock and the recon top site.
Yep. And it's a one-way it links, so Luke Show can swing that.
Yeah, and then Luke Show is just fighting from the other side. It's so good.
Bit more proactive here from 100 Thieves, but they are a little vulnerable to a fault line setup, and they're about to experience it. Asuna is able to get away. Relay bolted by him a bit of time. No harm, no foul. Oh, I mean, it's a stinger.
Yeah, long-range re-engagement off the paranoia with the stinger. That is dangerous. How far do Loud want to push this right now?
I mean, 100 Thieves definitely chomping at the bit to get a fight. But Loud have been playing this early round pretty slow on the A side of the map. Working mid with an owl drone. Smoke top mid from Pancada. Might be the play again here. So many players at A for 100 Thieves.
Asuna does get the overdrive just then. So that could be critical in this one. On the close angle, look at that little peek from Luke Show, crouched. Now it's Kess back sight, teleport in though from Xander to assist.
Been a strength from Kess, his anchoring ability. Hard to dig out of these sites, it's always been costly. Can he play his life here? And he's bought time. Asuna's on the side with the overdrive. Robbie BK makes the swing. I guess that's why they call it Dutch courage. And he's trying to fight his way outside a market. It's on Kess, it's too much, too heavy. Loud are running away with this half.
I can't believe they were able to take that round. That is just some stunning shooting at the end. That is Loud at their best. Their players just having outrageous firepower. 100 Thieves Sure, they lose Cryo, though. That's unfortunate. They have Asuna come back in with the overdrive. They have backside control. Xander uses the From the Shadows. He's teleported over there, anchoring that with everyone. And they still just get shredded to pieces by the Loud aimers.
Just how high is the ceiling for this Loud team? We know the floor, we've seen it. It's subterranean. The ceiling, though, is...
Well, that's the thing. The actual talent on this roster is unbelievable, but the pieces that they've cobbled together from different regions, having to adjust to speaking multiple languages on the team, it was always going to be inevitable, that there would be this adjustment period where things would have to get synced up between everyone. That was going to take some time, and honestly, it was a little shocking that they came out the gate week one winning against Lev and just having an inherent synergy between the players. So I think they already started a bit above expectations, honestly, but still there was going to be a lot of further work that needed to be done. And you could see in those subsequent 2 weeks that it wasn't all the way there. The fundamentals were really lacking at times, but at the moment, right now, they're hitting in terms of the firepower and the sequences of utility that we're seeing around this breach, though, standard, because breach is the standard here, are so effective right now because the timings are perfect.
And Zix has blown both 100 Thieves timeouts in the first 10 rounds of the game. That's a lot of faith he's putting in Xander to call the full attack half for this team.
Now, as of late, Loud have been very passive towards B. It's just been typically Luke Show, maybe Robbie on a different round, controlling, waiting out any 100 Thieves' aggression, but this time it is looking like it's all gas. They just want to get right into this site early.
Xander tucked in here pretty close. It doesn't matter. Pencada's able to get the better of him. Sting is, though, dangerous at this range. 30 is able to pluck EU out of position, but there's some anchoring presence still here for the Thieves.
Loud is slowing it down. Verdi on the right. What a shot from him.
Cryo finds the trade. The 100 Thieves been trading down across the round. They have the weaker weapons. It's Asuna on a late wrap, but there's a tripwire in his way, and he's only got a Sheriff.
Loud want to take their time, allow Luke Show to group back up. He was watching the flank, maybe considering a deep flank, but no, just play together. They have the numbers, trade things out in an effective manner. Loud are not rushing things.
Luke Show assuming that Asuna's doubling back towards mid. That's the right call here. Now confirmed that we are ending B. Loud with the player advantage and Cry trying to get some info, but the out drone's about to spot him out.
Oh, they know where both players are now.
Robbie BK forced back from that corner by that relay bolt. 100 Thieves had to try and go for this with Stinger and Sheriff. Very unlikely. No util to speak of. No flash, no nothing. Just a dream, and it's all for nothing. Luke Show clicking heads, man. 9-2, this Loud attack side. He's terrifying.
100 Thieves couldn't even get out of Boba to go into the crossfire setup because Luke Show is just on point at the moment.
The irony, by the way, of getting Asuna in an interview, asking him what the meta is, and him saying, the meta is just having 5 guys who can shoot. Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, it's all looking accurate right now.
You don't wait. You wait, bro. You don't...
They have been waiting. They have not.
Luke Show, no, he did not wait for the crossfire. He simply killed them. Little stat padding. Not mad at that. Fast take up main again, and the shock dart from Robbie will deny that standard choke trip. The other one placed by Kesses for a bit more backside control.
There's a rolling thunder here.
Yeah, I was about to say, on top of that, Hunter's Fury, both initiator ultimates, both extremely powerful. 100 Thieves, they pushed all the way out of A main. They've broken a trip at that. Kaya has teleported all the way back to spawn, though. They're just going to force Loud to have to use some pieces of utility to re-clear this side of the map.
Cage triggered.
Corner caged, and our drone will go hunting. All right, that was a shot straight down mid. Xander's able to group up with EU, double face. Catching Verdi unawares might be the first time that's happened all game.
He has been really successful with those first engagements of Verdi. Loud's game plan has been all around him, but without their entry, what can they do? I guess Luke Show can entry.
He was stuck. Cryo had no way to get out. No eject button. Got caught about, but another swing towards top mid for Xander is gainful. Spike needs to be pulled out and go to be the long way now.
30 seconds.
Luke Show again up Boba, and again catching a player. Neural Theft is going to reveal the remaining positions of 100 Thieves. Kess entrenched on the site. Asuna just caught by Pencada.
And they don't expect Pencada to be so far back. I guess with all this space that Luke Show's taken, this guy is in the pantry. He's in the cookie jar. What are you supposed to do?
Kess just did not know where to look.
10 seconds left.
DU knows what's facing him. Can't make the spray down happen yet again. And that is an absolute blowout of a first half between two teams that should in theory be evenly matched. 10-2 is the scoreline. Luke Show at 16-8. Taking liberties left, right, and center.
This Loud team the past couple of weeks, it just didn't seem like they could figure out their map pool, leaning into Haven. 2 losses on it, with 2 times picking it first. But now, on week 4, this Sunset pick, yeah, it's looking pretty reasonable. It's looking like this should probably be near the top of their map pool. That was such an impressive first half.
And it's allowed that are bucking the trend of the double duelists. They're still bringing the breach in and finding great success with that. VA leading from the front. Luke Show is just everywhere. Strong showing so far, but there's of course a second half to play, so don't go too far. Can 100 Thieves claw some rounds back?
Red Bull gives you wings.
This double duelist composition from 100 Thieves looks good on paper. But when they can't win any of these duels, when they get outshot across the map, left, right, and center, and they're trying to make things happen early in these defense side rounds, they're going to struggle. And they have. 10-2 is the scoreline, with 100 Thieves poised to secure a playoff spot today. Not if they can't find victory in this best of 3. And so far, it's been a shaky start.
They have been cursed, seemingly both last week and this one, with going up against the Brazilian teams when they're firing on all cylinders, individually looking so sick today are Loud across the board. Everyone shooting. It's an immediate push down mid. Xander removed from the battlefield. Verdi, another opening kill. And Loud are just going to retreat. They can play this for a full, honest 5-on-4 retake from this point onward.
Hunkering down towards that B side. A composition that features the breach, so the retake potential is absolutely going to be there. No paranoia here for Pancada. Oh, Smoke though is back online.
And going to be broken, and you can see that entire herd of Loud players top mid working their way towards Link. We'll see if Kess actually ends up facing into this. Timing just not there. Completely silent from Loud still.
That's a timing. That's a bloody timing. There might be a crossfire here to set up. EU keeps him busy. Kess.
Spike down A.
Brother just got rolled by Pancada. He's having to whip around on that one. And how do things cannot find advantages? They're set up in advance. Crossfires are there. They can't make it happen. This is turning into a blowout.
They are getting outshot to the absolute maximum extent. Every single player on Loud just has their number in every duel. Throughout this entire game, even when 100 Thieves were making the right decisions in the first half, flooding at the right times with a lot of players, they just can't get a kill.
That is Pancada's so cheeky.
Again, it's just a moment like that. Pure isolated 1v1. Pancada wins it. If Kess wins that against Pancada and can flank, swing from behind, maybe the complexion of the round is different. Not the world we live in, though. We're living in Pancadas. We're living in Louds at the moment.
Pancada back in week 1, map number 3 of that game, 28 kills in regulation to win. Then against Crew, 28 kills across 3 whole maps. Streaky performance over stage 2. But hey, today's when it counts, and so far, so bloody good.
100 Thieves in honest American fashion have a whole lot of stingers. They're forced into this round. They don't want to allow Loud to get to 12, but Pancada's got other ideas.
It's like he's writing a script for us. Here comes Luke Show. Knows there's going to be players there down below. Iron Light. Kess is able to pop it with a stinger, but Pancada Crispy shot. Back off this after 2 kills in the round and let 100 Thieves dither on the side for a while. Or not. Swing with the Guardian. It is claiming these kills. And Pancada's got himself 4. Oh, we're going to do that this round. After I talk smack on the guy at the beginning, and I by power race here for Pancada. God damn it, dude. For real?
Suppose that's why he's world champion. He's definitely still got it. And when he shows up,
bro, I hit him with that premium.
He is just one of the best aimers in the game, man.
You know where the PayPal's at. All right, I hit you with that premium caster curse. I only got 1 of those in me per stage. You know where to find me.
All right, One Way's going to get thrown down from Loud. Of course, 100 Thieves are forced into this again. Cryo has to retreat on account of the stun being thrown out by Cowanzine, and the space now taken by VALORANT. 100 Thieves try to recommit to, they try to refight. They do off the paranoia, but Loud happy to just escape, happy to get out.
Story of the game so far. Timing just not quite lining up for 100 Thieves where they've needed it to. Oh, Pancada holds back on that corner. Gets traded out, but is still Cowanzine waiting here on the line. Birdie might have to give this one up. It's starting to swarm a little bit with 100 Thieves players, but time is being bought.
Robbie's trying to get over there. Is going to be able to back up Birdie, who is just desperate to take more fights. Oh my God!
Robbie! Surely not! Pulls the classic out, but he's got him from Link.
And here comes Luke Show, waiting for that dark cover to go down. Will you be ready for this?
Aldrone might get ahead of this.
Oh, good timing on the recon.
The dart swing is good! Got the dink! Robbie's at 3.
He could end this with a shock dart.
EU,
Either of them could.
Both Sovas die to a shock dart. 30 seconds left. And Robbie BK is not in a hurry. Can wait this one out, and he falls back to hedge his bets in spawn. EU a strong win to blow him over too, but he knows it's a very clear objective. He's walking into alley. Time is short, and there it is. Robbie BK ends him. My feet, both of them, genuinely left the floor that round. They were up in the air, clicking my bloody heels together. What is this Loud team?
That game, that round ends in a beautiful fashion to really summarize everything that we saw across that map. Loud on a totally different planet in terms of the individual level.
They do this every year. Every year in Stage 2, when they need to qualify for playoffs, they just start blowing people out. That is nuts. Birdie ends the map 18 and 11, 327 ACS, 4 first bloods to his name. Luke Show not far behind, 17 and 10. The shooters be shooting, and that's all you really need with this Loud team.
That is the trio on this team that you have to be so afraid of. When Verdi, Luke Show, and Pancada are on point with the aim, there's just nobody that can stop them. They are some of the absolute finest in the world when it comes to shooting. And if they're all on point in the same game, well, that's what happens. 100 Thieves, they made the right decisions on defense most of the time. They were at a lot of the right sites, stacked up, doesn't matter.
We're stepping away. I need to sit down for a moment. And we'll be back, of course, after Experts check in with us after a ridiculous first map of this series.
I'm on my way.
frente. Olha aí o Marote, vai passar o time inteiro. Segura o dedo. 3 kills do holandês.
One of them will give up a 1v1. And that's the one he looked for. That's what he was counting on, the second one.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, actually, we were just talking a little bit here, but Vansili's standing by with Coach, leader of Loud. And Coach, congratulations on a first map win. It looks like a night and day performances, especially now that the coordination to allow Verdi to get so many good openings here for this first map against 100 Thieves. How much time went into drilling to make sure that the team looks as coordinated as today? And how much time did you put into anti-striding 100 Thieves for this week?
I mean, to be honest, we're not putting a lot of effort to anti-strat our enemies because I see that many times people are changing columns and it's like being a surprise to you, and I don't like to changing our way of playing, and then things can get messy on the stage, you know? So that's why we know what's their weaknesses overall. If they change a comp, we're not going to be surprised because we have our plan ready. If they have the weaknesses, we're going to use it like we did here. And I think it was like a great job from my players because we've been practicing so hard, and all of our maps has this potential. I'm not lying, but it's just a matter of time to show it.
The results so far are showing us. So, Coach, teşekkürler for the time. Good luck, man, for the series.
All right, well, Loud manages to pick up that first map, but the big question on my mind is, what were Vans and Coach Leader talking about?
That's what we want to know.
That's really, that's all I want to know. So, Vans, you have some questions to answer.
So explain
that being said, though, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw on that stage. Because, guys, this was a Loud that came out swinging, and not only did they look good in the server, but you could tell, Dryad, they were joyful, jubilant on that stage as things were going their way. And Robbie BK certainly helping lead the charge there.
Absolutely, and this is something that we saw last week when they were playing against Crew. We started to see this is the kind of energy that Robbie BK wanted to bring to the table on this Loud squad. And this time around, we got to see the plan, not only with the energy, but also bringing this map of Sunset where we didn't really know what to expect. We didn't know what they were going to be running, and we see how the plan works out for Loud perfectly.
Yeah, and it feels like a complete 180 where we struggled to see them on their attack being super innovative and creative, but we saw them playing their attack super, super well this game. Felt like this Sunset, they really found themselves. They found the way that they wanted to play, and they just put it into fruition.
Yeah, we talked about what does this identity look like for this Loud team. They're still trying to figure that out, and it seems like things are looking pretty good right now. And also, another big element to that has been Verdi's performance, because this guy continues to show why it was only a matter of time before he got picked up by a Tier 1 team.
He was frying, and I think a really big part of that too is having that breach, Cal and Zine helping him set up with him. You can even see they're fighting together in a lot of these instances. Most of the time they're literally holding hands, fighting off of util, making sure that they're playing off of every single thing. The flashes, the stuns, the neon stuns also being used in order to retake and hold it down. Just overall, really well played from these two. And Verdi, again, he's just going off on neon.
Every time I think of Verdi, I think of neon. And, you know, that's not fair because he plays a lot of different duelists, but I think with the neon, he's able to shine a little bit more. And this is the conversation that we were having, the way that he's playing alongside Kawansine, how Kawansine is flashing and immediately Verdi is going in. And we saw that throughout this map, where it was either both of them towards that A side early on, trying to put some presence, playing a little bit slower, or it was trying to sell a fake, trying to push some of the defense on that B side. And there's the little things that we're really working out for this duo to get that opening and to have such a dominant map against them.
You could tell in that instance the trust was definitely there, and it will only continue to fester and grow, especially with the way that Kawanzine likes to play on the support role, and Verdi. It's just absolutely incredible. But of course, though, pressure is on for 100 Thieves, because this is a map, or this is rather a series that they need to win in order to lock up playoffs. And boy, oh boy, it ain't looking good right now. Let's see what's going on with Coach Zix, as Vansili standing by.
Vansili now here standing by with Coach Zix of 100 Thieves. Now, Coach, I know a tough match now, and now you have to win this series going to Lotus, which is actually your permaban for this stage 2. Can you give me a little bit of insights as to why you wanted to float that map against Loud this week?
Loud is another team that has been permabanning Lotus. I think that we always had it kind of in the back of our mind that like maybe we should consider opening it in general. Maybe it's a better fit for us than other maps. So we decided that we were gonna practice it this week and that it could be a good surprise pick for this week. Because, you know, a lot of teams, when you share a perma, you'll just assume that the other team's gonna ban it. And based on their reaction, they kind of felt like a little bit off. Like they were like kind of surprised that we did it, so that was kind of the thinking going into it. But I mean, we're definitely gonna have to step it up when it comes to our energy. Our energy was like really low in the first map. We usually fight way more aggressively for info, and that game we just definitely did not. So we'll definitely be fighting more aggro, trying to get as much info as possible next time.
At least from your point of view with this answer, Coach Zix, it seems like you still have the confidence that you have this series in the bag, so good luck for the rest of the series.
All right, well, you heard from Coach Zix there what is going to be necessary for 100 Thieves to try and get back into this one, and they'll need to do it by forcing that map 3. We're going to be right back after this one. Uber and Wyatt will catch you on the other side.
Pretty direct assessment, I think, from Zix there before the break of the situation. 100 Thieves found themselves in at multiple points on Sunset. Didn't fight for information hard enough. We saw them be pretty proactive early in the rounds and then kind of give it all up and let Luke Show walk up on him. Verdi just find these positions to play into. Definitely clear to see the energy was low. As he said, have they had enough time to top it up and get locked in for this second map of the series?
It'll be very relevant as well, given that we're going to Bind. We're going to be seeing them with the double duelist again with the Yoru. And they have displayed some excellence on defense here, which I know for some will feel odd to say, since the last outing was against MIBR, and MIBR completely destroyed them while they were on defense. But
first, at least.
We'll say a lot of that definitely came down to the fact that Cortezia was having an unbelievable showing, putting up 20 kills on attack with only 5 deaths, winning 1v3 clutches, etc., etc. But here, 100 Thieves are going to be starting on attack, and that is where they got out to that massive lead against MIBR, 10-2. Let's see if they can do it to another Brazilian opponent this week in Loud.
Thank God there's no young shooters on the side of Loud to do that to them again, right?
Surely not. Right? Yeah, surely that won't be happening today.
Oh, goodness.
Let's see if this team can bounce back, though. 100 Thieves, it started in this stage for them just absolutely crushing NRG week 1, crushing Crew week 2. Neither game and not a single map really was close in any regard. Then they get knocked down by MIBR, and it feels like Loud map 1 kind of stomping on them while they were on the ground. But can they get back up at this point with this new roster that they have, you know, without Boostio, who we can certainly say was an injection of life and confidence and energy into this team at all times? Do they have a guy here who is going to be doing that for them? I don't really know at this point.
Now we are waiting to jump in the game, but we have a game crash on the stage. Hoping to jump in momentarily, but that will need to be, as you can see, ironed out just a little bit. Having the game booted up momentarily for that Loud individual. All right, so ahead of today's match, though, we did catch up with Cryo about the big roster change they made coming into stage 2. Keen to hear his thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously our biggest change is changing our IGL Boostio, and we picked up a new player, Kess. So obviously he had to switch IGLs. He's had to learn a new role. He's an initiator player, but we put him on Sentinel. So super long process there, but you know, we're still figuring things out. And yeah, it's a change that kind of like shook up our team culture a little bit. I think everyone's a lot more motivated to try harder on stage 2 to try to make champs. So yeah, this is all pretty much a big gamble.
Look, as far as gambles go, so far, not so bad, right? These guys have put themselves in a position where their fate is in their own hands. Unfortunately, they had to get over this Loud team, who seem to be on a big upswing. If we talked about Streaky, they're definitely on the positive side of that axis right now. I'm not going to call them Streaky anymore because they'll be acing again.
Yeah, last time I was thinking about, oh yeah, you did say that about Pancata.
10 minutes ago, yeah.
He did get 5 headshots
he did.
with Guardian at the moment.
Yeah.
pointed that out. It was a good storyline, though. It was a good narrative. It's been true.
I am a caster curse for hire. That's all I'm going to say.
It was an all-timer caster curse. It really was.
Leader with the documentation out here. I hope he has his prepared for Lotus, because as we heard from Zix, he felt, at least,
God knows what's happening there,
that he caught Loud a little bit by surprise by, picking that map towards the end of the veto. So we'll see. Again, it looks like Cowan Zine has managed to find his way back into the game. I believe it was him, or maybe Pancada. And yes, not too far away from jumping back in. Look at a volatile stage for this Loud team. Always a little bit hard to get a read on, but they do have a tendency, and I alluded to this in the previous map, they make these late season resurgences pretty often. They did it last year as well. They did it in the Sardak era pretty strongly, and funnily enough, it often happens with an upset win against 100 Thieves. That always seems to get mixed in there somehow. I don't know why, but it has been a consistent theme for this team. We're moments away, folks, from jumping into our second map of the series. Sunset was a 13-2 beatdown on 100 Thieves, and they hope to bounce back on Bayern, which is a map we know they'd like to take us to pretty frequently.
That Loud game last week against Crew, it was an absolute mess at times, but it was the most fun mess that you can get in Valorant. Just two teams throwing haymakers on this map. A lot of not recommended by the textbook 1v1s being taken, but it was a damn good time.
A lot of improvising.
So I'm hoping for a little bit more of that here. Let's see if 100 Thieves can get back into things, have a mental reset after map 1 and play better on their own pick here.
First of all, I like the Loud setup straight off the rip. Crossfired into Hookah.
Yeah, you're going to have Pancada here taking that contact, hoping to be a distraction for Cowan Zine.
They want the fight. They want this smoke. Cowan Zine ducks the flash. Arsenal's able to find one now. That does leave Cowan Zine a little bit solo in there. Cat's out the bag, though, well and truly about 100 Thieves' intentions. And they're going to keep this push onto the side going. Robbie flashes too and falls back. He needs a bit of time for his teammates to get there. They're on a long, wide flank. He'll likely be caught before they can get there.
Yeah, absolutely overwhelmed. But 200 Thieves expect these plays coming from long. I mean, Xander is ready for that.
Only Xander, though. Okay, Arsenal 4 in the pistol. Statement round for 100 Thieves to kick us off here on Bind.
That was a pretty cool way to take Hookah, throwing down that cloud to separate a potential crossfire. Everybody runs through forward, and then the cloud drops. They all face back, so essentially they get a triple face onto one isolated player and a triple face onto the other. From there, Robbie is in sight. Doesn't feel like he can actually escape. Teammates too far away. 100 Thieves really do a good job there of just isolating everyone and as a unit bringing them down.
Looking a little bit more aggro and insistent in his early stages.
There was also a lot of energy from Asuna, which is something I was thinking about before we were getting into the game. Who's going to be bringing the energy levels up? And, well, Asuna actually a pretty good guess. His energy levels usually pretty high.
Definitely feels like they're manifesting, though. Definitely trying to manufacture some coming out of a pretty lackluster map. That always helps to get that pistol round win and do it in style. Funneling kills to someone like Arsenal, always a good way to get your team off to the races.
Definitely expect that Cryo is going to be doing his best to just hunt for some more kills with the Ghost. Doesn't matter if he goes down with no investment, just wants to get some orbs, wants to get to the dimensional drift.
Okay, Verdi realizes something is off here. Went to fall off the site and, gets caught between a rock and a smoky place by the looks.
Looks like Cryo might have an opportunity to get a few more kills if these Loud players go through the teleport.
Yeah, he's on the hunt. The Ghost player, of course. As he's
now it's time for Austin to hunt. I think he got the plant down. He's 2 orbs away. It's min-max time.
Yep, let's get those showstoppers rolling. Nothing to be found here, though, in Halls and Elbow, because Loud are not about it. Likely just to pop through the teleporter towards the end of the round. Try and perish to the spike. That's exactly what Cryo is banking on. He's got a Vandal in hand, though.
We are headed towards a bonus round in which 100 Thieves are going to have a pretty damn good buy, all things considered.
Yes. Loud there. Dizzying in, but don't really want to take the fight. Don't really want to hand the orbs over. Might be an issue, though. Arsenal was asking the question.
He tried his best. should be able to invest in a pretty good weapon here. 3 rifles now for 100 Thieves on this bonus round. This is a very strong buy. They can keep trying to play towards the orbs as well for Asuna, get him to that showstopper early.
And look, I think Bind is the map for 100 Thieves to really get back into the game. Against MIBR, Cryo's 27-17 on the map, even in a loss. Asuna, 8-0, first kill, first death ratio. Very active early, getting out cleanly too.
This has just simply always been the 100 Thieves home. Sometimes for better or for worse, but
I mean,
it was definitely for better when they made their run to being stage champions last year, going to Shanghai, but it was looking like that was going to be the case again here, honestly. At this stage, the Bind would just be that go-to map, and it has been. It was only MIBR that bested them, and it required a heroic performance.
One way goes up here, Birdie ready for the push. Asuna cut down right in front of him. He takes no damage in that exchange. Pancada peers out from Lamb. Same result for him. Very hale and hardy. Loud crew ready to throw down after the fact. Kess got Cowan's in. But he is traded out instantly, and 100 Thieves cut down well and truly to size.
That was some real willingness to fight shown there from Verdi and Pancada. Swinging from top truck and Lance. Verdi drops down. These last 2 players from 100 Thieves shouldn't really have any hope of getting back into this, though. Verdi is in an isolated position, so that's a straight-up 1v1 take-in. That could be the opening. That could be the entry point for 100 Thieves.
It's
working now off that wall.
A lot depends on Xander getting out. If he
He's
runs
1v1s.
wins it out.
His positions are crumbling for Loud.
Still no plant yet. 17 seconds in the round. Time still of the essence. 100 Thieves must be decisive in these coming moments. Spike not yet picked up. It's going to be scooped by Xander and EU.
Is anyone going to fight together,
I don't think so. Luke Show trying to go solo as well. Picked out by the Horde. He'll be double-faced. That is egregious. And now, in this second map of the series, some of the cracks starting to form. We saw this from Loud in the past, and it was a narrative established on our desk coming in. They have a 64% 5v4 conversion rate in their last game.
I'm getting flashbacks right now to the first time they picked Haven, where in the first half they got 9 first kills but only won 4 rounds.
That's that.
Which is shocking. And it's because of rounds like this. They get an advantage, but they just do not set up properly together. They throw people away in isolated 1v1s. That's exactly what happened just then. Loud cannot be giving up rounds like that if they have intentions of making it to the playoffs or further to champs. They just have to clean those rounds up.
Well, that's not a 1v1 at least. Still ends up being a trade, though. Cassia appears in. EU in a position to swing out, but flashed and actually caught in position. Cryo, though, I mean, all the resources are here for 100 Thieves. They can play that situation in tandem. And against 100 Thieves, a team that can take 2 players, like, was it Kess and Xander? Rather, Xander and EU, excuse me, and just play those 1v1s so expertly. Like, you cannot make those kind of mistakes against this team. Luke Show's first kill of the map. Incredible on Sunset.
I will definitely not be counting him out here. Yep. Does have a little bit of armor as well, but not enough to survive a shot from Cryo, who's miles away at the moment in market, but is going to run all the way to hookah. Any sign of Luke Show's appearance, which is about to be right now against EU in an unexpected position up top. Makes quick work of the lone Loud player. 100 Thieves get 4 on the board, and that damage is very irrelevant. Look at the state of their economy.
It is doing very, very well. Scrappy stuff early. It just so happens 100 Thieves have 4 players on different angles in this part of the map. So even with EU flashed out to eternity, stuck in that corner, Cryo still able to intervene and find 2 with the Outlaw.
All right, Verdi is going to be picking up the Operator for the first time in this series. He was looking really talented with that weapon in some of their earlier games that they had played, especially week 1 against Lev.
Here we go. Showstopper gets ripped. Asuna found Luke Show there. Doesn't matter if there's a poison orb in the way, he knew where to send that. Cowan's in tucked by Triple, gonna get double swung in a second and can't win it out. It's Robbie though from Lamps. Flashes in, goes low. Kess falls back around the corner. There's gonna be 2 minute guns trained.
I can't believe he got another one. That is honestly unbelievable. Brody trying to get on the line with the off, but denied by the Molotov thrown down from Kess. That'll give an opportunity for the plant to be...
Can't be used for the post plant though, Wyatt. That's now been expended early.
If Verdi does get one kill, he's going to have the showstopper here. Will Asuna expose himself to this angle? Danger.
He'd be the one to take the fight. Verdi with the op. Kess down. Showstopper at the ready and fired off. Surely in the direction of Asuna's corpse. Ultimately unnecessary. As Loud get back into the game.
Pancata going to be just one orb away from the orbital strike heading into the next on account of that defuse. That round is all about Robbie anchoring backside. I cannot believe he was able to get 2 kills there. The second onto EU was ridiculous. It was the snipe from Austin early on. How does this happen? I mean, if you saw the, we watched the little sequence before then, he's jiggling back and forth between different angles, has the flash out at an awkward time, somehow doesn't die then. He's at like basically 1 HP. Mental play from him.
That is some
knife's
edge
kind of
stuff.
feels like Robbie from last week against Crew 2. He was getting away with some silly stuff. Had an outrageous ace in that game as well.
Reminds me of what Cryo used to do as Brim on defense on that part of the map.
Right, whoa. Very fast orbital strike, and Luxo is completely caught.
Caught in the seas, nowhere to go. Kawanzin forced back on the site now. With a thrash at the ready, in fairness.
Can always trust EU to hit a good seize on bind.
After turns the flash, those Kawanzin's trying to get back up in the lands, but loses out the fight. It's going to be Verdi peering out from Fence. Kawanzin and Pancata had to lock it down. Finding these kills, fighting doggedly backside, but this is 100 Thieves now, insisting on taking this map control, playing more aggro. Leaving Pancata with a clutch in front of him. He'll swing into a line that's being held by Cryo here, one way or another. That doesn't matter! That is some sharpshooting. Now it's on Kess. Smoke's gonna dissipate! Filthy! Just disgusting!
How is he getting away with these moments? Pancata was outrageous on Sunset. Cryo whiffing, staring straight at the smoke. Aim down sights. Did not matter. Pancata's only moment to step out of that smoke is when Kess is on the spike.
I got nothing for you, buddy.
I just can't, man. We've seen a couple rounds that are a little shocking.
Bro, what is this?
It's just a filthy shot. That flick is crazy,
No damage taken, by the way. Don't worry about it.
And he's looking ice cold after that.
Very smug,
No
as
reaction.
you do.
Another day in the office.
That's the second round that 100 Thieves are let through that really...
Now I'll tell you, 100 Thieves, they have been cycling ults and just going for these fast execs off the back of them, crying out with the dimensional drift, and also from the front, he funnels them into lamps.
Here's Cryo! 2 shotguns, 2 kills.
No rifle necessary, teleports out of there. Surely Loud don't claw this round back, man. There's no way. There's just no way.
Now, I'd say it's to 100 Thieves' credit, they've got backside control, but that didn't help them in the previous round.
No,
Loud, though, don't seem to want 2 chances.
It's time to save. They have been unable to win these rounds with virtually anyone alive, so the money is pretty bad, and they do not want to throw away, especially Verdi's operator, which that man has not even had a chance to really play the game with yet. You know, the 2v2 retake, he got a kill on the other round, but no one has actually gone into his sightline early.
It's this play down short that he really doesn't have much to work with. Maybe he has a short window if he plays top truck, but with an op that seems pretty out there with all the smokes that come down.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves are just keeping the game simple, playing around the ults, which is what you can do running the double duelist, so long as they're doing an effective job at getting that dimensional drift, using that at the same time. You have the showstopper building and just cycle them back and forth. You're going to get nightfalls in there as well from EU. Eventually, you'll have the orbital strike with Molly from Kess for a post plant. As long as you're playing effectively to the orbs, this fast pace, it can absolutely work for them. It makes sight hits very easy.
Thrash has been in the hands of Kawanzin for quite a few rounds now. And he won't have a rifle to supplement. 100 Thieves, so that last round, their economy was hanging in the balance. Risky for both sides. A real inflection point kind of round. I don't hate this kind of play from Xander. Verdi's going to have to be pretty quick with it. Ooh, okay.
He was scoped in for that position. Crazy. Crazy intuition. Finally able to get involved early round with that operator, and now Luxo really just has to survive. That's it. Just simply stay alive over here.
This is a collection of the most unlikely circumstances you'd expect in a professional Valorant match.
Here's that ult cycle.
No
it's going to
catch on
connect.
Lucho.
Yeah, it does hit Verdi though, does hit Pancata, so that's going to stop any attempt at a flood from Loud unless they use this orbital strike to try to get back in.
Would be an idea. Lucho also respecting this elbow position and backs off of it.
Now they're just going to wait. This is an opportunity where Kaunzin can finally use that thrash he's been sitting on, that's for sure.
Close enough. There's not going to be a lot of time to react to this. Cryo's going to see it coming. Thrash hammered, but here comes the orbital strike. Cryo's able to get out of it for the most part, playing inside the poison orbit. Arsena wants a challenge elbow. Lucho down. He knows there's likely more where that came from, and it's Wingman. Great paint shells. Creates that spacing. Gives him a chance to fall back to the side and have crossfire.
Yeah, this one is all but done. The time has just gotten way too low. Loud would like to even just survive at this point on the cross.
Wyatt!
They will do that.
It's more than just survival on the line now.
No, they gotta run, man. There's
no time.
There's no time. There's been no
time.
time.
What are they doing? Arsena says, well, thanks for coming.
For a second, you could tell they were like, wait, we just killed everyone? We can do this. Oh, wait, never mind. There's maybe 8 seconds left. Yeah, can't really run to the spike and defuse at the same time. We don't have ghost mode on, so you can't really get over there too fast. You can't really no-clip to the spike, so.
This is chaos.
Asena's playing so well right now. He is determined to win this map.
One enemy remaining.
He's earned himself another showstopper here.
Another 1v3 for the boy, Pete.
He is on point, and that's going to force Loud into the timeout.
I love that we're seeing Hunter Thieves just start disrespecting Loud a little more.
That's
just
exactly what
that
Dix was talking about in that interview before this map started with Vans. They were not playing with enough aggression back on map 1. They're definitely playing pretty aggressive right now. It is just sight hit with all every single round. That time, oh, no dimensional drift, no showstopper. Well, we got the Nightfall up. We're in a 4v5. Doesn't matter. Send it. Let's get in. And then the way that they're able to just fight so aggressively still at the choke points, they're not giving up the space. Even when that thrash is coming through from Kaunzin, they're only eventually pushed off the site by the orbital strike, but then Austin immediately, time to fight elbow. Paint shells to deny anyone swinging into him. It's so good, it's so proactive. Denying those choke points, not easing up, applying pressure.
See Lucho also playing a lot more restrained, right? He's on the defense side in fairness here. Obviously on that lurk potential. He's got a much more defined role here, of course, trying to lock that B side down and fall off and wait for the retake. Not much room for individual expression here.
Definitely going to be keeping my eyes on Arsena as the showstopper right now.
That's that boy Pete to you.
Allowed to have the double up in Hookah, which they went for earlier in this half, and it did not work when 100 Thieves
Poison orb emitting.
took that area of the map playing around the Viper.
Poison's off.
Okay, that's valuable information for Robbie.
And in the meantime, a lot of emphasis over towards A short, nothing towards shower, which is where Cryo currently is. He sent his gate crash all the way back towards spawn, though, to get to B as soon as he possibly can.
See that guiding light ping definitely confirming or suggesting B long presence. Loud is slowly falling back to the side, but Robbie's going to get split and left in Hookah here.
Yeah, these are just pure info flashes. Look at Loud. They're pushing all the way into market from A. How fast can they actually flank? Can they avoid this rocket from Arsena? Nope, that is not going to happen.
Yeah, full respect being paid here by 100 Thieves.
But do they expect these players from Loud to be behind them this quickly? There is an opportunity for Verdi to get a free kill.
There's no way they're ready for this timing. Xander's not going to be able to flick in this direction. What does Verdi do from here? Paint shell and fall back. There's a weapon for the take in there if he can get it, but Arsena wins another key fight at elbow.
Looked like there was almost a lineup even with the Sheriff.
Johnny on the spot here, Wyatt. Pancata might be caught with util in hand. Able to get the fight. Kess is dealt with now. E looking low, and the net's starting to close a little bit on that elbow position. Time is ticking. The Cryo late reflank pays off. Pancata and the Phantom he was carrying down. What? Spray with his finger through the smoke, I guess. Just VCT Americas vibes. Okay, and a defuse as Cryo can't get involved.
Our lurking outlaw Yoru just couldn't get there in time. He walked all the way through showers over to B. It was just Loud being proactive down short and flanking at the exact right time for Verdi to get in there. Xander not expecting a player to have gone to this position already. Can't really blame him, to be honest. But they didn't have any info on short at any point during that round.
What is this? Oh, he just sees the
I
barrel
do
of the
love
gun.
I love how Kalazin plays that though. Stood outside of the smoke and then the exact right moment just gets in there.
That's a massive round to win. Bear in mind, that was like a half buy for Loud, and then they're going to turn it into a no-holds-barred brawl.
This has got 100 Thieves' economy in a terrible position, by the way, after a string of early dominance. There's an opportunity for Loud to put them in a bad economic position. Luxo has to get in the game for that to be a factor, though. Only one kill to his name right now, and he needs to step up anchoring.
This wall is dirty.
Does Cryo expect it? Does Kess expect it?
Bring that curtain down. They're not looking. Timing might be here. Oh, buddy, just one. One might be enough, though. Xander inside the Viper's pit. Pre-plant, by the way. Kess will get it down.
Maybe an opportunity for Robbie to use that Trailblazer to clear out a little bit of this pit. Might be apprehensive to do so. We'll have to see. Dark cover going to, or rather, you know, Sky Smoke going to be thrown down to obscure the view from Showers. Here comes that dog. Pancalo wants to get some space off the back of it. Maybe a spam kill if he can.
What?
No way.
Bro, Lasty got the teeth in a little too deep that time. Now Xander in trouble under pressure. Pancalo sees him coming and Robin sprays him through. An unlikely round there for Loud. Luxo had to find that kill, and like you mentioned, the economy for 100 Thieves is in shambles.
At least they get the plant down there. There's something about Robbie on this map when he's playing Sky. He just gets away with the silliest things. This has been a consistent theme over the last few weeks. This is just where he steps up. Luxo goes 1 for 1. That ends up being enough.
Oh, it's just absurd. Sees the traces.
Crazy.
Bro, got that dog out of him. That's internal and external canine. Oh, God. There's two dogs. Two dogs inside
with
of us.
the plant. Even with the plant, 100 Thieves not good enough to get a reasonable buy together. It's just a lot of sheriffs.
Clutch factor showing up for Loud in quite a few of these rounds.
Oh, their 4 rounds have come down to heroics. Bold plays individually. The flank from Verdi, clutching from Robbie, clutch from Pancata.
Just good TV, isn't it? Okay, Pancata sharp off the rip. There are a lot more players than that here for Loud.
Oh no, this is the scrappy, brawly Valorant that you just love to watch sometimes.
As long as you don't have a stake in either team winning. You know, in that case,
it can be healing for the soul.
It's a cure for hypertension.
Enemy remaining.
That's hypotension.
And Pancata has worked his way very close to an orbital strike in that round, getting 4 kills. Now just needs 1 orb for that to be a factor, and Loud potentially tying this game up, despite 100 Thieves' dominant early run of a 4-0 start. They're in prime position now.
Yeah, that Vim and Vigor 100 Thieves brought in after winning the pistol round so convincingly. Feel like that's started to dissipate a little bit. Some real audacious moments here from Loud. Definitely going to get under their skin.
Yeah, they've done a good job exposing some parts of the map, knowing the 100 Thieves are just really grouped up, really hitting sites heavily with everyone. And they have loved walking down short. Loud. Here we go again, but not so much walking. It's a satchel.
Full tilt and somehow, surprise Arsena able to avoid what should have been certain doom. As Schrodinger's showstopper comes in.
Is this Loud showing no fear and continuing to walk it down? It's looking a little bit like it, but they're going to feel the pressure now that the Prowlers come in. Surely they'll want to retreat. Unless we just stand there. They are not giving up short, man. They do not care. It's disrespect time.
Kind of limits the options for 100 Thieves. What are they going to lean into this heavily? Potentially. Case has a molly. There's honestly a lot that can punish stubbornness here on Loud's side in the hands of the Brimstone. Wait till this Sky Smoke dissipates, and then it's about to get messy.
And that is the last smoke available. Oh,
okay.
Yes. Yep, just isolates that 1v1. Pancata would have to go absolutely crazy. Oh, sorry, he does have 1 more smoke to throw down short.
There's an activation here over towards the B side, though, from Xander. He's still looking for something in the meantime. Onto the side he goes. They called the swing. I heard him on the stage.
Yeah, Austin is so loud on the stage right now. Pancata through the smoke bomb. Okay, goes down to the nade. What is happening? And Xander is just playing a mini game on B.
He's just thumbing his nose at Robbie. What's catnip for dogs? Because that's what he used there.
All right, that was an interesting little roundabout that we watched to close out the half.
nice to see something a little bit different on Bind. You know what I mean? Matt, we see so much of both these teams bringing a brand of Valorant that frankly is, well, forcing us to run at headlong pace to try and catch up.
Look, my big question coming into this next half is, are we going to get an MIBR situation with 100 Thieves? They get the lead on attack, switch to defense, and it crumbled with a 10-2 lead against MIBR. But I really don't believe that that's representative of how good they are on defense, because they displayed excellence on it against NRG week 1. But what are we going to get, man?
I mean,
it's a toss-up.
It's crazy. I'm going to take a breather. Let's head over to Van Silly, who's over at the streamer booth, and check in.
Thank you so much, Uber. Van Silly here, sitting by with JHB team and also Christopher of 100 Thieves. Everybody give it up to them. See, that little pause means that who are these guys? So JHB, first off, you've been around the scene for 100 Thieves. I think 5 years ago you were joining in as an intern. Right. 1 year later you were a senior intern, as being the only intern in 100 Thieves. Yes. And now you're just employee. So what do you do for 100 Thieves?
I don't know. I do a lot of the social media, video editing. I can't even explain what I do, to be honest. But I don't know. I work there. I sometimes stream. I have a lot of fun.
It looks like it because you got a big smile, and I love it. Chris, I want to know a little bit about you as well, because you're a content creator for 100 Thieves as well. Do you play a lot of Valorant? Have you competed in Valorant? What's your career like?
I took.
Hold on, why is James laughing the whole time?
No, we're just good friends. He likes to have laughs, but I kind of stream sometimes now. I kind of gave up competing a little while ago. But, I love watch partying, I love Valorant, and I'm just excited to be here.
That's awesome. And are you guys excited to be here right now? Because first map didn't go really into 100 Thieves' way, so I'm sweating. Were you guys sweating too?
I was. We like to pretend the first map didn't even happen. But no, overall, this is such a fun experience. It's my first watch party stream here, so I'm just having a good time overall. Yeah.
Hopefully you're going to be able to do more. And I heard an end, so finish that.
I'm kind of worried that, if we end up losing this, it's bad luck for me. I don't want to come back, so we need to win. I want us to win.
He's nervous. How about you?
No,
quick one.
I'm really confident in the boys. I think they can pull this out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. And let's toss it back to the casters. So fist bump. Don't forget that. Back to Mitch and Wyatt.
Look, Wyatt, if 100 Thieves win this Bind map, I'm happy to pretend the first map didn't happen. They still need to win, obviously, their permaban of Lotus. So there's that whole bridge to cross.
God knows what happens when we get to Lotus for either of these teams. Just no clue right now. So,
all right,
we'll cross that bridge when we get there, as you said.
I want to see what Luxio can do with some of these lurks here on the attack side. Instrumental on Sunset. Would be putting it lightly, but kind of trapped within his own role. Not much room to breathe on that first half, and still able to find 5 solid rounds.
Anchoring against 100 Thieves' attack strategy of slamming sites with ults over and over and over. Not a fun endeavor, but maybe he can fare better here. Loud are, at the moment, just waiting out any aggression that could have potentially came from 100 Thieves, but that's not going to be the case over on this A site at least. You can see them defensively prodding towards B long, light presence in shower, and a rotate being called right now from Kess as Loud enter the front side of this site. No engagements yet.
Vertical, vertical, up on the boxes, drop down, and Xan is ready to receive him. Some sharpness from the IGL. And he'll be able to fall to the back of the side after taking more than his pound of flesh. Yeah, this is clean, very clean. And Robbie speculating through the smoke, found some purchase. Sander low, still a full cohort of 100 Thieves players up. These pistols have been good this map. Robbie now waiting on this push, will be covered by Pancada. It's not enough, not even close.
Neither pistol round was close, and it's pretty tough to win a game of Valorant when you lose both pistols. So Loud, once again, going to be fighting from behind on this second half of the map. Well done there from 100 Thieves, especially Cryo really putting the nail in the coffin with that moment here against Luxio. Fast on the reaction when he rounds the corner, and from there it is just all too easy for them to scale back into the site together, taking lamp control and shutting down those remaining 2 players. Virtually no investment here from Loud on attack, just all classics and the Ghost. 100 Thieves even had a really clean anti-eco at the start of the game as well, then win the bonus. So let's see if they can repeat some of that same success.
Keskett on an interview last week after their loss to MIBR, on this map especially. He's pretty cut about it. He's devastated. But something he mentioned was that the pace stages from MIBR were really hard for 100 Thieves to keep up with, right? Especially on that defense side. They got run over. Barely won any rounds there. So have they been able to adjust, or will they be able to adapt if Loud start varying the tempo Getting a nice little buffer here is going to be important. Loud are able to get here onto this A side. Backside control, though, is it's a little bit of a different issue. Verdi knew he was jumping into the belly of the beast there. This is a very standard protocols being enacted by 100 Thieves, and Kess will be waiting. Judge in hand. Not challenged. Luke Show headed elsewhere.
Loud will be happy enough just to have gotten the spike down. Basically, no hope in this one. Just want to see how clean it can be, honestly, for 100 Thieves. It's Cryo getting another easy one. Only one player down at the moment. Robbie going to be on this late flank. But it's 100 Thieves again, who should have a pretty solid buy for their bonus.
Yeah. Converting that pretty comfortably, I think. Just very good weapons in general. Something Loud are going to have to respect. I also know there's a judge at large, and I know what Kess can do with that weapon. So this gap open up to 4 rounds now to 100 Thieves. Convert on the pistol successfully once more.
And the defense side on Bind is really where I was so impressed by them early on into this stage. Cryo's play on the Yoru was really dictating the game in terms of his ability to just teleport around to the proper sites. 100 Thieves were so willing to aggressively flood over and over with the double duelist look. Kess being this really steadfast anchor, playing oftentimes towards lamps as he is now. It was just a fearlessness from 100 Thieves and a willingness to all flood together as often as possible that had them just dominate NRG week 1. Can they do it again here against Loud?
Snakebite to try and slow things up here, but Xana needs to find a way to extricate himself or have coverage. Yeah, it's the former. Back through the toxic screen he goes.
Now Loud have drawn this full rotate, even to the extent that EU has worked his way towards this B site. And EU that, by the way, with 1 kill will have a Nightfall. Cow and Z now, 1 orb will have a Thrash. An Initiator from either side working close to those ultimates. Do 100 Thieves try to pop out of this? It looks like they want to off of a flash.
Flash and Cryo, will they go with the Prowler? And Cowan's able to move them down. Robbie finding that third. That play falls in a screaming heap for 100 Thieves, and they're hoping for more. They're hoping for some guns taken away from Loud here, but the pace just gets ahead of them, and they get absolutely bowled over.
Completely wrecked. Honestly, that feels like some vintage 100 Thieves on Bind. They love to go for a pop out into B long off of a flash. I mean, you know, last year it was with the Gecko involved in that play.
They used to
set
throw
up
it in.
Asuna on the Raze, get him in there. It really is vintage 100 Thieves.
I feel like we used to see it on like match points from them too.
Yeah.
One round away from winning, they just like run down B long.
You know, in this situation, definitely hoping there were going to be less Loud players there when they try to get out of that Brim smoke.
But that's a pace change, right? Loud don't just barrel in towards that B site. They take a beat, they cut noise even briefly. You see like Cowan's picking all the spaghetti up, gets himself an orb, gets that Dizzy back. He mentions he's close to another Thrash.
They exit that round. Yeah, he's got the Thrash now, and they exit that round with all 5 guns, so much better start for Loud than was the case in the first half of this game.
Is that Luke Show lurk, bro?
The late lurk to clean 1 guy up. Yep. There you go, one on the board.
Still in Pyre range, though. I want to point that out. We'd hate to see it.
Yeah, we do hate to see it.
But there is
surely he gets a kill here, right?
Pyre implications this round.
It's a strong B narrative for what is, you know, going up against 100 Thieves, having their economy on the line here as the A narrative.
Does Verdi just get ahead of that poison orb and take the fight solo?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
And what is the adjustment from Loud now being a down there lone duelist? An effort to work into Hookah where Cryo's kind of lying in wait. Jumps up just then and is caught. And a triple face, 1 for 1. And now the ability to get the spike down. It's Lucho on this lurk. Yeah, that's going to be crucial. Actually, just takes a teleport, runs away. Nightfall. 100 Thieves want to get in straight away. Yes, they do. The nade is perfect.
Caught out by the seas, and here come 100 Thieves, wasting no time in getting to the sites. He's pied. He's pied.
Man, we hit the A narrative and the B narrative. Yeah. The 100 Thieves win it out.
All the story beats.
With their economy hanging in the balance. And the pie on top of it all. You hate to see that. I love that 100 Thieves. Maxed out confidence. This is what I want to see from them. This is what was working against NRG with just 2 players here with the Nightfall. Spike being tapped. Just hit the go button. Asuna and EU send it. The nade is perfect. Lucho tries his best to get out in time. But neither that duel nor the one towards long is 1 for Loud. Those are the kind of situations on Sunset where they were always going Loud's way. They were always winning the duels in crucial situations like that. Not going to be the case here. 100 Thieves extend that lead.
Justice Loud are looking like they were going to get back into the game
Well, here's a pace variation for you again. Thrash coming in immediately, and it does at least get one player.
Oh, Verdi's in trouble! What? Arsena covers him! Get yourself a teammate like this guy! No one left behind! Cryo eventually goes down to the snake bite. Lucho has extricated himself from the pie zone.
Toxins going up.
Verdi is just completely hyper-fixated on that juicy little piece of bait out in the open.
Oh, man. That was a devastating round for Loud. Really trying to, honestly, with pure willpower, commit to that hard hit on B.
I mean, I wonder if the Thrash just didn't actually see Arsena, if he was too far still, you know, in Octagon.
Was he, like,
when it actually
deep
went
tucked in
off,
Octagon?
or
Yeah.
if it wasn't called in time for Verdi to know.
11 plays 6. The Loud now starting to work with the last of their pocket change. Some buttons, a little bit of links, whatever they can fish out. Yeah, he's just completely
Wait,
free
the
of that.
nade is, where did the nade get the kill? It's back-to-back, Robbie going down to the util. Are Loud very much so forced onto a timeout here.
Far cry from 100 Thieves in the last map. Zix has not had to call a timeout of his own. They have been pretty smooth through these crucial defense side rounds. A leader definitely needs to address the team right now because Loud, that top gear play, not paying off. There is that round where they staggered that tempo over towards B long, or able to beat the pop from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was really the only one, and that was the anti-bonus. That was against weaker weaponry coming out of that.
Yeah.
That aggressive play from 100 Thieves. And that was a mid-round timing that they typically wouldn't honestly be taking. We haven't seen that a lot from them this stage running this comp because it's just so much stronger in the flood situations rather than some of those mid-round pop out of long kind of moments. But, you know, regardless, I'm just looking at Austin on this map, sitting at 21-9. Star performance from him to get 100 Thieves back into this series. They're on the cusp of taking their map, going into the very unknown waters
it's the
of
Twilight
Lotus up
Zone
next.
on Lotus. Yeah, we got no idea what to expect from that one. The idea is that Zix thinks he's pulled a fast one on Loud with that map coming in.
Now look at Cryo. He has picked up this Outlaw over towards B long and has 4 potential one-shot targets. So have to keep your eyes on that. One of them is Pancata. Susceptible. Shot from Cryo goes just a miss.
Actually gets some damage back on Cryo, but crucially survives that encounter.
Look, 100 Thieves, they do have 3 players on A, and the gate crash was there, but did just expire. So Cryo's going to have to throw another one over towards that. Oh my god, Asuna just caught part of his leg, or maybe the gun must have just been sticking out the side there.
Seek is also developed for Robbie.
It's a very unlikely entry kill to have been garnered for the side of Loud, but desperately needed.
And Kess pulling in the relief valve and throwing that one-way smoke down, but there's obviously the Viper wall to walk in with. Here come the Seekers.
3 players are still stacked up here for 100 Thieves. No reason to move away, and Kess gets the first.
Nicely done, holds his ground. Some presence inside Shower, but by the looks of things, it's Kawazine the only one to find anything. Xander affected by the Seekers, but has plenty of oversight from teammates. There's Pancata and Robbie who've got to pick up the pieces.
Do they just want to find a timing here to flash? Yeah, they do.
Flash, backside, backed away from. Cryo doesn't take the challenge. Xander, the double face from Lamps is good, and Pancata's on his own. A lot of bodies to deal with now. Pancata cut down by the Outlaw. This town ain't big enough for the 2 of you, apparently. 100 Thieves move to map point.
A real display of what 100 Thieves can do with this composition and the knowledge of how to operate with it. Just continuously sending some of their extra players from B over towards this A site to stack up. You know, they're in a 3-2. Cryo has the gate crash there. It expires. They have one more rotate over after Lucho gets the kill on Asuna, so they still have 3 there. Cryo's retaining B long, and with that info, at no point do they really think that Loud are going back to B. Cryo's able to teleport over. The whole team is there. It's either 100 Thieves are stacked up with tons of anchors to fight, or they're flooding in really fast. This is where the comp thrives, and they make it look just so strong.
And this is why it's their map pick. They've really plied their trade with this bind appearance. All right, Viper's pit towards the B side, effectively shutting that down. No Seekers anymore, of course, as Robbie used them in the last round.
Cryo has tossed that Outlaw away. Back to the Vandal. Loud want to use this wall to move forward silently. Kess is jiggling. The angle does have to retreat, in danger of some spam as well. The Guardian does a lot of damage through that wall.
Like this adaptation from Verdi, but they're not going to get to the lands for the time being. Cryo Flashes out, doesn't follow it up though. Kess playing back around this stim. Flash in the sky, he's forced to wrap on the corner. Here comes Cohen Z, the Guardian. Getting some work done. That is pretty ridiculous. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Down to just 1 HP. All good. Gonna get the plant, going to get the thrash.
One is all you need.
Cloud do a great job there of having that next wave of utility to push past the sky smokes that are down. That is one of the important aspects of this comp when you're running in. Traded tempo back Hana, but hello, we're just taking 1v1s.
Cohen's low as well. He's not in a position to really play off Verdi. We'll have to tuck on this. Here comes the thrash to try and secure this one. Xander hopes to get some distance from it. He's unaffected. Time that was short. Should be a double swing here now. Cohen's steps up. Surely Verdi. Surely Verdi. Time's not really there. Wasting for a confirmation. And it ends it with a Guardian. Again, with the money where it's at from Loud, that's far more costly than they would have liked.
A round that should have never gotten that close by any means. So they're going to hang around. They will get another buy, but it's not going to be absolutely maxed out. That's what I'm talking about with this comp, though. Having that Gecko with the Dizzy, able to throw that over the smoke, and using one of your guiding lights with that as well from your sky, just 2 flashes in tandem. You get that nice pushback sight.
Imagine I killed this guy with the spam, bro.
That would have been disgusting. Yes. That would have ended the game. Okay. Moment here for 100 Thieves timeout. Trying to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves here.
Trying to make sure they don't have another MIBR incident. They want to close this game out.
They might be trying to just put something together around the dimensional drift and the potential, of course, of an orbital strike. But again, that was pretty straightforward stuff. Loud just fighting for that backside control, swinging together. So you saw Cohen Z able to mow 3 players down, but Verdi swinging on that with the Guardian as well.
Yeah, 100 Thieves can find a timing to get out of the smokes backside, maybe with a dimensional drift, flash out just after Loud use their flashes to get past the smokes and fight backside. Then you flash into them while they're there, catch them in that transitional moment where they're trying to take all of that space. That's an opportune time for 100 Thieves to be able to really light them up.
It looked like Corrode was considering doing that. He sort of flashed around triple and then opted not to swing on it. Couple of small decisions here. 100 Thieves going for the more conservative approach to that round. It doesn't pay off, but still only a drop in the well from Loud. Gets them to 7, but a long way away from challenging in regulation.
All right, early Boombot is destroyed. Cryo playing towards Showers, but sends that gate crash towards B. As always, ready to enforce when the side gate comes through, and
it's too crisp.
Line up from both players. Xander collects the kills. And it feels like this should be it. 100 Thieves should be sending us on to map 3.
Yep.
Keeping their hopes of making playoffs today alive.
Verdi definitely the Balrog to Arsena's Gandalf there. Force straight back out of that B side. Now your last ditch is to somehow overcome Kess here, who's been jiggling very patiently, falls back, mollies the ground, buys time for that relocation to come in from his B-side players.
3 players from 100 Thieves have already worked their way towards A. Cryo still has the dimensional drift when the hit comes through. There's that Prowler. Kess wants to hold on to Lance. How has Robbie gotten that?
Playing ahead of the molly, fast. It's pace that Kess is not ready to deal with. Dimensional drift here from Cryo just to get an idea of what is going on. Luke Show with the pit. Seas gets thrown on in. Verdi on the wrap is able to deal with Arsena on that late flank, but Cryo might still be able to take up that very position, and he does! And he sends Verdi packing. Luke Show struggled this map. Not been the biggest showing from him, and he will fall to Xander! 100 Thieves come back to their home ground, stabilize this ship, and set us on a direct collision course with the unknown. Lotus is going to be map 3, one of which we've not seen these Thieves for quite some time.
Some solid individual play and calling from 100 Thieves IGL Xander, but Arsena is just absolutely the star of that map. He was lighting Loud up on that attack side, had a lot of kills with the showstopper. They were just funneling those orbs to him. In general, I love the way that 100 Thieves were able to play with their ults on attack, simplifying the game and just always having one ready to go on each subsequent attack round. Fast hits that were working so effectively, the Loud anchors could never deny them. And then when they get on defense, they are just able to use the speed of the Yoru to always rotate, always stack the right side.
Yeah, those stable defense side rounds, something they lacked against MIBR. They shored up some of the issues, have the Thieves, and now they're heading to a third map. Don't go too far, folks. We're of course going to catch up with our desk to break it down, and then we jump into the decider. A lot is on the line.
Jogando pra frente, olha aí o Marote, vai passar o time inteiro, segura o dedo, 3 kills do holandês.
One of them will give up a 1v1. And that's the one he looked for. That's where he was counting on the second one.
100 Thieves, they win that second map of Bind 13-7. And I want to break down the set plays that we talked about for 100 Thieves on the attacking side. And there's two very different examples that I want to bring up here. One is this round number 7, where if you look, the one big win condition here is going to be that dimensional drift for the side of Cryo. He's going to have it ready. And then when you look very close at the setup before we see how fast this round is going to play out, you're going to see that it's going to be Cryo here, Asuna here as well. And then this fade is going to be very important to clear showers too. So let's play this round. And you're going to see the fade eye is going to go towards showers to clear it, as Cryo is going to be using his dimensional drift. And just at the same time, Asuna is sending his pain shells. to pinch the players towards Yoho. So there's really nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Cryo is right behind them for these two players. Asuna is right in front. There's a Judge, there's a Shorty, and there's just chaos on site. That way they're gonna clear side. This is gonna be one of the fastest plays that we see for 100 Thieves, and one of those that work out really well. They do this in different ways. Sometimes it's gonna be the orbital strike towards showers. There's gonna be usually a flash from Cryo following up. But now let's talk about something that works out kind of the opposite. So this round, they wanna go the complete opposite way. And how this is gonna work is they're gonna leave Cryo behind. You see how passive his TP is gonna be as he's gonna be sending it here. And everybody else is gonna go for this 4-1 essentially after some time plays out. And Cryo is gonna be left behind. You don't see this very often, to be honest, where the Yoru is completely isolated by himself. And what ends up happening here is that as Sander goes for a passive play here and backs up, the ones that are gonna be crunch are instead going to be the side of 100 Thieves. So you see how this is playing out as Cryo is still over here. So the 100 Thieves players are gonna take that side control. It's gonna work out pretty standard to how you see it on this site. But then there's a problem where there's a lurk here and there's nothing that is really going to be able to stop it until Cryo pulls and gets a little bit closer. But it's gonna be a little too late. I feel a little bit of unawareness of how this round was gonna play out and how fast the players were towards that short side. But you see that mistake being fixed very, very fast for 100 Thieves, and those are just some of the little things that they do. One of my favorite things to see from them is when they do those fast plays, but when they have to slow it down and then they have to make adjustments, they're still great at it.
Yeah, and one thing that we did pull away from that for sure is that 100 Thieves, and thank you, Dan, for that breakdown, 100 Thieves, great on bind, but still, there are always going to be those things that they would, I'm sure, go back, look at and be like, hey, how do we just react on this a little faster? Maybe Cryo gets to the back a little quicker, you know, little things like that.
Yeah, I think it also plays into their defense too, what you're talking about, where like the way that they react, the macro plays, it feels like they have the set plays, they have the ideas, it's just the execution sometimes. And that attack side, we saw them doing really well with everything that you just showed, but on the defense, you know, they lost a couple rounds, but they brought it back in the end.
And that is what we needed to see, right?
Yeah.
Looking at what happened in Bind last time, they needed to close it out. And they were able to get enough rounds with the same things that we were talking about, with those little setups on the attack side, but also with things like how Cryo was doing, how Asuna was doing. I feel like we were talking about Asuna non-stop. So I'm really glad to see this version of 100 Thieves having to recover from that map one.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see them going into Lotus, which I think is super, super interesting because both these teams tend to permaban it, and this is gonna look super crazy because we saw Luxio not really performing on this bind. He didn't step up the way that we thought. He couldn't find any good lurk timings, and Asuna and Cryo, like you said, they were just popping off. So now I'm trying to see, like, Lotus is all about lurks, all about that map control, making sure that you guys are getting aggressive and taking that map space. So going into this next map, I want to see Asuna and Cryo doing all the things that we've been talking about, but also I want to see that from Luxio on those lurks. I want to see that from the rest of Loud.
For Luxio, it's very uncharacteristic to see him struggle. So I was really surprised with kind of what was going on in Bind. But for this map of Lotus, I am in the same way very excited. I think Verdi can do some great things here, and it can be the same surprise that we saw in that map number 1 for Loud.
Yeah, look, we don't know what's going to be happening on this Lotus, but one thing we know for certain is that at the end of this, we're going to figure out who wants it more, who is going to manage to pick up that dub. We'll catch you guys on the other side for the decider right after this.
Crunch time for 100 Thieves, heading into our third map of this series. A win cements their spot in our Stage 2 playoff, and for Crew, and mathematically eliminates MIBR. But a win for Loud throws this already wild Omega group into absolute chaos and pandemonium. And we're now headed into the unknown to decide this map.
where I will also be expecting chaos and pandemonium and possibly some very scrappy play, given that both Loud and 100 Thieves first ban Lotus 3 weeks in a row up until this point, where they both floated. We heard Zix say in that coach interview before Map 2 that he thought that the staff over at Loud were a little bit shocked that they didn't second ban that one. So God knows what's in store for us, Mitch.
It's probably because Loud wanted to ban that Corrode map. They had to float the Lotus in order to do that. They ended up banning Haven, which has, you know, been rough for them lately, right? They brought that Haven ban in and, yeah, ban Corrode. So we don't really have data for either of these teams coming into this map, but expectedly, I guess, Loud have gone with a pretty classic double controller look. 100 Thieves, though, will show us the double duelers. Asuna Raze, Cryo Yoru. Let's run it back.
Loud have really just loved leaning into the classic meta stuff of this year. 100 Thieves, and even yesteryear at times, but 100 Thieves, they are again going back to the well on this double duelist that has propelled them to looking like a top team in this group at times. After week 2, it was the easy #1 pick team in this group for everyone, given that they just destroyed NRG and Crew in their first 2 outings. Let's see if they can end Loud today, make that run into playoffs. I'm expecting a very similar game plan here from their attack side as we saw on Bind realistically. A lot of emphasis on cycling those ultimates between your 2 duelists and the Nightfall that EU has access to. You know, even on top of that, they kind of have a better ult with the Steel Garden, even more than they had on Bind.
Tree already been knocked on, and there's Asuna yet again. He's been good with the openers today. Robin BK tries to intervene, but will, of course, be run down by sheer numbers.
Kalamazine is trying to get here ASAP, gets inside of that dark cover. Uh-oh. Sidesteps the thorns. Has an opportunity to swing out. Ferdy wants to get in through heaven.
Drops down, probably made some sound. Paint shell's a little bit too deep. Okay, it is going to force 100 Thieves back into tree entirely. And maybe even a cancel called on this, but they haven't explored the rest of the map at all. Is this a pump fake?
Ferdy is out wide, and Kess able to shut down both remaining Loud players who are perhaps
out of position.
A little bit too eager to fight.
They just call a cancel on that A hit and pull the remaining Loud players out into the town square. Beat them in the marketplace of ideas.
That is 3 pistol round wins in a row, by the way. 3 in a row.
Hold. Nice!
An aspect of the game that 100 Thieves have been dominant on.
That is so cheeky.
Austin's been getting some sick openers. And just being able to play a couple maps, honestly, where he gets on the patented Asuna Raze, you do love to see that.
All right, yeah, there's ziplines on this map too. Watch out. We know what that guy does with those. Okay. Slower start this time for 100 Thieves with a mild exploration from Cryo in the A direction. Expecting a push-up to maybe take that mound control. It doesn't come as Loud a gamble stack in the A site instead.
Now, honestly, I'm going to be looking at Luke Show this map. He had a standout performance on Sunset. The lurk timings that he was catching, the space he was able to get for the rest of his team to play off of. It was really lovely play from him that entire map. But then we go over to Bind, and he's really unable to get anything started on defense. It's tough for him to anchor these sites with 100 Thieves, just pounding them with ults. Let's see if they can deny this eco round of Loud. They are stacked up, gambling on the proper site.
Little overcook here for 100 Thieves, so just no info. They're going to make a play for this one, and there's Asuna dropping down, flashed up, but not bothered by it whatsoever. Cryo with the ghost gets there, Kalamazine drops down, it's a right click that ends Xander. Spike carrier out of the game. And Cryo's making good on these ghost connections. And it's on Luke Show, someone who you were pointing the finger at, someone who needs to get their head into the game after a brutal Bind performance.
Won't have any easy access to an upgraded weapon, I don't think, unless he can cross to the right of sight.
Oh, hello.
Yep, he is able to collect that stinger. Both 100 Thieves players are biding their time in tree. Oh, there's an even better weapon, gets the Vandal.
That Arcros didn't ping him out. Oh, they don't know! Handle in the hands of Luke Show, this is getting a little dicey now. Cryo does have a Bulldog. Luke Show healthy enough though, and the boy is back! Never a doubt in my mind, of course. Massive clutch for Luke Show. Pretty dirty stuff here on that anti-eco round. Yeah, we saw that. The crowd didn't see it, but I saw the bag get dropped there, bro.
And Luke Show needed that. not just for the team, but also, I think, mentally, just to remind himself that he's kind of him. This is the guy that was the top average ACS in Stage 1 while not winning a single series. An insane stat to be able to get.
Who put that Vandal there?
Yeah, that was a...
Bro's looking like Timothy Chalamet out there.
Pretty fortunate that was just sitting there, ready to go for him. Now 100 Thieves forced onto an eco, and EU denied first blood for Verdi. He was struggling in that department on Bind.
2 and 6 in first engagements. Not exactly a glowing record.
No, not ideal after also a stellar performance back on Sunset. But good for him to get the ball rolling early here, even if it is just an opening kill against EU with a Sheriff or Classic.
Stairs smoked down as expected.
Now if you look at the map,
there's a haunt to play up potentially.
You know, there was that utility set up here from Kawanzin, but that's no longer online, so this is going to have to be some good gunplay just in the hands of Luke Show and Robbie, who's backing him up at stairs, ready to kind of take point when this dark cover fades.
No presence on the A side itself, though, so pretty conservative approach to this for Loud. They're not looking to disrupt 100 Thieves until they're settled in. There's a shield wall on the A side, though, and Razor Vines to slow them up further.
Asuna has the nade in hand as soon as these thorns go away or the wall gets activated. Actually, looks like he's just going to hold off on it. And there's a paranoia. There is a lot of delay utility for 100 Thieves. Yeah. This could get really dangerous for Loud, honestly, just based on the time.
They're going to cycle through much of this, I think. Cry, oh man, okay, a bit of a flub there. Luke Show deals with Xander, and once more, into the side after the paint shells dissipate. Asuna now, got to be pressured very heavily, and the weapons just aren't there for 100 Thieves. Just run down. And Luke Show patting the stats.
Yeah, it's feeling like he's back. It's feeling like he's heating up again, and Loud desperately need him to be that star player that we know he is. I like how they're able to, on that retake as well, despite the time getting low, when that shear wall is activated, you have Verdi go forward, but then he doubles back, and there's a little bait and then switch. The swing comes from stairs to catch onto Xander, who's pushing out, or rather, that was from the right side, Luke Show.
Nice, nice.
They do a good job of denying those 100 Thieves swings, and then from there, flooding back into the site together. Could have been dangerous, but they play it properly. It's got their economy in a decent spot, not giving up too many weapons.
Nothing like watching Loud try to play spoiler in the late stage. Last year in Stage 2, they were mathematically eliminated from playoffs. This time, they're still live for it.
And here comes the ult cycle game from 100 Thieves. You have the showstopper for Asuna, Cryo close to the dimensional drift. They would love to be able to use the rocket on this round to maybe get that opening kill. Use the dimensional drift after this round. Here we go.
Over the side.
No connection.
And hit with the vulnerable as well. Kawanzin just slaps him back down. That's going to knock the wind out of your sails big time. Xander had TP'd across. But now needs to decide whether he sticks around. Fake TP may be something to bait it. No, tries to take the fight. Kawanzin, though, unaffected.
Spike down.
He opted to go forward with this. I think Cryo was supposed to play him in with a flash there, Wyatt. It didn't play out that way, though. Verdi, patient, conservative. Shots through the wall, take Kess down, and he'll wait. E's going to come for him, though, and he's ready.
Oh, that's a little awkward. If Verdi didn't get the kill, he was about to just get trash compacted by the door anyhow.
The sensation, I think, would be the same.
Yep. That was a little tough for him. Well played from Verdi. Honestly, he was in a pivotal position after the anchored players on C go down. He's isolated.
But he doesn't over-push into that position.
Gets a nice little jiggle swing there. Asuna not able to net any value off the rocket. And then Xander trapped in, tries to fully commit, but doesn't have a player in position to swing.
The haunt timing's really nice there as well.
Cryo was a little late on that teleport compared to where Xander was at. And things fall apart. Oh my God, what a shot from Kess.
Somewhere narrates ears are burning. So we're going to Steel Garden for Kess to work with here. That weapon is recoverable now that they've got that B main control. Through the door they go. So that's an upgrade for Xander.
And hey, there's a possibility that Kess gets this Steel Garden off, and the weapons for 100 Thieves, all of a sudden, they're not looking too bad against a bunch of pistols.
The trot is over to A. Watched by Robbie here, who has that C's in hand.
Nice little timing on that.
We're going to commit even more. Prowler potentially.
Some additional information broken by Asuna, and Haunt will come through and completely catches him. Yeah.
Did he think that was E's Haunt?
I think so. What was going on? No one to break it? That was...
I mean,
huh?
No one else could see it? I think there might have been a smoke there, but I don't know. Arsenal doesn't respond. That one will remain a mystery.
Bizarre. Can we run that back? Can we get the tape on that? Louder on the rotate. They want to support Robbie, who's going to throw out that other Prowler. 20 seconds on the clock for 100 Thieves to make their move into this site.
It's a weapon quality issue at this point, though. There's still a Marshall here for Kess, but that helps. Cryo with the big gun, able to take Robbie out of the game. Now moving on to the site, unbeknownst to Cowanzine, who needs to take drop, and we'll have some backup here from top of A. Steelgarden now try and give him the edge, but he's going to be overwhelmed with numbers in his court with that Razorbind in this corner. It doesn't seem to matter.
What on
Primary weapon speed there, bro.
I mean, what is happening? They go Steelgarden for Steelgarden. They just into the vines.
They got pistol whipped, bro.
Oh, what on earth? Pancata was miles away, by the way. Didn't have an opportunity to point that out, but that was basically just a 2v4. What? That one, massive amounts of confusion. There were two haunts thrown at the same time. The one went up top, then there was the one we saw on screen.
So nice.
We got confused. They got confused. Everyone.
Pancata is just turning up. He's just arriving. Took a wrong left turn at Albuquerque and wasn't there to help. It didn't matter.
Lucho is activated, as is Cowanzine. Both of them have been anchoring so well at the moment.
He had a great last map, Cowanzine. Now moving over to the Vice, providing a heck of a lot. And here come the timeouts now. 100 Thieves have to call one here. Coming into a round where they've got a lot to work with. Possibly two of the most high priority ultimates at their disposal. These comps really want to cycle those effectively. Verdia has the showstopper. A round like this, Lucho can always just throw a Viper's Pit down.
100 Thieves have two ults as well that work real nice together. You get some of those pings with the Nightfall, turn off the audio, and then Cryo in the Dimensional Drift is able to get a nice flank going. They don't hear him coming out of, the Dimensional Drift, and then just able to get some backstab kills, that kind of situation. Could certainly see something like that being cooked up. Now, this is a good performance from Cowanzine, who you never really see on the Sentinel. But when you're looking at the Loud lineup, they have a hard Senti player, which is Lucio, but when you want to play double controller here, they don't really have a Viper player, so just probably feels more natural, more comfortable for Cowanzine to be on that Vice, and working so far, makes sense.
Wise getting a little bit cross for 100 Thieves in these last couple of rounds. I think that's probably the fairest assessment to make.
Not bad.
Now what is the move? We're looking at a Loud who want to take that early Rebel control over on the A side. Paranoia sees some of that standard stuff. Nade used by Verdi as well if someone teleported over the Rebel from 100 Thieves, but their intentions are just to work towards Mound, get the orb. Look at this push.
Cryo backs up, he knows something's afoot. He'll take 2 for 1 any day of the week.
You could just see him locked in on that angle with the aim. I just knew he was going to get the second. You could just feel it.
Jeez, Cowanzine got battered by something or other here on the C site. Bleeding out as he takes up a bend.
Should be pretty miserable for him if there's an attempt to hit C.
Now what's Lucio going to do? Rotate the long way around? I don't think he can risk trying to reinforce from Waterfall here.
Yeah, there's going to be no help for this man over towards the C side. Worried for...
Kess is being such a nuisance, man. He's holding his 2 players in place on B. They know he's there. This is dangerous. C's and dead. Okay. Arsenal able to get a bit towards this C site because Kess waylays those last 2 Loud players. They're in no position to answer this. And okay, Pancata.
Just not really expecting that Austin would push up that far already. This round is done, but Lucio, frankly, he can go for it.
Yep.
He could try to get some kills at the very least. He's got a ton of money.
Rich AF.
As are everyone on Loud, so it goes down, but doesn't matter all too much. Much needed round, though, from 100 Thieves, who don't even need to use either of the ultimates to earn it.
And I think that's what we saw from 100 Thieves on the anti-eco round, right at the start of this map. Just play back here, wait for a push up. It didn't happen through the map round, but eventually that slow default approach to the round pays off. Questionable moment there from Pancata. Obviously just trying to maybe get ahead of the situation, but far too fast was Asuna.
Loud not set up as heavily as they were on the prior round in terms of trying to get control towards Rubble. It's just a haunt through for information as the pit is thrown down on this side.
Still that Dimensional Drift and Nightfall combo available for 100 Thieves.
Here's that Dimensional Drift going to go immediately through Tree. Dark Cover thrown down towards Heaven, 2 anchoring players from Loud at the moment. Dark Cover, what is going on with this smoke? That is awkward.
They're trying to hide away from something, I'm not sure, but Asuna's got taken down. Ping to upper there. Horde able to spot out Pancada, excuse me, but Cryo only had eyes for his teammate. A little bit low, a little bit battered, 100 Thieves. They're down to 7. Showstopper here. Oh, man, that is brutal stuff. Luke Shaw in the late wrap. Kind of round, we've seen him win. Asking a lot from the boy, though. That is snappy.
Beautiful shot,
Magnetic
Xander.
aim.
7 HP only right now. Can he do it again? I mean, how many times have we seen Luke Shaw on a late rotate to a site that's already been pounded into dirt, and then he has to recover?
He's got to react here. It's going to be too much.
Oh, there's just no way. Not even for him. That's far too easy of an angle that Cryo is set up for. And 100 Thieves get another round strung together. That time, finally using those ultimates that we were talking about.
See these early moments, of course. It's like, yeah, a round of Dark Cover backside. Nightfall does come through, so that's the combo aforementioned finally being employed.
But unfortunate for Pancada that he hits the dink with the Phantom, but doesn't actually get that kill, loses the duel. That would have been a tide turner in the round, honestly.
Luke Shaw 9-4. Called to I just re-hit the side across the map through that Viper's Pit down at C, so did his job. Could not convert that 1v3.
Once enormous economy for Loud is not looking quite as good now. 100 Thieves have sort of patiently taken all of the space towards A. Again, just trolling the ults. Orb game. Arsenal one away from the showstopper.
Birdie been better in those first engagements already here on Lotus. Xander's found his way in though. Tree control under 100 Thieves' thumb. They're going to pull out again. They want to pull people out of position, just like the pistol round. This time they wait, but they are legitimately calling a cancel on this A for now.
They have drawn a ton of Loud players and attention over towards this A side. They have no idea what's going on at C, so you can see Luke Shaw is just making his way all the way back to that side of the map. 100 Thieves completely noise cutting here. They're going for a re-clear towards spawn, but you know, ultimately they still have their eyes set on this A site.
Birdie's creeping up here towards Baby Door.
They're working all the way into a B split. Yeah, Verdi's position is going to be the crucial one.
Yeah. Gets knocked out. He's going to be stuck in the corner. Prowler, though, is going to herald the arrival of 100 Thieves, and Verdi's in trouble. Caught in the corner and brought down. Now it's on Pancada. Flash through, double swing, and on a dime, 100 Thieves spin a trick that leaves Loud reeling.
10 seconds.
Great adjustment into that B split.
Both counts. Both the Baby Door play and that push into B main is nuts.
Verdi just puts himself in a really uncomfortable position. Kind of a, I don't want to say a complete one and done, but you know, against the Fade. We've seen this a couple times now on the map, commenting earlier, that the Prowlers are consistently catching the Loud players in these close positions. They're not getting away with being in these tucked corners at all.
Honestly, it's been a treat to see both these teams on this map. A rare occasion. And both giving it as good as they get right now. This will be 100 Thieves evening up the game. After a slow start, tacking together some of these attack side rounds. That was a really nice cancel call on A to the B split.
I really do love that pace adjustment from 100 Thieves, especially given that when you're going up against this Loud comp, in contrast to the one that they had on Bind, now you're going up against a Vice and a Viper. There's so much stall utility that they can throw down that you are taking a large risk, even with this double duelist look at just slamming into a site. You might get completely denied by that sheer wall, players cut off by the thorns, etc. So it's the kind of call like that from Xander that is going to keep them ahead on this attack side. They've tied the game up now.
I mean, it's a challenging round to play, I think, on Lotus as a defender. Your opponent cuts noise. You want to get that information. You know that you're probably being baited into some of those contact re-clears mid to late in the round. Like Robbie was on the A site, inside tree, knew that you just had to wait. too dangerous to go for anything. They didn't have a player at stairs, didn't have a player at baby door. So how do these exploit that just blackout moment for Loud on the map? And all of a sudden are ready to very quickly hit that B side. It's the kind of thing we see on Lotus. Defenders spread really thin, especially after a first pick favoring the attackers.
I'm not going to have a buy here from Loud when we get back into this. The economy not good enough, but a couple hero rifles, one of which I think you should probably be throwing over to Verdi right now, not gonna lie, but
they've got a Hobby Lobby. Got some,
do what we must.
They've got some live, laugh, love in their arsenal.
I don't know if Verdi needs a sheriff. He could probably just buy a regen armor and take that rifle, but all good, I guess.
They've got some pithy wall hangings in terms of this buy. Something to work with. Not overly exciting. For the right application in the right Airbnb, it can really work for you. I'm still working it, bro. Work with me here, buddy.
No, I like where you took it. I like where you took it.
All right.
Loud are fast on the move to get over towards this A side.
And Loud, again, don't have a ton of info.
They have not been fighting A too heavily. It's one of the things getting space for free. Again, a Prowler clearing close, but Luxo with that rifle.
Haphazard indeed. Luxo blinded up and able to avoid EU. My goodness, that's frustrating. Arsenal on the site though, unexpected to Verdi. Now this puts some pressure on Kawanzine inside tree. There's a double face. Nobody can shoot straight, but it's fine because I can't see straight after that round. It's gonna be Pancada. In drop, bit of damage done.
Had a real opportunity there for one, if not two kills. Teleport across from Xander, he hears it!
Doesn't matter.
Crosshair not placed perfectly, and now it's just Kawanzine with the pistol.
Very wobbly on both sides of the table, but Kawanzine has to challenge this with a Bucky. Xander pushing up.
Oh my god, wasn't expecting that. Taking the guns away.
Yeah, he's ready to fight now. No primaries allowed. Kess has to hold this corner, but he has a shorty. That's what the doctor ordered, and wins it out too.
You've gotta be joking. I saw the vision for Kawanzine. Damn, he was so close on that. Earlier in the round, though, big credit to 100 Thieves for how they were able to just destroy these Loud players who were fully entrenched in tree. And Luxo gets that opening kill, does a ton of damage to his second player, but it's Arsenal wrapping through sight, kills Verdi in the 1v1. And then suddenly...
Scrappy, but we come out on top.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You did my analysis for it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, well, I'm done talking.
Are you splitting your day right with that guy or what? Yeah, that boy Pete's getting away with absolute murder out there.
Now, this is what I was looking for. Verdi buying the AWP was saving enough money to be able to do so into this round out of that timeout that was called on the prior. Let's see what he can do with it. He's posted up towards that A side at the moment.
Likely will stay for a while in case there's a late round walk up. 3 players though from Loud. Eyes on this B side. Suspicious of what could be cooking up here for 100 Thieves, but they've played that slower default approach with Cryo placed over towards B main with a gate crash to spawn that's just expired.
Asuna tapping that orb, but weary that there could be an aggressive play coming out from Loud. They're going to give it over to Kess instead, given he's just so close to that steel garden.
Bro, Verdi has not moved. Bro's like a gargoyle, and it ain't night time. You know what I'm saying?
And then he moved.
Okay. Oh,
and then he got out of there.
But again, credit to any Valorant player could stand still for a minute and 25.
So dark cover just got thrown actually from Xander towards Baby Door, so they want to have some sort of implication that they're working up towards A. And you can see it is drawing the attention of Robbie at the very least. It's just Kawanzine bunkered in on this C site. But now Loud are aware. Now they are on the rotate. Luxo trying to get here in time through Waterfall.
Yeah, they don't have the option for a B call here. 100 Thieves definitely hedged into this play for the C site. Xander is on the site. No spike to hand though. What is the plan supposed to be? They have to get in here. Still considering B, but time is running short. Here comes that Nightfall. Xander up on the site, sees the Prowler coming, but not Kawanzine. Hit them hard, right where it hurts. Cryo never got to touch the site. And as the sand timer expires, Cass has got it all to do. No time to plant. And that is an even game, folks. Loud, hold strong.
Kawanzine was just looking like a turret on that angle. Really well played from him. The anchoring, when they are actually hitting the site with Luxo and Kawanzine, has been superb. That has been the crux of Loud getting rounds in this half, staying in the mix. They had a pretty good read on the situation, though. 100 Thieves trying to draw some late attention towards A by smoking Baby Door, and there was a temporary rotate drawn from Loud, but they quickly understood that it was going to be a C hit, and they got back right in time to deny it.
The 100 Thieves this time around, again, a slower start to the round. This one way probably requiring it.
And this has to be frustrating for Verdi. I swear, even on Bind too, he was offing a lot, and it's just never where 100 Thieves are early round. He's really just not getting opportunities to use it.
Getting played out of the game. No fault of his own, perhaps. A lot of saber rattling happening over at the C side of the map. Util being drawn out of Loud.
Would love to break some of those vines on the ground. 100 Thieves. Verdi is trying to take matters into his own hands with this position.
Yeah, awkward. He would have had to flick that either way. Correction required.
That did no damage. I thought he absolutely at least got shot through the wall, but
I don't think he hit him.
No, he didn't. Need to deny anyone pressing forward off the back of the Prowler that was used by EU.
Dangerous, very dangerous for Cowanzine going up to check that, and that just opens C right up, especially with the op, but that's more than enough to convince 100 Thieves to head this direction.
He may just be doing too much there. The door is going to open, all of 100 Thieves being rallied towards the front of a B. Operator here for Verdi will have an opportunity to put this into a 4-on-4. Desperately needs the shot, and he connects.
Two players jumping across there. Asuna felled. Verdi needs to fall back off this. This will pave the way for 100 Thieves plant, but look at this ceiling.
And the major issue for Loud is, if you look at their util real quick, they've got absolutely nothing to work with trying to get back into this site.
And a Steel Garden is going to complicate things further for the defenders on this retake. Luxo says, in for a penny, in for a pound, perhaps. That horn would have been illuminating, but Luxo's having to clear it. The swing timing, EU low, able to stay alive somehow. That op did ring out. Verdi looking for a chance to get into the game. It's Luxo with the swing. Verdi with the op connects, and now down to 200 Thieves. They're trying to make this work, but Luxo cuts them down to size. What an unlikely retake through the Steel Garden. Allowed get to 6.
Absolute demon play from Luxo. How on earth is he winning out these rounds? He has been unbelievable on this map. Coming back mentally from a pretty disastrous performance back on Bind. Now leading the way.
And he plays Verdi into this situation as well.
Great shot from Verdi as well. These swings, oh my God, the crosshair placement there with the movement is just perfect.
It's so rare you see the op get valley from that spot.
I can't believe they won that. They had no utility and got stalled by the Steel Garden. Insane play from Loud. We're now intent on going towards Mound early. 100 Thieves take control of the opposite side of the map. Actually, it looks like Verdi has thrown that op away. He has had enough of that weapon. Just sat with the rifle right now and one orb away from a showstopper for the final round of the half.
Definitely wants to get his hands dirty. Playing that contact angle over towards B main for now. And there'll be a shear wall making it hard to wrap late in the round, so he'll probably have to play from upper or from stairs. That's the plan. Cryo, though, into the A side here with this dimensional drift, and Arsenal wants to clear that top side of the site. Forces Cowanzine down into pit. Horn catches one. Cryo spotted out there under upper, but it's Arsenal with a sharp shooting deals with Robbie. They still don't know about the pit player. Cowanzine has a timing potentially here, and he comes forward. Finds his one. Arsenal trades it out, though, and Pancada struggles City for him this map.
Yeah, forced away now by that Haunt as well. Luxo is on this very late flank, but certainly he's heard an awesome still just pressing forward.
Couldn't get his crosshair where he needed it to be. Now it's on Pancada, who can't salvage. Another squeaky 4K from Arsenal to make it an even game heading into the half. Boy, howdy, this series is delivering.
This entire group is just delivering day after day. Some of the sickest games of this stage with everything on the line for these teams, who just all share this common theme of we needed to make changes to get to that next level in Stage 2, to have a real chance at making it to the playoffs and past that champions. There are still 2 slots open in Americas, and it just feels like it's anyone's game. All of these teams upgraded, man.
Tied up half. We're going to head down to the stage with Van Silly, who's hanging out with 2 of the oldest up-and-coming young duo in VCT Americas.
Thank you so much, Uber and Wyatt, not only in terms of firepower, but also in terms of aura. So I'm joined here by Sato and also Okeanos of Leviathan. Now, I understand before you guys came to this arena here, Oki, that you were joining and watching the LA Rams. How was that experience for you?
I mean, it was a fun time. It was a bit of team bonding. Me, King, Sato, all going to watch an NFL game. It was a blast.
How about you, Sato? Because this is an experience for American football versus football in Brazil.
I had no idea what was going on, but I had fun.
You were just yelling as usual?
Yep, they were cheering, I was cheering, you know?
Awesome. Well, okay, I just want to talk about the season so far, because you guys have had ups and downs in the stage 2, but your losses are also always very close losses. 1 to Loud right here, 1 to Energy. Where do you guys rank yourselves currently in this stage, on this stage, versus all the other Americas teams so far?
I mean, genuinely, in our group, I still believe we're a top dog. We're 2 rounds away from being an undefeated team, correct? So, but these tough losses actually help us out so much, and you know, we try to negate that feeling every week.
Awesome. And Sato, we're looking here at a matchup for 100 Thieves, a team you're going to play against next week. What's your biggest takeaway so far from this series that gives you the confidence that you'll beat them next week?
I feel like they're a team that's very aggressive, and I feel like we have a lot of experience playing against those type of teams. And yeah, as long as we're prepared and we know what we're going against, I think we can beat any team.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Sato. Thank you, Oki. And let's toss it back to Uber and Wyatt.
It's a joy to cast those two when they play, honestly. Great to see Leviathan with that infusion of youth and personality. Plenty of that in this game, though, as well. Safe to say, Agner Lucho, fantastic first half, and he makes the game even. We've seen 100 Thieves attack side on this map. Only 6 rounds managed. Loud managed to batten the hatches, hold them off. What are we walking into in this second half?
This pistol round, massive. And what I have in mind is the fact that 100 Thieves have won the last 3 in a row. Perhaps the only reason that Loud is still in this game, that it's tied up, because Luxio on round 2, 101 versus 2 clutch. To deny 100 Thieves getting an easy second, and then from there, maybe a bonus round off the back of the pistol win. Can Loud finally win one of these rounds? It's been an uphill battle without them throughout Bind and throughout the beginning of this map.
In contrast, Loud are going to have access to this Viper wall. They're playing around it to some extent.
That is a cheeky way to play around it. Can't say I've seen that before, I don't think. Just a 4-man stack waiting for it to drop to take the fight.
Well, both teams had the same idea at least, but
certainly unexpected. Look at the damage across the board.
It's ridiculous.
Everybody is lit up.
Importantly, though, 100 Thieves have an extra gun in the game. And oh, this is being heard. Luxio doing what he did on Sunset, taking liberties across the map, ending up where he's not expected to be. And Xander now is under pressure. He's with paranoia from the outside of Tree.
Oh my
God. They pulled him out of
God.
position. This is dirty.
Pancata with a crucial duel win. One of the only Loud players that had some HP remaining. Asuna already on the drop. Opportunity to take the fight against Luxio. Swing out from Cowanzine, too weak.
He used one shot. Robbie could be dangerous for him as he swings on out, and it's all on Kess, the only player untouched so far. With a frenzy in a 1v3 to try and get 100 Thieves off to the races in the right way, and he's shot in the backside. Luxio waiting for him to loom over the edge.
Another 3-piece for Luxio on a desperately needed pistol round.
Ah, yes, the old 18 kills, 13 rounds vibes.
It was him just finding that timing upstairs. You can see Cryo was not expecting that to be the case at all. He had just taken his gun out as he was rounding that corner. Not ready for that fight. Asuna then traded, and Kess just not checking below. Gets caught.
He does this with such uncanny frequency. It happened over and over again into Market on that B side of Sunset. Now here on Lotus.
More than making up for what happened back on Bind EU. Tucked into this corner, fully committed. 100 Thieves would love to make a lot of noise in main so he could get a good swing. Ouch! Oh, just can't connect those shots.
Asuna trying to dance around the mound, but he gets buried instead. And I don't know what Luxio's trying to... What's he trying to dredge up on the A side of the map? We'll lose out to Xander, though.
Yeah, just on an adventure, trying to get some kills with the Ghost.
Let it ride.
Hunting just a bit. Cryo backside, tucked in. Now thrown a smoke to play around. I like that from Xander, but with Pancata still in main.
Pancata with the Guardian. It's given Nismo, bro. Here's Xander, gets in there with the Ghost. A shot through the wall, dropped him very, very low, and Loud to make the conversion on a successful pistol round. I got a feeling this is about to get interesting.
Not as clean as they would have hoped, though. 100 Thieves are going to be satisfied with the damage they were able to deal there. This bonus round buy for Loud going to be relatively weak. Get some fair damage in with this kind of light trap play setup. The 200 Thieves players in main want to make all of the noise so EU can have a swing out. I mean, he had an opportunity to kill Council for sure. Didn't connect those Sheriff shots. But here are 100 Thieves on the full buy.
It's always terrifying when your opponent's lurker is just on a heater. You never know what's going to come your way. Mound knows where the action is, and it's just Robbie. We get sprayed down by Cryo.
And I don't hate that level of aggression from Loud, but it's just not together. I think some of the players maybe were caught by something back there. No, EU didn't throw a C's. It was just seemingly disconnected. But it definitely felt like Cryo could have gotten overwhelmed and traded out if another player from Loud had popped out of that smoke at the same time as Robbie.
Across the breach goes Kess, noted. Still safely tucked now, and oh, that's still util in this last minute of the round. 100 Thieves can start to employ.
That second dark cover is going to allow Lucho to get out, but Kess is prepared.
Yeah, too much coverage on this part of the map for 100 Thieves. A clean convert on the buy. By no means out of this, losing the pistol, but they have bounced back nicely.
Yeah, I kind of want to see again what happened there at that initial fight in main.
I think the smokes really messed things up.
Yeah, Cryo gets hit by the Prowler, gets that first kill on Verdi. There's a it's just
great movement, honestly.
And it's well played from Cryo for sure, just kind of disconnected from Loud. If they swing out of that smoke together, I do think he would have been more than likely traded out, at least onto him. But that is a flawless 400 Thieves. Now Loud fully invested into this. Again, that dark cover going down. Trying to play through it off of the Boombot. The only presence being shown right now defensively is from Cass, who has full setup towards B at the moment.
Loud, like, at least, you know, clearing Mound in the safe manner.
Or C rather, with the one that has the wall at B for Cass.
This dark cover implying
Loud really want to get the vines out. They really want to break those, and they do get one of them depleted.
Smoke over towards the C side as well, implying maybe a faster hit than was what was really happening.
The 100 Thieves are happy to mostly drift over towards this C side, with just Cryo playing B. They have two players pretty entrenched on Rubble. Honestly, I'm surprised they're not kind of getting their way there even faster, but here is Cryo ready to back them up. Here's the hit, Verdi in very quick.
Amidst all of the 100 Thieves players, Cryo's able to turn, snap on him, and that is a haunt. But Loud would sooner forget. Robbie on his own here. He will be gunned down in a matter of moments. I'm going to walk away. Okay. Okay. What? Moving for 3. The Flying Dutchman hurdles out 100 Thieves, but eventually has his wings clipped.
Oh
there was magic in the air, Wyatt.
This guy just out of nowhere will make a play like that happen. We saw it last week against Crew, so I was believing. I was absolutely believing. He hit a sick ace last week. Clutched up. Oh my god, those were some...
I was not ready for that at all.
Great shots, good crosshair placement. Oh my god.
Crisp.
Well, yeah, luckily Xander was there.
One-tapping 3 of us.
Guy's dangerous, man. Like a cornered Jaguar.
I mean, Loud need him to continue that level of individual play. He's been a little bit silent on this map, really up until then, as has Pancata been. We touched on Sunset, on the volatility that Pancata has had in the state. Okay, well, Lucho, what are we talking? What's going on? How have we gotten there? How is no one watching that? What is happening?
He walked across the front of Rubble.
What is the timing?
Okay.
All right, well, Cryo tries to lead. What is going on over there, man?
No chance to make use of that recovered weapon.
Yeah, no chance for me to use my Pancata narrative either, because Lucho's doing silly stuff.
Yeah, I just stole that one for the time being. Kess caught there, no way he was getting out inside the siege, but EU locks it down.
That's where we're committing the showstopper.
Okay.
On an eco round hit onto C. Bold, very risky, does not pay off. Look, Loud do have some other ults to play with when we get back into this. Robbie has that Nightfall and the 2 away from some others, so I get it.
It's the lurk wall and that poison orb timing.
Xander was
solo in that position.
Very unaware. Can't blame him. Cannot blame him for that.
Nice!
100 Thieves have now taken the lead, even just narrowly. Let's force Loud into the timeout. Most stoic man in the building.
Absolutely. Unmovable. Like a mountain. I respect it.
Am I allowed to...
He's been reading his Carl Jung.
Am I allowed to take this time to revisit my Pancata narrative, Mitch?
Yeah, go on.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, just whip it out.
Well, we were talking about back on Sunset, the volatility.
Yep.
Some of the insane maps he's had, like the one week 1 to close out against Lev.
28 kills in regulation time.
It was pretty sick
Well,
on Icebox.
What about Crew last week?
28 kills across all 3 maps.
Okay.
So it's been ups and downs.
33%
But we
is
know
effective.
he's got it. I mean, Pancata on Sunset was out of control. But man, he needs to get back in the game right now.
Slow going, and despite this, Loud have maintained striking distance on 100 Thieves, but they've lost the last 3 in a row. Momentum certainly not in their favor. Wind certainly not at their back. Can they stack the deck in this round against superior number of ultimates? Steel Garden and Showstopper active after Loud made use of Verdi's to only get the 1 kill.
Looks like Verdi wants to be fast. To potentially take a fight in main, get a tap kill. A lot of utility expended for this very quick C-mount control. Damage going comes on to Asuna. He feels forced to use his ult.
Yeah, steps ahead of the paint shell coming in, bro. He really wants this. I think he got seized. No. I mean, there wasn't an attempt to hold it in place. Yeah,
regardless, awkward Xander again. They're everywhere.
It's Luke Shaw once more that picks him off. Very much out at sea.
Very cool from Loud out of the timeout. All of that very aggro, very noisy C pressure, but all in an effort to just get into A silently. But 100 Thieves fast to get here, made irrelevant.
The entry fragging Viper or anybody?
Irrelevant. EU is in heaven, but what the hell can he do from there? The pit's already down.
Spike planted.
He might want to try and get in there early. Right now, all he can do is speculate. Go fishing, and okay, Asuna's managed to do that.
Oh no. He is so close to getting another one. Luke Show's just letting him know where he's at with the tracers.
Paranoia hurdles in towards topside. Loud here, though, have got good coverage, and there's no flank opportunity for 100 Thieves.
Is Kess bold enough to try to rip a steel garden here? Surely not, right? It's gotten too late.
I think they're going to try and get out of here, surely. 100 Thieves ambling away. Tail between legs, but Verdi has other plans, other ideas. EU's able to take him, though. Asuna finds 3. It's just Pancata left. And all of Loud are down, but there's no time for a defuse. Still, a very costly round for Loud, who did have a lot to work with coming in.
Tons of ults for this next one, but not going to be the ideal arsenal. 100 Thieves really put a hurting on the bank.
That's so much value for just walking away.
Xander again just having a miserable time at Rubble. That was such a cool opening for Loud, who really put a lot of emphasis on that mound fight. They just make it seem like they're doing it again, but I think they take it even a step further with the noise.
What we needed, by the way.
Get the showstopper out of Asuna, and then just work their way into Rubble. Great opening, but...
I mean, Asuna's right there, considering how the round was going. A great recovery. Pancata looks like he was caught inside the seas. Asuna cleans him up. It's Cryo going to ring out with the outlaw. EU spray is good, but Cowanzine does him one better.
Absolute chaos. Does Cryo want to pick this with outlaw? Looks like he wants to, but Loud are going to retreat. The Nightfall expires. Get their health and hearing back, headed towards B now. And Cowanzine going to trip the flank just in case. So many ultimates available, yet it's 2-on-2. This could be an absolute mess situation in a post plant.
And Loud's economy is on the brink of collapse in this round. Control of the game threatens to slip through their fingers, but Cowanzine might have the drop on this. He and Robbie going to face this down. Kess thinks about a steel garden. He won't have time to pull it out. It doesn't seem to matter. Good enough for him. Robbie and Cowanzine fall in a screaming heap right on top of each other.
What a bold idea from Loud to tap and then push forward to try to bait someone out, get the kill. It looked like for a moment Kez was going to fall for the trap, but he read into it, stood still, got the gun back out. This was an insane exchange early on. Just your standard C's with the nade and then your non-standard Nightfall into the steel garden, into the everything.
Shut the f down.
I like that energy. I like that energy from the rookie for 100 Thieves.
All right, they sat down too hard. Chair's broken. They took it very literally. We got a water spillage on stage, and so tech pause is required. Now, you said it was pretty standard that C's nade combination. But Arsenal has not been trending to that side of the map early in the rounds. There's been that fighting over pit. So that is a variation, and Xander's been getting kind of banged up in a lot of those early engagements, been there solo, opting to be the only player around that Viper wall. This time, 100 Thieves break with tradition in the last few rounds and really invest in that early rubble fight, something we don't see nearly as much outside of that Neon era of play. It pays off for them, even if it is an absolute clusterstorm.
A moment to catch our breath here after a few crazy rounds. Obviously, crucially, that one was worth 2, though, for 100 Thieves. Unless Loud can do something outrageous on this eco round, it should be 100 Thieves getting to 11.
That's because in round 18, they break the back of Loud by taking all their guns away, even if they lose that round. That sets them up
here. That was a pivotal moment.
And at this part of the game...
That's why you heard Austin on the mic after. He's like, that's okay.
Yeah, that's what we needed.
That's what
exactly
we needed.
What we needed.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Kes said on the mic after that?
Yeah, do you want to repeat that?
No, probably not.
Without the...
I like my job. You all heard it. Steel Garden still in the hands of the Vice player on 100 Thieves' side. It's a nightfall here for Loud, and they are playing it slow to start. Xander, back in the 10 spot, sees the shoulder pick of Luke Shaw, and that should confirm for Loud there's extra presence for Thieves here.
He's not going to play that to aggro. Much safer to just get away after being forced to break the Prowler. When this dark cover dissipates, Kara could take a quick peek with the Outlaw if he wants. Looks like everyone on 100 Thieves wants to swing this when the dark cover fades.
This is about to get messy. Look at this. Dark cover dissipates, and EU is going to be first up. 30 on the corner. Multi-swings. Xander and Arsenal able to trade, and Cray will be watching with that Outlaw. Damage done. Kawanzine low. Still now needs to go for it. They're hemmed in. Loud don't have a way to get out of this. And so Kawanzine eventually falls under a hail of bullets. Elsewhere, it's Kes winning out yet again.
What's happening over at C? Just mini game off to the side again.
And Bakata has now nowhere to go. Kes will be encroaching, and the rest of 100 Thieves will be setting up. Yep, this is the only option available to him. And hot in his heels are the entirety of 100 Thieves. Cue the Benny Hill theme music. Oh, the Razor Vine. Bakata finds an early exit to the round.
100 Thieves just happy to play that aggro, and they absolutely decimate Loud.
Like, that is nuts. To do that at this point in the game, a series that you bounce back from after losing Sunset 13-2.
That's that confidence flowing. That's that aggression that Zix wanted to see after map 1.
Again, they know they got the better buy. They knew they broke the economy. So pretty reasonable heads to take. Still some weapons in the mix there for Loud. Still some risk, but they knew they were favored, and they backed themselves.
This could be it for Loud. Full investment on this round and a large fight towards A to open things up yet again. Birdie trying to get up, but right into the nade.
Yeah, big damage on Ferdy, and Arsena cleans him up. Robbie don't find double, and that's a nice little swing across from Arsena. Deals with the offending fade, and evens it up.
Crucially, the spike exposed on the ground, and now the dark cover thrown down. How are Loud going to deal with this? Well, Pancata has the answer. He is from the shadow, so he can just pick it up, steal it away. Now Loud quietly creeping towards this B site. Dark cover going to go down for Baby Door, from main. And
I kind of knew he'd be caught out here.
He's the one with the spike, so it's going to take a second to actually get it planted. Both players from Loud in heaven.
Do you expect this heaven presence at this point?
Is there going to be a full wrap from Luke Shaw? It looks like he wants to go through stairs, and it looks like Xander knows.
Somehow has a sixth sense for it, still loses out the fight. Now you're on a clock if you're Arsenal. You know there's pressure coming from you 6.
He knows that they're in the walls. He has everything to clear right now. This is a nightmare. Kes is going to have to come out and support.
Kawanzine shows from heaven. There'll be a swing from Baby Door, and Arsenal knows it. It's a little bit later than he thought. He's going to win it out. Where's the backup? There it is. Loud able to play off each other. What an important round. Caution to the winds, and a round in the pocket. It's a one-round game heading into round number 22.
Loud had me sweating in that situation with Kawanzine fully swinging up. Where help? Any helpers? And they arrived. Maybe a second later than was ideal, but they arrived nonetheless. What was this from Robbie?
Just a straight
random spam too. I think a little bit too.
God, rubble fight.
Yeah, these rubble fights have been chaotic.
Vamos. Round by round.
Round by round. Loud only down by 1. Again, trying to get out rubble early, but a bit lighter in regard to the contention from 100 Thieves, not throwing all that raise util at them because Arsenal's all the way pressed up towards C. They have full mound control.
Corrode tucked here. This is lighter presence on the A side that we've seen from 100 Thieves in the last couple of rounds. Xander and Cryo simply look to play off each other. No tree presence. No Vice util over here for 100 Thieves either.
Of course, Loud will have the option to execute onto one of these sites with the Nightfall from Robbie.
There's a Prowler clearing B main for 100 Thieves right now.
Wow, Purdy alone getting the orb, fully inserted towards A. It's drawn EU over to this side for 100 Thieves as well. There are 3 players stacked up here.
The greatest decoy, he wants those eyes on him.
No way Cryo goes through this. That would be absolute madness. Hello?
Oh no! He doesn't know. He lacks the critical information. Cryo with a swing. Oh, the that is devastating. And a potentially back-breaking round. Still, Loud get the plant.
This Dimensional Drift going to get all of the information here that Loud are stacked up towards Baby Door. How do they maneuver around this?
The writhing massive bodies. Who's going to play off this from Cryo? Nightfall comes in. Good response. Steel Garden also going to be committed to the fight, but Loud finding success. EU gets in there with the shorty, though. Still more work to be done. Swing, Cowanzine spotted out. Loud have even up the game. You asked for utter pandemonium, and that's what you're getting.
I cannot believe that they're able to steal away another round in absurd fashion. Robbie is coming up huge for the team right now. He's starting to activate on this half.
This is
just madness. Already fully selling alone with the showstopper, convinced surely he's in the corner. Well, he was there, but maybe 10 seconds ago.
And these multi-kills from Robbie. Huge for Loud. 2 consecutive rounds picked up, and now timeout called. Steel Garden was thrown in there by Kess to minimal effect as far as we could tell.
And that was with the Dimensional Drift too. Crucial ultimates from 100 Thieves thrown out the window with that round loss.
That Nightfall midway through the retake attempt really broke 100 Thieves back. Robbie took that round over.
He's only got 11 kills on the board right now, but the last 4 he's gotten have been round defining. Individually doing what he needs to do as well as with the calling. I mean, ultimately, yeah, they were able to get into that B site pretty much for free, though it resulted in Verdi being in a silly little situation. It all panned out.
And amidst all of this, Luke Shaw at 24-14 in regulation.
I'm looking at the opposite side. It's Kess, top of the board for 100 Thieves with 20 kills. Newcomer to this team. Wasn't even a Challengers player that the community were hard hyping up. No, he's a real sleeper pickup that they went for, and what a choice for them to make.
Yep.
Genuinely.
He hasn't even had to pick up the Odin this game to get that kind of total. Hyper flexible, strong in every single role, and very dependable. 100 Thieves will surely look to him now to hold that C site down. It's an early foray in the B direction. Xander on the corner. He's been spotted out though.
They know he has the judge. They do not want to walk into that. Time to get away.
So what's the reaction here now from 100 Thieves, knowing that Loud probably won't re-explore this in the near future? Unless?
They are just biding the time. Trying to work out A slowly. Luke Show just waiting out to see if someone is going to peek, but not going to be the case.
Kess passively jiggling that C side, so at least there's some info flowing in.
Cover going out.
The lurk wall on A makes it hard for 100 Thieves to divine the true intentions of Loud.
Loud have just been finding success on B, and it feels like they just want to go back to the well as far as things are concerned.
Doubling back in that A direction. Robbie has penetrated pretty far on this side of the map.
Cryo's Gatecrash should be expiring pretty soon, and it just does. He's now fully entrenched in A. The double duelists are stacked up there. They need to hold this site. Robbie going to activate that sheer wall. Birdie gets on top of it. That's cheeky.
Like it. They're just trying to go for it. Birdie gets over it. Surely, though, this has been noted. Clone shot. Cryo well positioned here for something, but the timing is good for Loud. Coming out of tree. He releases here. Arsena has to dig deep on the side, and he's found 3 from heaven. More, surely not. Cut down by Pancada. And I highlighted him at the start of the round wide. It's on Kess, who has spotted Pancada.
I mean, he had the perfect opportunity to end the round right there. The spike is going to be planted.
Time. He gets it in now, TPing away. He's got the angle. Kess surely on that swing, and Pancada with the Red Bull clutch to take Loud to match point. To take this Omega group and turn it upside down.
Pancata and Robbie were having a pretty dismal start to this game, but late into it, both of them have activated on the most important rounds to keep Loud in the mix. EU is isolated in the 1v1, the reposition from Pancata, and just sharp, quick to get that kill. Robbie out of his seat for that.
Soak it up, folks, because this is about as good as it gets. Loud struggling at times in this second half. Are ready to put 100 Thieves to the sword. Round 24 coming at you.
If they can win here, playoff hopes more than still alive, and the entire Omega group just thrown into disarray in the last week with 3 spots still available. 100 Thieves just clawing to get this to OT. They want to get to playoffs today. It's going to be straight up from Loud, getting into this A site, but it's Luke Show. He dodged the nightfall.
They're not going to know about this, and EU fools! Arsenal, though, able to find something on the site, some traction there with the paint shells. The pickup is good. Pancata out of the picture. Post-plant, unfavored scenario for Loud. No tree presence to speak of yet. Robbie's thinking of making a play, but Kess is watching for it. Luke Show, timing doesn't help him. Now down to 2, clone shot. 100 Thieves looking comfortable now. Then Verdi would have to do the unthinkable. We're going to extra innings, folks. And we wouldn't have it any other way.
Loud just trying to keep things simple, close this out with that A execute. 100 Thieves fast to get back in. Osno with that initial nade kill onto the planter from there. Both him and the reinforcements able to spill into that site. Fight together, and he had a snappy kill as well. I thought it was done when Luke Show was able to path past the Nightfall thrown down, but that kill that Osno got onto him later was a sick one. He's in great form today. I'm considering his bind performance into this, dropping 20 plus again. He's sat at 21 right now. He is really putting on a show. Once he gets onto that raise, man, that's just his comfort pick.
How's this for a story? Loud float their permaban, 100 Thieves pick it. Some overtime Valorant for your Sunday evening. 100 Thieves still eyeing off that playoff spot. It comes down to the wire.
Taunt thrown in from EU as 100 Thieves then decide to take their time getting out towards Rubble. In the meantime, they have Kess entrenched pretty far up towards B. Just
he's not stopping.
Waiting to see if anyone from Loud would be pushed out. It's Loud on Mound taking control.
So both teams opting for some extremity pressure on opposite sides of the map. Retake wall deployed by Loud to buy a bit of time.
Look at the flank right now. Loud are pushing this so far. They might wander into Kess, who's just set up and ready to kill someone rotating from that side of the map.
There's also a shield wall that would spot them out, even if Kess doesn't see this happen. Arsenal onto the side, catches Pancata. Not a chance in hell of him escaping.
How has Luke Show just gotten away with 2, swinging out of the smoke? Don't know what happened on the flank, but it resulted in effective nothing. Arsenal.
There's no way he could have won that out.
Confidence.
He's feeling it now. Has that heaven control. Counting toggling door, knows it's Xander likely is in there, trying to draw him out at a player disadvantage. Loud are floundering. Kawazine is trying to drag them further into this extra innings. Got a player in heaven, 1 stuck on the side. Arsenal, a staunch anchor player in these post plants.
But he's isolated. Oh, Kess is just too fast on the trade. Again, it's the newcomer for 100 Thieves who activates in the most important moment. Luke Show tried so hard in that middle of the fight. Look at the timing he's able to catch. I can't believe Arsenal just gets up into heaven and takes a straight up 1v1 fight.
He's refusing to lose this game, straight up. And unbeknownst to them, 100 Thieves were on a timer. Loud were really pushing up on that C extremity. 1 round away from taking this all-important game. 100 Thieves poised to strike.
And they want to do so with some aggro play towards B main. Prowler goes very deep. How far do they want to push right now? Xander up against Birdie, 1 versus 1, and he takes it!
What a massive kill, straight to the heart of the Loud formation. Backing up to C, and you know, Xander just throws that smoke over towards that C side, slowing things up. Loud's options becoming more and more limited.
They no longer have that entry player, the Space Maker, no longer on the field. About to be at a minute on the clock, and Robbie wants to head back towards that A side of the map. would demand a re-clear unless he just risks it and tries to walk out completely devoid of util. That is going to be the case. Loud are making so much noise towards C at the moment. Haunt goes in towards A, working both sides of the map of the attackers.
And that Vice Shear is over at the A side again. Keep that in the back of your mind, Lucho. Crumbles before Cryo scrutiny on B. And Loud might still have to go for this. A double swing setup, but Xander's going to be waiting. Virtual high-low, he spotted Cryo, swings into bait, but the spike's loose. Pancada steps in and steps up.
30 seconds left.
It's Pancada and Robbie, they started this game slow, but they were winning out all of the important rounds late in that second half. This would have to be absolutely monumental.
Pretty prescient paranoia timing there from Pancada, but he's going to be low to try and challenge his double face. Sharp as attack. Kess's head ripped clean off. Now Arsena can't quite handle limits on Robbie. The Flying Dutchman to try and get Loud out of this situation. Arsena has no need to swing this for the time being. He's got a player tapping. Prowler in Arsena's direction will be dealt with. EU wants to swing this, and it's over! 100 Thieves going for the forbidden fruit, the permaban Lotus, to secure their spot in a Stage 2 playoffs. And what a way to do it! On the edge of our seats every step of the way, bouncing back from a 2-13 result on Sunset.
And this
That's resilience.
has just been an unbelievable week of games in the Omega group. We were seeking some clarity coming into this weekend as to what the playoff picture would look like, and 100 Thieves just gave it to us. They are that second team in next to NRG, and on account of this win, Crew are now also guaranteed to be in the playoffs. And sadly for MIBR, they are eliminated. It's going to be about the champions' points for them to try and make it to Paris.
And the reason that Loud aren't eliminated at this point is because they actually have their head-to-head advantage against Leviathan, having beat them. So there's still so much more to be decided in this Omega group. There's still a lot to be muddled through, some tea leaves to be read, but for now, 100 Thieves can soak it up and know that with the changes they made, bringing Kess in, an unexpected decision. It's a gamble. They've said it. We're saying it. It's paid off for the time being. 3-1 here in Stage 2.
It feels wrong that teams from this group won't be in the playoffs. Any of them. These games have all been so close. The amount of OTs we've had, just insane. I mean, Lucho drops 28 kills on that map, and that ends up not being enough. He was lights out.
6 first bloods, literally entry fragging up on that A side of the map, playing around his
more
low
than anyone in the server against 2 duelists. That is absolutely outrageous. But for 100 Thieves, Kess had a great map there, but Arsena really the MVP for me today. When you put together both the Bind and the Lotus performances from him, the Raze play was outstanding. He himself got a number of first bloods. He was 5 on this map, had a lot back on Bind, had really great showstoppers as well. He was on point today.
And coming into this stage, there were questions about the Americas region as a whole, how they would stack up internationally, what's going on internally, a lot of rosters in turmoil, and a lot of changes being made to those teams. Now, some of those answers starting to spring forth, and many teams in this region, but especially this group Omega, have looked to improve drastically. It bodes well for the international stage, but here we're just getting certified banger after banger this weekend.
It is just incredible that all the teams who made changes in this group have improved. All of them. They all got better from the changes made. It's been so sick.
And we're going to hear from the winners themselves. Let's go to Van Silly at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with that boy Xander.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast, and I am definitely joined by Xander here of 100 Thieves. Congratulations on the win, Xander. Give it up for Xander, everybody. Xander, a little birdie told me that you actually never had a VCT interview winner stage here right now, so I had to have the conversation with you. Now, before we actually get into the questions, I just heard you say, oh my God. So why is that? What's going through your mind here?
A lot of stress for sure. I mean, it was like one of the harder series we had to play. Obviously, the last map was just neck and neck. Yeah, kind of scary. Lotus, obviously a permaban for a while now, but they're permaban as well. So neck and neck, close game, and yeah, very stressful.
I actually do want to talk about that then first, because Coach Zix was also mentioning that it's a permaban for both you and for Loud. Is the reason why you went into overtime and back and forth at this point is the lack of official games going onto this map, or just not knowing what your opponents are going to bring up to the plate, knowing still that it's a mirror match going into this game?
Definitely a little bit of both. I think both teams are a little rusty on this map. Definitely not used to just like playing the map, simply put. And yeah, I think like a lot of reps are needed to like be really good at this map. And I think we are kind of in the same level because of that. And yeah. A little scary, but all good.
At least one of the players also having some highlight reels towards the end, towards that overtime as well, was newcomer Kess. So how has Kess been for you as an IGL, leading him into the team, and how is he fitting in so far?
Drew's a beast. I mean, the most like reliable player I've ever played with. He's a rock. I mean, does what he's told. Very good player, very good person. Like takes criticism very well. He's growing as a player as we go by the days, and yeah, very important to this team. So.
Awesome, and now we just talked about the highs of winning this overtime, but it wasn't always that. Throughout this whole series, or starting the series, it was actually quite slow. It was very one-sided on a set allow 2. We're bringing out this Breach Neon where a lot of people are starting to say that Breach kind of lost some stocks, but there was great ways to set up Verdi for these openers. So what were they doing so well that stopped you guys from getting a comeback?
I think it was more on us. Honestly, we didn't play our game. I think like a lot of communication errors and a lot of gap errors, and I think generally they've been pretty good on this map. I'm pretty sure teams got banned against them. Yeah. So like, yeah, they're going to be a strong team on this map. We're like very confident in our Sunset, so definitely didn't expect the 13-2 from them. But yeah, just small little mistakes. We reset from there and took it to the next map.
Awesome. And with that, one last question: you've clinched a playoff spot and also bringing Crew into the playoffs as well. Do you think this is a good idea? Because we always know that Crew could always go on a run.
Yeah, bad timing. I mean, Champs is around the corner. We might be in trouble, but no, I'm confident regardless of who we're playing. And yeah, shout out to Crew. You're welcome.
And shout out to the Crew fans. And Xander, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again. Good luck in the playoffs, and hopefully we'll see you in Paris.
Thank you guys.
Now, let's toss it back to GB, who's getting ready with the rest of 100 Thieves for match point.
Hi, friends. You know, this is Match Point, where we do something dumb. And it doesn't get better than this, because we're going to go fishing. And I got Asuna and Cryo here joining me. We got, just so you guys know, the water just wasn't in the budget. Outside of that, though, fellas, before we go fishing, how you feeling? A little sweaty after that last one?
Oh, I'm sweaty. Why'd you disrespect the art of fishing?
What do you mean the art? I'm not disrespecting
It's a beautiful art.
It is. I think so too.
Respect.
It's great. Well, you know what? Then in that regard, and let's go ahead. Let's let the art flow.
Show me how it's done.
All right, go for it, my elite fisherman. There you go. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a magnet.
I mean, this is a masterclass in how to fish, truly. Wow. You want to get it
I made you go first. I mean, wow.
You want to get it close to the mouth.
Here, let me help you out. Let me see if I can get one.
Boy out. Oh man.
I mean, it's just not biting.
Oh, there you go. We got one. We got one.
I got one too.
We got two. All right.
Wow.
Cryo, read yours first, and then Asuna, you read yours afterwards, after we answer that question. All right, because both of you guys are going to answer the question. All right, ready? Oh, I dropped my gripper. All right, what we got?
Easy one. That's good. Streamer is the best co-stream. Personally, I watch Sliggy the most.
Okay.
He has a really chill vibe, and I like it a lot.
Okay, shout out to Sliggy. We like Sliggy. Oh. What about for you, Austin?
Sliggy, FNS, one of the two.
Okay. Yeah. Sliggy, FNS, love it, love it. I was hoping that it would have been me, but I just don't stream enough. Now, let's see the second one. What you got, Asuna?
What is your favorite outdoor activity?
Ooh, well, we know what Krause is, apparently.
For me, it's probably hiking.
Hiking?
It's an easy one.
California's got great trails.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
From New York City, so there's not a lot of good trails.
That's
parks.
Actually, no, that's not true. There are excellent trails in upstate New York.
But not in New York City.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
They call it the concrete jungle. But yeah, I would say hiking, and LA definitely hits that spot for me.
Yeah. What about for you, Cryo? Outdoor activity?
Outdoors?
He's like,
fishing, basketball, or hiking as well. I go on a lot of hikes as well.
Okay. I would like to see you do like a crossover on someone one day at the basketball court. We got to make that content happen. Nate Shot, if you're watching. All right, next up, let's do some more fishing, shall we?
Oh, we got more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not a natural.
Let's do two more.
I mean, I got it pretty quick. The second he said the mouth, I think I understood how this worked.
You know how I know you're from New York as well? Because you say mouth.
No, I'm just bad with my THs, I'll be honest.
No, trust me, that's me too. The same thing. It's a product of us being from the East Coast. No, we lost the fish. No. Grab another one. Wait, hold on. I got you, Papa. Wait, I got the grabber. Get the trout.
He's still alive.
Oh, I'm going into the water. He's alive. He's living. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh, this is embarrassing. You hate to see it.
You're not any better
than us.
The fish is dead.
The fish is dead.
Lost so much more. Yeah. There ain't no sharks in there.
I really also thought this was going to work, but I also broke the grabber earlier today. Asuna, read yours while Cryo struggles.
All right. If you could change the colors of your team jersey, what would they be? Well, one of my favorite, not my favorite color, but one of my underrated colors is purple. So make it more purple themed. And yeah, and that has nothing to do with like 100 Thieves, but I mean, I like the black and red, so I would still keep it, but purple. And you know, 2G, I feel like they're the only team that has like purple really, besides like Koi and EMEA. None other are standing out in my head. So like, I bought the 2G bundle just because.
Just because of the purple.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, purple is just like I don't know. And I see a lot of people using the 2G card. So.
Your favorite color is purple?
No, but it's
it's
my underrated.
Because that's my favorite color.
Oh,
like
we stole my answer.
Well, that's why we're on the same team together.
Aww.
We're the best duo.
What about alternate? Like, would you do like purple and white, purple and yellow?
No, I do blue.
Purple and blue?
Yeah, because blue is my favorite color.
Oh,
like,
okay.
actually.
Okay, all right. I like that. That works out pretty well. All right, you got yours? You got yours?
Which players do you look to or admire the most?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I'm gonna say Luke Joe, because wow, that guy just kills me. Like he's on my screen for like less than a.
He's had some moments.
I can't react.
He's had some moments. What about for you, Asuna?
For me, I mean, I'll just say Tens. I feel like that's the easiest one, and yeah, I've known him since CS, so it's like, you know, being a mod for his stream into like going pro is like, I mean, it's just an easy answer.
That's pretty
for me.
cool though, man.
Yeah.
Like, what a journey. I remember also an awesome streamer back in the day, Towley, was like a mod and lyric stream and then became like a massive streamer in his own. Look at you, man. Incredible journey that you've taken, 100%. Hey, well, look, these guys right here, they won their game. They locked their spot in the playoffs. So week 4 coming to a close. Let's take a look at the standings, see where we are right now, because it's green. 100 Thieves, currently top of the group thanks to that differential. And you're sitting at 3-1. And also, you guys got crew in as well, so look at that. You did a solid for the LATAM homies. That's pretty cool, and maybe they'll send it down mid and shoot everyone in the face. We'll find out. But what do you guys think about, you know, the way that the playoff picture is kind of shaped up here, just Omega in general, because I feel like that group has been absolute carnage. Austin, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I feel like the games have been way more banger in Omega than Alpha. Alpha has been pretty like boring, snooze.
Yeah.
Over here, we're having like map 3, 14-12, bloodbaths. You never know who's gonna win and lose, so. Yeah, but for overall, for us, it's nice because we're still competing for the first seed.
Yeah.
And as long as we win our last game, I'm pretty sure it's like a lock-in.
Yeah.
99% sure. So it'd be really good to get that, and especially getting the champ point here. And then if MIBR, you know, we want to pass them in champs points and getting them not into playoffs, because I know they needed us to lose twice to have a good shot to get in. So it's just like, you know, we hit 2 birds with 1 stone.
Sure, yeah.
And
That's huge. And if anything, you know, for you guys, it's been a bit of a journey. Topsy-turvy is what I said earlier, because you guys have some ups and downs. Cryo, how you feel like in this stage, and how's the team kind of come together fighting through this adversity? Because you guys have gone through a lot.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Obviously, like he said, yeah, we're just really looking for that first seed.
Yeah.
We're trying to get it as close to top 3, top 4 as possible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're staying at game by game.
Yeah, game by game. You guys feel like you got closer together as a result of this journey?
Especially all this fishing.
And all the fishing.
Yeah.
All the fishing, most importantly.
That's go fishing after.
I'm down.
You should. That's a good
day. We're going to go fishing just for you.
We can go on your yacht.
Yeah, on my yacht. Nate Shaw got me a yacht after 5-year anniversary. He's such a nice guy.
What a guy, Nate Shaw. Look at you, getting yachts for everyone. Soon everyone's going to have a yacht. Oh, love to see it. Guys, seriously though, as always, I do appreciate your time. Thank you so much yet again. And that's going to do it for us here. That's going to do it for us this week. And what a week it has been. Oh boy. Lots of great matches across the board. But the good news is we're not done yet. We got plenty more coming at you next week, right here, same time, same place at the Riot Games Arena. We thank you so much for watching. Here is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Adios.
And getting the ult orb into Jonah P's hand.
That's why they signed him! This guy's a menace!
They attempted to close the map out and take us to Ascent. The dash out from Jogamo, beautifully played.
Okay.
And Jogamo just stomps on him. Balin gets a second. That's all 3 for the Duelist and the map for G2. 13-2.
Unfortunately, that scoreline is something Fury are starting to get used to. Trent's waiting for them.
That's surgical. And there's still more challenge on the other side. That's 2 for Trent. All 3 fall. Swing. Heat spotted. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jogamo.
We're stealing aces. I don't have an ace in VCT, and we're stealing aces. You're going to have to wait another year, gang. You're going to have to wait another year.
Yeah, they're going to get Dogamo in a position to strike. The flash counter is nice. I don't know how Valen hit that. Perfectly timed, though. Valen gets 2. He's going to have to get 3 to win the round. Time is so short, though. He's going to spot him. Valen gets all 3. G2 walk away on top once more. They best Furia 2-0 by a score of 13-2, 13-5.
There is a heck of a lot riding on this match. A win here for 100 Thieves puts them into the playoffs, puts Crew into the playoffs, but a win for Loud here means that everything is up in the air. Verdi so quick that now's all that overdrive going to be a bit of a problem here. Yep, Luke Show just cracking heads together, mate. Arsena's on the side with the overdrive. Robbie VK makes the swing. I guess that's why they call it Dutch courage. He's trying to find his way outside of Market. It's on Kess. It's too much, too heavy.
They're forced into this round. They don't want to allow Loud to get to 12, but Pancada's got other ideas.
Kess is able to pop up with a stinger, but Pancada, crispy shots. Let 100 Thieves dither on the side for a while, or not. Swing with the Guardian, it is claiming these kills. And Pancada's got himself 4. We're gonna do that this round. My feet, both of them, genuinely left the floor that round. They were up in the air. What is this Loud team? Cryer's gonna see it coming, but here comes the orbital strike. Cryer's having to get out of it for the most part. Arsena wants a challenge elbow.
They will do that.
It's more than just survival on the line now.
No, they gotta run, man. There's
no time.
There's no time. There's been no time.
What are they doing? Arsena says, well, thanks for coming.
Yeah, that's going to be crucial. Actually, just takes a teleport, runs away. Nightfall. The 100 Thieves want to get in straight away. Yes, they do. The nade is perfect.
Caught out by the seas, and here come 100 Thieves, wasting no time to get into the sights. Let's go. 100 Thieves come back to their home ground, stabilize this ship. The swing timing, EU low, able to stay alive somehow. That op did ring out. Verdi looking for a chance to get into the game. It's Luke Show with the swing. Verdi with the op connects, and now down to 200 Thieves. They're trying to make this work, but Luke Show cuts them down to size. Just throw that one for the time being. Kess caught there, no way he was getting out. Inside the seas, but EU locks it down. He releases there. Arsena has to dig deep on the side, and he's found 3 from heaven. More, surely not. Cut down by Pancada. He gets it in now, TPing away. He's got the angle, surely on that swing, and Pancada with the Red Bull clutch.
Now Xander up against Verdi, 1 versus 1, and he takes it.
What a massive kill, straight to the heart. Kess's head ripped clean off. Now Arsena can't quite handle him. It's on Robbie. Prowler in Arsena's direction will be dealt with. EU wants to swing this, and it's over. 100 Thieves go for the forbidden fruit, the permaban Lotus, to secure their spot in a Stage 2 playoffs.
Vai tomar no cu, vai tomar no cu, vai tomar no cu. Hoje eu vou te botar, eu vou te botar. Vai, Tutu.